Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this 3-year training program for school principals, inclusive of an international certificate, also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you, you answer the call. And for us in the Jesuit School Network, uplifting the state of education of our country is not just an advocacy, it's our mission. And so with that common mission, we welcome you all to the Sacred Heart School Ateneo de Cebu community.
You're not just an educator for life, but as a school principal, you wear many hats. Helping your teachers, helping your students, helping your community. It's like you're everywhere actually. So it's not an easy job, and kudos to everyone for committing to it. So fellow educators, all the best.
So part of our presentation when we were talking about this school building donation program of Security Bank Foundation is we provide free training program for teachers and school principals of beneficiary schools. And that is the reason why you are here.
So together with our partners, I really welcome you to this program. We hope that this will make a big difference in your professional lives and aspirations for yourselves as professionals, and also for the colleagues that you have in your stations, and most especially for the children.
What kinds of pinch points do school leaders encounter? What are you thinking about? What problems do you encounter? And what solutions can we discover? And that kind of thinking is what really is important. Because when you start embarking on your transformational action plans, this is really going to be the heart and soul of it. How can we help each child in your school? What transformational plans can I do for my respective school?
I think we lost that practice of asking why several times.
This training helps us school administrators to looking into the different kinds of problems in our own station.
I feel the air and take the long way home. This place is all I've ever known.
It has a unique approach. Particularly, we collaborate with other principals in solving the most of the problems that we are facing, and we are also given the opportunity to express ourselves freely, and we come up with better solutions for the problems in our respective schools.
In terms of empowering the school heads, this is not the type of box type training which is offered by the Department of Education. So I learned a lot from this training to enhance my capability to lead the school where I belong.
Leadership is a kind of love. So when we lead with the heart, we lead to care for others.
The highlight of the grounded leaders is that you feel like you are not above the rest. You feel like you are among and you engage yourself in feeling every part of your leadership potential.
Let's take on our fears from the start.
This training gives us the opportunity to collaborate actually with our fellow school heads. And by collaborating with them, we learn from them, not only from our resource speakers.
Grounded leadership, it means self-awareness. Self-awareness must begin with you, our teachers in our station. So I think that is the highlight of the grounded leadership.
From the past training namin year 1, it's more of a technical side, but this training is different because it entails application of theories that we will be needing in managing our schools.
We can also practice our skills acquired from this training to our context in terms of leadership approach, leadership styles, and most of all, how to internalize the learning from this training.
After this training, I have now the concept that having this leadership wherein I can share it to the 28 elementary and secondary school of San Pedro.
It connotes camaraderie. It's rooted from within your heart. It touches the heart and it begins with the heart.
Today marks the culminating activity of your 4-month journey under the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership, or CESL. This is the first component of Security Bank Foundation's Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building Program for School Principals.
I'm truly very happy to see all of you joining us today, making the long journey to come and be with us at the graduation ceremony and to give support to your friends and to the next generation of CESL graduates.
But I just want to remind our principals that your training program is not yet finished. As a matter of fact, it is just starting.
So 4 months ago, I saw a lot of excitement from all of you, and I believe that you are still sustaining that excitement in the 3 years to come, because Security Bank Foundation will always think of new ways, better ways of how we can further implement and make this training exciting for all of you.
Welcome to the Transformational Action Plan's presentation of the 30 committed and passionate school principals participating in the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership course.
We welcome you to this place of learning where I hope you are learning significant and meaningful theoretical and practice-based knowledge that can enable you to make a difference in your respective stations.
Hi, thank you Security Bank Foundation Incorporated, and of course we are indeed grateful for the opportunity you've given to us. Indeed, it is truly transformative. Thank you.
Thank you Security Bank for choosing me as one of the participants of this endeavor. My talk is very important because it will help the learners to read with comprehension. Thank you very much.
Remember, Dr. Jose Rizal mentioned that he who does not know how to look at the past will never reach his destination. What we're doing here is actually something similar to what our national hero said. We're reflecting, we're looking back at our journey.
So all I can do really is challenge each one of you to give more attention even than you have already to how can we establish that this transformational action plan at the end of the 3 years has achieved the aims we set out.
As a new school head, this training taught me how to be resilient and be ready for more challenges that I will face in my school, in my community. Thank you, Security Bank.
The experience with the Security Bank Foundation is quite remarkable, especially the learning that I have gained from the University of Nottingham, the Head Foundation of Singapore, and the Ateneo University is very inspiring. Thank you very much, Security Bank Foundation.
This is our aspiration, to be able to create a ripple effect in which we will really address those two things that Palmer wrote, highlighted almost 100 years ago. We want to have education for all. We don't have resources. So let's be creative and be innovative in trying to address that challenge.
Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this 3-year training program for school principals, inclusive of an international certificate, also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you, you answer the call. And for us in the Jesuit School Network, uplifting the state of education of our country is not just an advocacy, it's our mission. And so with that common mission, we welcome you all to the Sacred Heart School Ateneo de Cebu community.
You're not just an educator for life, but as a school principal, you wear many hats. Helping your teachers, helping your students, helping your community. It's like you're everywhere actually. So it's not an easy job, and kudos to everyone for committing to it. So fellow educators, all the best.
So part of our presentation when we were talking about this School Building the Nation program of Security Bank Foundation is we provide free training program for teachers and school principals of beneficiary schools. And that is the reason why you are here.
So together with our partners, I really welcome you to this program. We hope that this will make a big difference in your professional lives and aspirations for yourselves as professionals, and also for the colleagues that you have in your stations, and most especially for the children.
So what kinds of pinch points do school leaders encounter? What are you thinking about? What problems do you encounter? And what solutions can we discover? And that kind of thinking is what really is important. Because when you start embarking on your transformational action plans, this is really going to be the heart and soul of it. How can we help each child in your school? What transformational plans can I do for my respective school?
I think we lost that practice
This training helps us school administrators looking into the different kinds of problems in our own station.
I feel the air and take the long way home. This place is all I've ever known.
It has a unique approach. Particularly, we collaborate with other principals in solving the most of the problems that we are facing, and we are also given the opportunity to express ourselves freely, and we come up with better solutions for the problems in our respective schools.
In terms of empowering the school heads, this is not the type of box type training which is offered by the Department of Education. So I learned a lot from this training to enhance my capability to lead the school where I belong.
Leadership is a kind of love. So when we lead with the heart, we lead to care for others.
The highlight of the grounded leaders is that you feel like you are not above the rest. You feel like you are among, and you engage yourself in feeling every part of your leadership potential.
This training gives us the opportunity to collaborate actually with our fellow school heads, and by collaborating with them, we learn from them, not only from our resource speakers.
Grounded leadership, it means self-awareness. Self-awareness must begin with you, our teachers in our station. So I think that is the highlight of the grounded leadership.
From the past training namin, year 1, it's more of a technical side, but this training is different because it entails application of theories that we will be needing in managing our schools.
We can also practice our skills acquired from this training to our context in terms of leadership approach, leadership styles, and most of all, how to internalize the learning from this training.
After this training, I have now the concept that having this leadership wherein I can share it to the 28 elementary and secondary school of San Pedro.
It connotes camaraderie. It's rooted from within your heart. It touches the heart, and it begins with the heart.
Today marks the culminating activity of your 4-month journey under the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership, or CESL. This is the first component of Security Bank Foundation's Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building Program for School Principals.
I'm truly very happy to see all of you joining us today, making the long journey to come and be with us at the graduation ceremony, and to give support to your friends and to the next generation of CESL graduates.
But I just want to remind our principals that your training program is not yet finished. As a matter of fact, it is just starting.
So 4 months ago, I saw a lot of excitement from all of you, and I believe that you are still sustaining that excitement in the 3 years to come, because Security Bank Foundation will always think of new ways, better ways of how we can further implement and make this training exciting for all of you.
Welcome to the Transformational Action Plan's presentation of the 30 committed and passionate school principals participating in the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership course.
We welcome you to this place of learning where I hope you are learning significant and meaningful theoretical and practice-based knowledge that can enable you to make a difference in your respective stations.
Hi, thank you Security Bank Foundation Incorporated, and of course we are indeed grateful for the opportunity you've given to us. Indeed, it is truly transformative. Thank you.
Thank you Security Bank for choosing me as one of the participants of this endeavor. My talk is very important because it will help the learners to read with comprehension. Thank you very much.
Remember, Dr. Jose Rizal mentioned that he who does not know how to look at the past will never reach his destination. What we are doing here is actually something similar to what our national hero said. We're reflecting, we're looking back at our children.
So all I can do really is challenge each one of you to give more attention even than you have already to how can we establish that this transformational action plan at the end of the 3 years has achieved the aims we set out.
As a new school head, this training taught me how to be resilient and be ready for more challenges that I will face in my school, in my community. Thank you, Security Bank.
The experience with the Security Bank Foundation is quite remarkable, especially the learning that I have gained from the University of Nottingham, the Head Foundation of Singapore, and the Ateneo University is very inspiring. Thank you very much, Security Bank Foundation.
This is our aspiration, to be able to create a ripple effect in which we will really address those two things that Omar wrote, highlighting almost 100 years ago. We want to have education for all. We don't have resources. So let's be creative and be innovative in trying to address that challenge.
Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this 3-year training program for school principals, inclusive of an international certificate, also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you, you answer the call. And for us in the Jesuit School Network, uplifting the state of education of our country is not just an advocacy, it's our mission. And so with that common mission, we welcome you all to the Sacred Heart School Ateneo de Cebu community.
You're not just an educator for life, but as a school principal, you wear many hats. Helping your teachers, helping your students, helping your community. It's like you're everywhere actually. So it's not an easy job, and kudos to everyone for committing to it. So fellow educators, all the best.
So part of our presentation when we were talking about this School Building the Nation program of Security Bank Foundation is we provide free training program for teachers and school principals of beneficiary schools. And that is the reason why you are here.
So together with our partners, partners, I really welcome you to this program. We hope that this will make a big difference in your professional lives and aspirations for yourselves as professionals, and also for the colleagues that you have in your stations, and most especially for the children.
So what kinds of pinch points do school leaders encounter? What are you thinking about? What problems do you encounter? And what solutions can we discover? And that kind of thinking is what really is important. Because when you start embarking on your transformational action plans, this is really going to be the heart and soul of it. How can we help each child in your school? What transformational plans can I do for my respective school?
I think we lost that practice of asking twice every time.
This training helps us school administrators looking into the different kinds of problems in our own station.
I feel the air and take the long way home. This place is all I've ever known.
It has a unique approach. Particularly, we collaborate with other principals in solving most of the problems that we are facing, and we are also given the opportunity to express ourselves freely, and we come up with better solutions for the problems in our respective schools.
In terms of empowering the school heads, this is not the type of box-type training which is offered by the Department of Education. So I learned a lot from this training to enhance my capability to lead the school where I belong.
Leadership is a kind of love. So when we lead with the heart, we lead to care for others.
The highlight of the grounded leaders is that you feel like you are not above the rest. You feel like you are among, and you engage yourself in feeling every part of your leadership potential.
This training gives us the opportunity to collaborate actually with our fellow school heads, and by collaborating with them, we learn from them, not only from our resource speakers.
Grounded leadership, it means self-awareness. Self-awareness must begin with you, our teachers in our station. So I think that is the highlight of the grounded leadership.
From the past training namin, year 1, it's more of a technical side, but this training is different because it entails application of theories that we will be needing in managing our schools.
We can also practice our skills acquired from this training to our context in terms of leadership approach, leadership styles, and most of all, how to internalize the learning from this training.
After this training, I have now the concept that having this leadership wherein I can share it to the 28 elementary and secondary school of San Pedro.
It connotes camaraderie. It's rooted from within your heart. It touches the heart, and it begins with the heart.
Today marks the culminating activity of your 4-month journey under the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership, or CESL. This is the first component of Security Bank Foundation's Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building Program for School Principals.
I'm truly very happy to see all of you joining us today, making the long journey to come and be with us at the graduation ceremony and to give support to your friends and to the next generation of CESL graduates.
But I just want to remind our principals that your training program is not yet finished. As a matter of fact, it is just starting.
So 4 months ago, I saw a lot of excitement from all of you, and I believe that you are still sustaining that excitement in the 3 years to come, because Security Bank Foundation will always think of new ways, better ways of how we can further implement and make this training exciting for all of you.
Welcome to the Transformational Action Plan's presentation of the 30 committed and passionate school principals participating in the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership course.
We welcome you to this place of learning where I hope you are learning significant and meaningful theoretical and practice-based knowledge that can enable you to make a difference in your respective stations.
Hi, thank you Security Bank Foundation Incorporated, and of course we are indeed grateful for the opportunity you've given to us. Indeed, it is truly transformative. Thank you.
Thank you Security Bank for choosing me as one of the participants of this endeavor. My talk is very important because it will help the learners to read with comprehension. Thank you very much.
Remember, Dr. Jose Rizal mentioned that he who does not know how to look at the past will never reach his destination. What we are doing here is actually something similar to what our national hero said. We're reflecting, we're looking back at our journey.
So all I can do really is challenge each one of you to give more attention even than you have already to how can we establish that this transformational action plan at the end of the 3 years has achieved the aims we set out.
As a new school head, this training taught me how to be resilient and be ready for more challenges that I will face in my school, in my community. Thank you, Security Bank.
The experience with the Security Bank Foundation is quite remarkable, especially the learning that I have gained from the University of Nottingham, the Head Foundation of Singapore, and the Ateneo University is very inspiring. Thank you very much, Security Bank Foundation.
This is our aspiration, to be able to create a ripple effect in which we will really address those two things that Homer Rowe highlighted almost 100 years ago. We want to have education for all. We don't have resources. So let's be creative and be innovative in trying to address that challenge.
Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this 3-year training program for school principals, inclusive of an international certificate, also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you, you answer the call. And for us in the Jesuit School Network, uplifting the state of education of our country is not just an advocacy, it's our mission. And so with that common mission, we welcome you all to the Sacred Heart School Ateneo de Cebu community.
You're not just an educator for life, but as a school principal, you wear many hats. Helping your teachers, helping your students, helping your community. It's like you're everywhere actually. So it's not an easy job, and kudos to everyone for committing to it. So fellow educators, all the best.
So part of our presentation when we were talking about this school building donation program of Security Bank Foundation is we provide free training program for teachers and school principals of beneficiary schools. And that is the reason why you are here.
So together with our partners, I really welcome you to this program. We hope that this will make a big difference in your professional lives and aspirations for yourselves as professionals, and also for the colleagues that you have in your stations, and most especially for the children.
What kinds of pinch points do school leaders encounter? What are you thinking about? What problems do you encounter? And what solutions can we discover? And that kind of thinking is what really is important. Because when you start embarking on your transformational action plans, this is really going to be the heart and soul of it. How can we help each child in your school? What transformational plans can I do for my respective school?
I think we lost that practice of asking why every time.
This training helps us school administrators looking into the different kinds of problems in our own station.
I feel the air and take the long way home. This place is all I've ever known.
It has a unique approach. Particularly, we collaborate with other principals in solving the most of the problems that we are facing, and we are also given the opportunity to express ourselves freely, and we come up with better solutions for the problems in our respective schools.
In terms of empowering the school heads, this is not the type of box-type training which is offered by the Department of Education. So I learned a lot from this training to enhance my capability to lead the school where I belong. Leadership is a kind of love. So when we lead with the heart, we lead to care for others.
The highlight of the grounded leaders is that you feel like you are not above the rest. You feel like you are among, and you engage yourself in feeling every part of your leadership potential.
This training gives us the opportunity to collaborate actually with our fellow school heads, and by collaborating with them, we learn from them, not only from our resource speakers.
Grounded leadership, it means self-awareness. Self-awareness must begin with you, our teachers in our station. So I think that is the highlight of the grounded leadership.
From the past training namin, year 1, it's more of a technical side, but this training is different because it entails application of theories that we will be needing in managing our schools.
We can also practice our skills acquired from this training to our context in terms of leadership approach, leadership styles, and most of all, how to internalize the learning from this training.
After this training, I have now the concept that having this leadership wherein I can share it to the 28 elementary and secondary school of San Pedro.
It connotes camaraderie. It's rooted from within your heart. It touches the heart and it begins with the heart.
Today marks the culminating activity of your 4-month journey under the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership, or CESL. This is the first component of Security Bank Foundation's Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building Program for School Principals.
I'm truly very happy to see all of you joining us today, making the long journey to come and be with us at the graduation ceremony and to give support to your friends and to the next generation of CESL graduates.
But I just want to remind our principals that your training program is not yet finished. As a matter of fact, it is just starting.
So 4 months ago, I saw a lot of excitement from all of you, and I believe that you are still sustaining that excitement in the 3 years to come, because Security Bank Foundation will always think of new ways, better ways of how we can further implement and make this training exciting for all of you.
Welcome to the Transformational Action Plan's presentation of the 30 committed and passionate school principals participating in the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership course.
We welcome you to this place of learning where I hope you are learning significant and meaningful theoretical and practice-based knowledge that can enable you to make a difference in your respective stations.
Hi, thank you Security Bank Foundation Incorporated, and of course we are indeed grateful for the opportunity you've given to us. Indeed, it is truly transformative. Thank you.
Thank you Security Bank for choosing me as one of the participants of this endeavor. My talk is very important because it will help the learners to read with comprehension. Thank you very much.
Remember, Dr. Jose Rizal mentioned that he who does not know how to look at the past will never reach his destination. What we are doing here is actually something similar to what our national hero said. We're reflecting, we're looking back at our journey.
So all I can do really is challenge each one of you to give more attention even than you have already to how can we establish this transformational action plan at the end of the 3 years, has achieved the aims we set out.
As a new school head, this training taught me how to be resilient and be ready for more challenges that I will face in my school, in my community. Thank you, Security Bank.
The experience with the Security Bank Foundation is quite remarkable, especially the learning that I have gained from the University of Nottingham, the Head Foundation of Singapore, and the Ateneo University is very inspiring. Thank you very much, Security Bank Foundation.
This is our aspiration, to be able to create a ripple effect in which we will really address those two things that Omar wrote, highlighting almost 100 years ago. We want to have education for all. We don't have resources. So let's be creative and be innovative in trying to address that challenge.
Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this 3-year training program for school principals, inclusive of an international certificate, also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you, you answer the call. And for us in the Jesuit School Network, uplifting the state of education of our country is not just an advocacy, it's our mission. And so with that common mission, we welcome you all to the Sacred Heart School Ateneo de Cebu community.
You're not just an educator for life, but as a school principal, you wear many hats. Helping your teachers, helping your students, helping your community. It's like you're everywhere actually. So it's not an easy job, and kudos to everyone for committing to it. So fellow educators, all the best.
So part of our presentation when we were talking about this school building donation program of Security Bank Foundation is we provide free training program for teachers and school principals of beneficiary schools, and that is the reason why you are here.
So together with our partners, I really welcome you to this program. We hope that this will make a big difference in your professional lives and aspirations for yourselves as professionals, and also for the colleagues that you have in your stations, and most especially for the children.
What kinds of pinch points do school leaders encounter? What are you thinking about? What problems do you encounter? And what solutions can we discover? And that kind of thinking is what really is important, because when you start embarking on your transformational action plans, this is really going to be the heart and soul of it. How can we help each child in your school? What transformational plans can I do for my respective school?
I think we lost that practice of asking why every time.
This training helps us school administrators to looking into the different kinds of problems in our own station.
I feel the air and take the long way home. This place is all I've ever known.
It has a unique approach. Particularly, we collaborate with other principals in solving the most of the problems that we are facing, and we are also given the opportunity to express ourselves freely, and we come up with better solutions for the problems in our respective schools.
In terms of empowering the school heads, this is not the type of box type training which is offered by the Department of Education. So I learned a lot from this training to enhance.
A pleasant day to each and everyone. Welcome to the 2024 CESL Showcase Conference. To start our conference for this day, may I call on Mr. Carlo Mark Valladores for the invocation and preliminaries.
May I invite everyone to stand for the opening prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We pause for a while and remember those, especially our brothers in Region 5 who have been undergoing an unexpected and challenging weather condition. And as we ask the Lord to bless us today, we pray an ancient prayer to ask God for wisdom as we say, "Help us, O Lord, to learn the truth your word imparts, to study that your laws may be inscribed upon our hearts. Help us, O Lord, to live the truth which we proclaim, that all our thoughts and words and deeds may glorify your name. Help us, O Lord, to seek the beauty of your ways, so that yearning souls may find the Christ and sing aloud his praise. We ask of you to fill us with your Spirit and to give us the necessary graces that we need. For Lord, we know these action plans are not for ourselves, but for the students who strive to have a better life. Grant us, O Lord, the necessary strength as well, not only to know these action plans, but to fully implement them. And lastly, Lord, grant us the humility so that we might be open to suggestions, to comments, and to critiques, so that we can further improve these action plans, so that in the end, in all things, you may be glorified. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and will be forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Sir Carlo. We will now take our seats. Okay, before we begin the showcase of the first team, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests, okay, and the transformative leaders, okay, of this program. First, let us begin with none other than the Director of the Ateneo Center for Educational Development, none other than Dr. Carmela Oracion. We have also today the Senior Manager Capacity Building of the Head Foundation, none other than Ms. Michelle Yong. Of course, the Program Director of CESL, the Associate Professor of University of Bristol of United Kingdom, none other than Dr. Vicente Reyes. We have also our guests from the DepEd. We have the Education Program Supervisor of the DepEd Region 7, none other than Dr. Rinaldo Anto. Of course, the Director of the National Educators Academy of the Philippines, none other than Dr. Jennifer Lopez. And also our friends from the University of Bristol, United Kingdom, the Honorary Senior Research Associate, we have Dr. Victoria Bowen. And to all our dear CESL scholars, 2024, a pleasant day again. Now let us now proceed with the delivery of his welcome message, none other than the trustee and the corporate secretary of the Security Bank Foundation, none other than Ms. Melissa Aquino. Let us give her a big round.
Good morning, everyone. To our partners from Ateneo, from the Head Foundation, from the University of Bristol, from the DepEd, and to all our school principals who joined this morning's program, to other guests, and our SBFI and Ateneo support teams, a very pleasant good morning to all of you. Partnerships have always been an integral component of our approach in advancing Security Bank Foundation's advocacy of uplifting the quality of education in the Philippines. Through our flagship Build a School, Build a Nation program, launched in 2011, we work closely with the Department of Education and the various local government units in addressing our nationwide classroom shortage through the donation of school buildings to public schools. Believing that infrastructure alone would not be enough to improve academic performance of our students, we continue to work with the Department of Education and the academe through Ateneo de Manila University and De La Salle, Philippines, to develop and conduct programs for our teachers and school principals to teach them and lead better so our students can perform better. In 2023, we launched our Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building, a 3-year training program to develop our school principals and teachers as mentors and transformational leaders for problem solving and innovation. Our experience with partnerships and the Philippine education sector also taught us two very important things. One is to always work closely with our education frontliners, our teachers, and you, our principals, in understanding the problems and true needs of the education sector so we can better identify opportunities and programs to make lasting impact. Two is to always work with like-minded institutions who also see education as key in long-term sustainable development to scale up programs and expand our reach. What we are doing right now is an example of the best use of partnerships. Through this Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership, or CECIL, a component of Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building program, we see local and international institutions work together to pool resources and develop a robust program to enable our school principals to immediately achieve quick wins in their respective schools through the development and implementation of transformational action plans, which they will present in today's session. We also see our school principals becoming stakeholder managers and partnership builders, engaging their teaching and non-teaching staff, as well as the students, the parents, the general community, to improve the overall school learning environment and student outcomes. Today, we are very excited to listen to how our 24 school principals for this 2024 batch of CECIL showcase partnerships and transformation in action. And as an important foundation in partnerships, we look forward to the various perspectives of our panelists for today's CECIL Showcase Conference in enriching the work that our school principals have started. Let us make this day a productive and exciting day for the future of the Philippine education sector. Together, let us build a better Philippines through better education founded on partnerships. Again, a pleasant morning to all of you.
Good morning, everyone. So as we continue, let us have the video message from the Director of Operation, Health Foundation, Vignesh Naidu.
Good morning. My name is Vignesh, and I'm here sharing with you this welcome message on behalf of the HEAD Foundation, a modest philanthropic foundation based in Singapore focused on contributing to the improvements in education and healthcare across developing Southeast Asia. Today, we embark on the second face-to-face session of the Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership, CECIL 2024. I warmly welcome all of you, particularly our participants from across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, as well as our partners from Ateneo Center for Educational Development, the Security Bank Foundation Incorporated, the University of Bristol, and the Philippines Department of Education. A special thank you to our host, Ateneo de Cebu. Reflecting on the HEAD Foundation's CECIL journey, it is remarkable how much we have achieved since the program's inception in the Philippines in 2019. Over the years, CECIL has proven to be a transformative force, not only for the school leaders who have gone through the program, but for the education community across the Philippines. One of the core values that the HEAD Foundation holds dear is the importance of working with and empowering local partners and communities to be drivers of change. We believe that the success of any program lies in the willingness of the local community to ensure its sustainability. While we have brought international best practices and research-based approaches, it is our local partners, ACE, SPFI, and DepEd, who truly bring the program to life in the Philippines. Our role is to catalyze this development, but the baton will be handed over to sustain and grow this program, ensuring that CECIL's impact continues to ripple out to every corner of this beautiful country. By empowering our local stakeholders, we are laying the groundwork for a future where the transformation of the education in the Philippines is from and within the Philippines. At the heart of CECIL is the Transformational Action Plans, TAPS. It is designed to enable you as participants to confront and address real challenges within your own schools. Yet, the TAP is not just a solution. It is an invitation to innovate. In 2023, we asked our CECIL alumni to share the impact of their TAPs, and we were really heartened to hear them share that it has led to significant improvements, not just in school leadership, but in teaching practice and student learning outcomes. TAPs are more than just projects. Their TAPs have ignited real change in schools and fostered a culture of continuous improvement and innovation. This CECIL program encourages you to think beyond existing frameworks, to pioneer solutions that are innovative, context-specific, and forward-looking. Yes, your work must address immediate issues, but it should also push the boundaries of what is possible in your context. Your creative solution and out-of-the-box thinking are what will set you apart as change makers. As you continue this journey, your TAPs will hold the potential to create a lasting impact grounded in the unique context of your schools. I'd also like to take this moment to acknowledge our CECIL alumni, who are not just passive bystanders, but active critical friends through this journey. These alumni are a valuable resource for you. Learn from their experience, their successes and challenges. Their journey through their TAP holds a rich lesson that can guide you, and their willingness to mentor and support you is a testament to the enduring spirit of CECIL. You, the cohort of 2024, are now part of this growing network and have the potential to catalyze change in your own communities. This network is one of CECIL's most powerful legacies. As we embark on this next stage of the program, I want to remind you of the incredible opportunity you have before you. You are not just participants in a leadership program. You are leaders of change. Finally, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all our partners who have made CECIL a reality. The Ateneo Center for Educational Development, the Security Bank Foundation Incorporated, the University of Bristol, the Department of Education in the Philippines, and our host institution, Ateneo de Cebu. Your support and collaboration have made CECIL the powerful force of change that it is today. And to you, the cohort of 2024, I encourage you to give your best, stay committed, and remain inspired. The future of Philippine education is in your hands, and with your transformational action plans, you are already shaping that future. Thank you, and I wish all of you the best as you continue on this transformative journey. Salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Vignesh. As we continue, the first Team 1 keynote is inclined in research. Inclined in research and consultancy revolves around governance and reforms focusing on interface of technology, big data, as well as political sociology of education in various contexts. He has experience in educational settings spanning Australia, Singapore, the Philippines, Indonesia, Spain, Italy, the United Kingdom, and the US. He used to be a teaching school and school principal for an elementary and high school in Western Visayas region of the Philippines. He has taught humanities in high school, the Philippines and Singapore, and in elementary school levels in Philippines and Spain. Trained as a political scientist, his current research interests are in sociology of education viewed from comparative context. He also pursues inquiries into the application of information communication technology in education, educational leadership, research methodologies, as well as investigating the phenomenon of corruption alongside governance in educational reform. Let us all welcome our keynote speaker, Associate Professor of University of Bristol, United Kingdom, Program Director of CSL, Dr. Vicente Reyes.
Thank you, Ma'am Beverly. Welcome, everyone, to our distinguished guests from DepEd, our partners from SBFI, and, of course, our principals, my colleague from the University of Bristol, and all our friends who are watching us from different parts of the world. Right? The first theme will highlight transformational action plans from our colleagues, from our school principals. My role as keynote speaker is to basically just reflect on the phenomenon of technology, right? So for this short presentation, I'm going to talk about technology leadership, and I will try to analyze it from a Philippine context. What I'm going to be using is the Principals Technology Leadership Assessment Tool, or the PTLA, right? So this slide essentially tells you what the PTLA is all about. It was created from the United States of America, particularly in Ohio, and it has been used as a tool to try to measure the competencies, the skills, dispositions of school leaders in how they use technology in their school settings. The PTLA contains 6 constructs. They are leadership and vision, learning and teaching, productivity and professional practice, support, management and operations, assessment and evaluation, and social, legal, and ethical issues. So these are the 6 dimensions that school leaders need to be aware of, need to be familiar with, and need to be able to navigate as they try to incorporate technology in what they do in schools. Now, why is there a need to plot how principals perceive the ways in which they enact PTLA in their leadership contexts, right? So this slide will inform us that when we take a look at technology leadership, it's essentially one of the types of leadership that is not yet fully developed. It's an emerging phenomenon. Technology is also something that changes all the time, but when we take a look at how individuals, particularly school leaders, make sense of it, it's still an emerging phenomenon. Therefore, there's really is a need for us to try to investigate how school leaders understand or use technology leadership. Right? So what I'm going to be presenting to you is essentially a snapshot of an ongoing research that I'm undertaking here in the Philippines, right? And I think it's relevant because the first 8 transformational action plans that we will be listening today talk about how they integrate different types of technology in their school as an agent for change, right? So in this ongoing research project that I'm undertaking, I am driven by 2 research questions. First, is the PTLA survey instrument valid and reliable in a Philippine context? I think that's something that we have to remember. One of the things that we've been talking about during CESL is the question of technology transfer versus technology translation. Right? So some of the innovative ideas that may work in my context in the United Kingdom, in the context of Singapore, and in the context of Australia, when we listen to them, we say, okay, that is really impressive, but will they be applicable in a Philippine context? That's a big question mark, right? The second research question I'd like to find out is, well, how do Philippine school leaders perceive technology leadership? Right, so I'll touch upon these things in this short keynote that I have for today. Again, the purpose is to catalyze our reflection, how we act and how we engage with technology. So in order to answer the first question, I had to undertake exploratory factor analysis. Some of you may be familiar with it, maybe all of you are familiar with it. It's a statistical approach in order to undertake what is called data reduction. So there's so much data available, and what you want to do is to collapse them into cogent, coherent constructs. So the PTLA is made up of so many variables, but the people who designed it, they said that the PTLA can be collapsed into 6 constructs. The question I have is, are those 6 constructs that were designed, created, conceived of in another context, will they be applicable in a Philippine context, right? So I used EFA to undertake this inquiry. Right, so how do I obtain the data? What is my data source? Well, my data source are actually schools, school leaders in the Philippines, right? So we are doing, this is already CESL 5. When we did CESL 3.0, or maybe CESL 2, I think it was CESL 2, because CESL 3 was during the pandemic, we invited friends from different divisions of the Philippines to participate in this survey that I'm undertaking. So there were about 890 respondents, but as you can see, my total uppercase N population was 659 because more than 100 of the responses were not usable because the respondents did not finish the survey. So this is very frustrating. I think all of you know that, right? So this is just a snapshot that a descriptive statistics table of some of the respondents who participated in that survey. So I have data that comes from the Philippines, right? So I initially used the responses of these principals from different divisions, And as I said, I undertook exploratory factor analysis from the 35 items, and I was able to extract these very promising statistical indices, telling me that, all right, it seems that the factors that were used in the United States of America may be applicable to a Philippine context, right? So when I show this table, what I am demonstrating to you now are the 6 constructs that emerged from the Philippine-based survey. Those are the Cronbach alphas. That basically is an indicator of how coherent the items are for each construct. And with this, I'm able to answer my first research question. Is the PTLA survey instrument valid and reliable in a Philippine context? I could argue that yes, it is. The results of the EFA confirm the validity and reliability of the PTLA survey instrument in a Philippine context. So I can proceed now to take a look at the data that I was able to generate and make further inquiries, further questions, further investigations in a Philippine context. So that's research question 1. So I just showed you the table of the constructs and their Cronbach alpha. So I'm here extracting one of the constructs, leadership vision. So leadership and vision is made up of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. And in the survey questionnaire that was completed by the respondents, we are seeing here that the Cronbach alpha is 0.935. So that essentially means that when we take a look at each of these questions, statistically what it's telling us is they cohere. They actually are, they represent a particular construct, and we identify or we name that construct as leadership and vision, right? So each of the other constructs, teaching and learning, productivity and professional practice, support management and operations, assessment and evaluation, and social, legal, and ethical issues, each of them have their corresponding items. I'm just showing you one. I'm showing you another one, support management and operations. For this particular construct, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items as well. So all these questions, when the respondents answered them, when we looked at the entire volume of data that we have, we can safely say that these items cohere. They seem to be coalescing towards a particular construct, and that construct is support, management, and operations, right? Now, what is research question 2? How do Philippine school leaders perceive technology leadership? So here, I'm just going to present some of the findings, not all. So we have a very brief keynote for today. So of the 6 dimensions that were measured in that survey, leadership and vision and support management and operations, those were the 2 slides that I showed you earlier. They are the ones that received the lowest mean scores amongst the respondents, right? So that for me is something worth thinking about. Why is it the case that these 2 constructs were the ones that scored the lowest when we take a look at how principals respond to technology leadership, okay? I just wanted to share that with you. So productivity and professional practice, these are professional development activities, trainings, and seminars. Understandably, they're high. But why is it that support, management, and operations, and leadership and vision, why is it that they score the lowest? Why do principals say that in terms of what they do, what they believe in, and what they practice, these are the 2 constructs that score the lowest? Second research question. I'm answering further, I'm giving further answers to the research question, right? Now, I'm showing you this one-way analysis of variance table. And here I looked at leadership and vision, but I controlled it for another variable in my survey, which is called span of control. So in that survey, I asked the respondents, the principals, how many people do you manage? Below 14, between 15 and 22, between 23 and 30, or above 30 subordinates, above 30 members of staff, right? And so the ANOVA revealed to us something really fascinating, right? Principals who manage above 40, so it should be above 30 subordinates, have higher mean scores compared to those who manage below 14 subordinates within the dimension of leadership and vision. So we see here another disparity. The data seems to tell us that principals who manage larger organizations are able to register higher scores in leadership and vision compared to colleagues who manage smaller institutions, smaller schools, right? So just a glimpse of some of the information that I have derived from my ongoing research, right? And I'll be sharing more of this to you in the next few days, but in the next few months when we communicate. But that's it. So this short keynote is basically just to catalyze our thinking about how do school leaders like all of you, how do you engage with technology? Thank you. And of course, I'm reminded, we now go to the main event of today's activity, the Transformational Action Plans, right? So let me call on the esteemed Sir Geoffrey to start the ball rolling. All the best, Sir Geoffrey.
Good morning to our distinguished panel of experts, educational experts at that, the molders of the school leaders, and my equal greetings to my participants. Naimbag nga bigat kada kayo amin. I am here standing in front of you and introducing to you the Transformational Action Plan of Balatong Integrated School. The title, Empowered Reading, Enhancing Literacy Skills and Igniting Environmental Awareness of Learners of Balatong Integrated School. This is where our school is situated. It is actually located at the heart of Lawag City. We are in the southern part of the Sunshine City of Lawag, where you can find near our school the famous tourist spots and big hotels such as the Fort Ilocanja Resort, the Malacanang of the North, the Hotel del Norte, and some of the scenic views such as the Paway Sand Dunes and the South China Sea. And not to forget, we are also closer to the sanitary landfill. So it is in our school where the glory and the beauty of Lawag City is situated. Our school is catering learners from kindergarten up to grade 12. The top population is 1,067. The teaching staff is 50, and there are 5 non-teaching employees. And it was founded in 1959 and became integrated school in 2010. Now, just to show you our school profile. This is the data that you are seeing are actually the results of our end-line assessment in reading. We have here the FLAT, or the Functional Literacy Assessment Tool, the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, and the Language Enhancement Through Reading Assessment. These 3 different learning assessments were given to our learners at the end of the school year, and the result of which is from the elementary grades 1 to 3, out from the 166 pupils, 76 or 46% of them were identified as struggling readers whose reading abilities are under below letter level and letter level respectively. From grades level 4, 5, and 6, out from the 201 pupils we assessed, 65 or 32% of them were identified as struggling readers whose reading abilities were under frustration level and instructional level respectively. And among our secondary students from grades 7 to 12, when we assessed them through the letra, out from the 717 students, 116 or 16% of them were identified as struggling readers whose reading abilities were under below word, and sentence level, respectively. Now, despite the implementation of the various literacy programs among our learners at Balato Integrated School, our schools still continue to struggle with reading comprehension, fluency, and a lack of enthusiasm for reading. Further, their consciousness towards environment is not deepened. Hence, they need to undergo textual reading that is integral and meaningful for them to relate their learning, particularly on environment, care, and conservation. This next slide presents to you the baseline of our assessment result. Out from the different assessments we conducted during the end of the school year, we consolidated this and we again conducted reading assessment in our school. We conducted the oral verification, wherein the result revealed that there are 46 who are within high priority. And this high priority, we choose them to undergo the school reading program under our My Transformational Action Plan. So our clienteles will be the following: 18 from grade 3, 7 from grade 4, 6 from grade 5, 5 from grade 6, 4 from grade 7, 5 from grade 8, and then 2 from grade 9. Thus, this Transformational Action Plan at Balato Integrated School strategically crafted to drive significant improvements in students' reading comprehension and fluency. And this initiative aims to enhance literacy skills through the following key objectives. First, enhancing reading skills through technology integration. Second, fostering a culture of reading through parental and teacher collaboration. And third, cultivating environmental awareness through meaningful reading. The chosen solution: interactive reading using technology and digital resources with parental involvement, environmental conservation integration. Now, the innovative features will be the following: integrating technology to enhance reading practice and engagement in the digital era, access to online resources, educational videos and materials on environmental issues, parental involvement in reading development, workshops and seminars to educate parents on supporting their children's reading skills at home, fostering a collaborative relationship between teachers and families, and community partnership that expands support networks and enhancing students' literacy growth. And this will be the timeline of the implementation. It started on September, it will end on April. And this will be the resources needed for the project, and our partners or stakeholders to engage with the Transformational Action Plan are the following. Of course, I will be the proponent, or I am the proponent. My fellow teachers as the reading implementers, and our parents as assistant of teachers for the reading enhancement. And the evidence of transformation is read as such. Out from these 47 students and learners who are under struggling readers, the aspiration would be for them to become 100% independent readers. And for the actual result, after 3 months of the implementation, 40 struggling readers can now read and blend letter MSA. 7 struggling readers can now recognize and pronounce the sound of letters MSA. As for the outcome, 36 instructional leaders show improvement in word recognition, slowly developing confidence to interact with their peers, relating events or activities in their homes, while 11 instructional readers can now recognize 5 commonly used words. And for the impact, for now, after 3 months, 9 struggling readers slowly developing meaning of what they read. For instance, text that is related to environment, where now learners can freely say the 3 R's, or the reduce, reuse, recycle, practicing waste segregation through the label marked in the trash bins. And for the lesson learned, I would like to highlight our weakness. We have the limited access to technology, the unequal access to technology for all students, potentially hindering their participation in digital learning resources. However, we have our vibrant collaboration with our community, our alumni, and our PTA are extending their help for this program. And we also leverage the technology once we become stable for the materials. We utilize online reading platforms, adaptive learning software, and interactive games to enhance engagement and personalized learning. And we promote reading for pleasure. We organize book clubs, author visits, and reading challenges to cultivate a love for reading beyond the classroom. For this process of improvements, the Transformational Action Plan is a progressive initiative that emphasizes continuous evaluation to drive positive outcomes and enhance student literacy levels in educational environment. By prioritizing ongoing progress, assessment, and reflection, the action plan will maintain its effectiveness and relevance in meeting the evolving needs of students and teachers. Through continuous evaluation, teachers at BIS can gain valuable insights into the impact of the action plan, identify areas for improvement, and make informed decisions to optimize student learning outcomes. And in closing, one time there was this student, grade 5, who came to the office and presented to me a seedling. Now, indirectly or knowingly or unknowingly, the use of it, because I do not have a garden, I do not have a space to plant in our home, then I inquired, what shall I do with this? And then he told me, I will help you plant, sir, in our house, in the school. So then I realized that the significance sometimes does not only bear with the teachers or the administrators in the school. What is more essential are really those that the support or the voluntariness of our students to extend support to the school. Thank you and good day.
Hello everyone. I am John Paul E. Cabigao, the school principal of Calvario Elementary School, from the jewelry capital of the Philippines and from the beautiful division of May Kawayan. I will report to you our Transformational Action Plan entitled Project Impact, or Innovative Multimedia Platform Advancing Creative Thinking Using a No-Code Application Scratch, with the tagline, Where Innovation Meets Success. Our school is located at 12 MacArthur Highway, Calvario, City of May, Kawayan, Bulacan. Our school is in a densely populated area and situated near the May Kawayan River, which is prone to frequent flooding. That is why we are one of the few schools who moved the opening of classes from July 29 to August 5, because our school was used as an evacuation area for 3 different weeks. This is the baseline data of our school and the baseline data for doing our TAP. We got the poor rating for learners with reading skills in the recent Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, or otherwise known as PhilErie. The result shows 9% of the learners needs reading interventions in Filipino and 21% in English. For the statement of the problem, the poor result of the recent Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, or PhilErie, shows a need to craft interventions on how to make significant change in our learners' reading performance, which can also use in the different learning modalities, just like in our school context, because we were frequently hit by the different calamities. Also, the enrollment rate significantly decreases for the past 3 years due to the poor study habits, lack of interest in the lesson, and poor parental guidance. As a result, the grade 3 learners got low proficiency level in the regional diagnostic rate, test rate for school year 2022-2023. So we've chosen a solution. So for the implementation of the project impact, we formulated a solution to mitigate or alleviate the poor result in the recent assessment. Through project impact, we can use a technology to be an agent of change. The grade 3 teachers will be given the freedom to craft their own application project, or application rather, based on the needs of their learners, and will be trained by yours truly together with our ICT coordinator, school technical working group, and their outputs will be evaluated by our master teachers before the learners can use it, and it is for the quality assurance. We started last September 23, and we are done with the task 1 to 7, and we are now in the task 8 to 11, since the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, or PhilErie, will be going to be administered this coming December 2024. So our TAP is still in a work in progress. Solution implementation plan. We ensured engagement of the different stakeholders, internal and external stakeholders, which is the application of our learning we had from Sir Vicente Reyes Jr.'s lectures. So we have there the internal stakeholders. We have master teachers, ICT coordinators, grade 3 teachers, technical working group, and we have the external stakeholders, which are the parents. And we have different roles for each of these stakeholders. For evidence of transformation, we have no qualitative evidence for this transformation yet, because, as I mentioned a while back, PhilErie will be given this December. But we have the quantitative evidence of transformation, like the grade 3 learners' significant change on learners' attendance. You can see there the significant change in the before and after attendance of the learners. Also, the teachers' output is 3 outputs to 1 teacher. So there is a resistance first, a different mindset, but they eventually see the positive impact on our TAP, and their minds have changed. And lastly, which is a very good result, is the participation rate grows to 100%. Before I proceed to the presentation of our video, I would like to share to you the lessons that I've learned. Other than the value of technology to be an agent of change, we value the importance of collaboration, where innovation thrives in collaborative environments. By working together, teachers and learners share their ideas, build upon each other's strengths, and achieve common goals for learners to become excellent readers through innovations like Project Impact that are tailored to the needs of the learners to become lifelong and 21st century learners. Before I proceed, I would like to give a shout out to my teachers and all the external stakeholders who participated in our TAP, especially my teachers in grade 3 who is still watching us in our live, and our TWG and all the parents who are still watching. And here is the video.
Welcome to Calvario Elementary School, committed in providing a high quality of education to every Filipino learner. Reading is not only about words, it is an essential key to understanding and learning every aspect of the world. Through reading, we empower ourselves to think critically, express ideas clearly, and transform people's lives. However, learning gaps and constraints affected students' reading performance and achievement. Based on schools' enrollment data, there is a decrease in enrollment rate due to the poor study habits, lack of interest in lesson, lack of parental or guardian support, and financial incapacity. Not only that, results from the 2023 Regional Diagnostic Test Assessment show the minimum proficiency level below the passing rate in all subject areas, most especially in the English of grade 3 learners. In addition, difficulties experienced by teachers in applying more advanced technology and strategies contribute to learners' poor reading performance. To address the existing learning gap, the school created a learning intervention to improve students' reading performance. Through Project Impact, our innovative multimedia platform advancing creative thinking using a local application from scratch, it aims to improve teachers' quality teaching and support students' learning and enhancement of reading performance. Project Impact, a visionary initiative at Calvario Elementary School, aims to empower grade 3 learners with poor reading ability through engaging world of multimedia. This project, built upon the user-friendly no-code platform Scratch, will transform the learning experience, making reading both accessible and enjoyable. It hopes to cascade this innovation to all grade levels in the school, if not in the entire division. The Project Impact follows a plan in implementing the reading intervention to grade 3 learners and teachers. On the other hand, the school collected learners, teachers, and parents' feedback and experiences throughout the implementation of the intervention.
One of the main problems that we encountered before using the project is that the learners lack comprehension, and some of them are expected to have a more engaging interaction.
Problems that I encountered before using the Project Impact are the learners did not know the sounds of the letters. Some learners were not able to read even a syllable, and some are very slow reader in English.
Sa pamamagitan po ng Project Impact, natulungan po ako nito matutong magbasa. Na hindi ko po ako paggamit nito dahil habang naglalaro po ako ay natututo din po ako. Sa paggamit po ng Project Impact ay mas maging masaya po ang aming pag-aaral sa pagbabasa.
It helps to encourage learners to become active as engaging and learning using the Project Impact, which is considered as a 21st century learning. Learners are actively participating in the lesson as a result from slow readers. Little by little, their reading skills have improved.
To encourage learners to become active participation in using the Project Impact, lesson the slow reader with the help of different reading materials. The Project Impact is a big help to the learners during this 21st century.
Furthermore, Project Impact aims to change teachers' perspectives in using technology in teaching reading and help learners overcome their difficulties in reading English. At RES, we believe that every child has the potential to succeed. Let's make that happen. Para sa bata, para sa bayan.
Thank you for listening and for watching our video. And I would like to thank Security Bank Foundation Incorporated for giving me the chance to showcase and to be part of this program, to be also an agent of change for our learners. Thank you.
A pleasant morning to one and all. I am Rona May E. Cruz, Head Teacher 3, and currently the officer in charge of the Ricardo Viola Adriano Elementary School. And let me share with you the school's Transformational Action Plan titled Project Read Write, Enhancing Punctuation Accuracy, Reading Fluency, Comprehension through CABSAT Learning Teams Focus and MS Teams Reading Progress and Coach. Joining us today are my colleagues and the entrepreneurs of this project, Ma'am Catherine S. Danor, Ma'am Sheila Ann Martinez, and Sir Floran Paul Pablo. Ricardo Viola Adriano Elementary School is located at Barangay Labne, Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. This is the first ever science city in the Philippines because of the presence of at least 16 research and development institutions focusing on agriculture and technology. We have there the Philippine Science Center for Agriculture and Technology, or the PhilSCAT. We also have there the Philippine Carabao Center, or PCC, PhilRice, or the Philippine Rice Research Institute, and the prestigious Central Luzon State University, or CLSU. The school, or the Ricardo Viola Adriano School, offered kindergarten to grade 6 curriculum with a total population of 143 students. So this is the video of our school, with 8 teachers and 1 administrative officer, and categorized as one of the smallest elementary school in the SDO Science City of Muñoz. So that's my school. To give you the situation of the school in terms of reading, let me share with you the PhilErie reading assessment result, which revealed a total of 33 learners out of 66 learners in the Key Stage 2, or grades 4 to 6, or 50% of that population who are categorized as frustrated readers. 6 in grade 4, 13 in grade 5, and 14 in grade 6. Aside from that, observations from the teachers and parents showed learners experience challenges in reading fluency and comprehension. They tend to overlook the proper use of punctuation marks, and they read monotonously or lacking natural expression. And based from different studies, regarding reading in a robotic manner may hinder reading fluency. And aside from that, comprehension also may suffer because students may not be engaged with the text on an emotional or interpretative level. Thus, there is a need for the intervention to be implemented. So through the following solutions, we are positive and hopeful that our learners will experience significant improvement in their reading skills. So first, we have the acquisition of additional tablet through intensifying our resource mobilization efforts. So far, we have 11 functional laptops, but we'll need more 8 tablets for the asynchronous sessions. Aside from that, we also aim to establish CABSAT learning teams. CABSAT in Ilocano means sibling. And also reading focus, which concentrated on punctuation accuracy in reading, fluency, and comprehension. That's the session 1, session 2, and 3, which will be taught every Monday to Thursday during intervention time. Moreover, We also have utilization of MS Teams, reading progress, and reading coach for asynchronous session, which will be done every Saturday. Students will make use of their Microsoft account to access reading coach or reading progress via MS Teams. Moreover, these solutions exhibited the following innovative features. The project is technology-driven. It offers individualized reading strategies, and it established intensified resource mobilization. Just to give you the gist or the overview of the project, please watch this video.
I woke up early and brushed my teeth. Then I had a big breakfast.
Home and had lunch.
Lunch?
Busy. Today was a busy day. I woke up early and brushed my teeth. Then I had a busy day. Today was a busy day. Weather is made up of several different components. In order to understand weather, you must.
So that's the project. And for the implementation plan, slide please. Thank you. Okay, for the solution implementation plan, it is subdivided into 3 sessions. Session 1 for punctuation accuracy. Session 2 will be focused on reading fluency, and Session 3 for comprehension. So this project will run until March 2025. These are the stakeholders and the entrepreneurs of the project. We established partnerships with barangay officials, with the school's parents, teachers association, and we also have our reading and ICT coordinators who helped me in making this project possible. So we design and craft sessions, and then we also orient teachers and students in navigating the features of the MS Teams. So far, for the evidence of transformation, this is what we wish to obtain after the implementation of the project. But so far, we have 100% learners are undergone the project, and we established 5 stakeholders with with support from financial support to this project. For the next slide, we are happy to tell you the small wins of this project that we got to celebrate. So we have garnered financial support from different stakeholders, from our SPTA, city councilors, other stakeholders, and barangay officials. And the next video will show you the feedback from the parents, teachers, students, and other stakeholders. Please watch the video.
Iba ng reading intervention noon at project read write ngayon ay noon traditional yung pamamaraan na ginagamit ng mga guro. Magpiprint kami ng mga reading materials, ipapauwi sa bata, tapos babasahin nila sa bahay. Ngayon, sa project read write, mas moderno yung pamamaraan. Mas motivated yung mga bata, mas excited sila na magbasa.
Dati po, binibigyan po kami ng babasahin ng mga teachers. Ngayon po ay masaya po kami dahil pwede po namin gamitin ang laptop sa pagbabasa. Excited din po kami na iuwi ang laptop at doon sa bahay magbasa.
Yung pong mga nakakaraang taon, hindi po kami aware na meron po ba naman sa school po. Ngayon po, nung umattend po kami ng orientation sa school, mas naunawaan po namin yung project reading para sa mga bata po. Every Saturday, meron po silang gaganapin na online reading po. Paggamit po sila ng mga gadget, telephone, laptop, para po mas matutukan po sila sa
Kasing noon, sa pagkakaalam ko, walang gadget. So ngayon kasi may programa tayo na bumili ng gadget para mas makatulong or maiba dun sa dati. Mas makatulong dun sa mag-aaral natin para yung kanilang kasanayan sa pagbabasa ng English or mas lalong maintindihan kung ano yung binabasa. So siguro kailangan po yun po yung pagkakaiba. Kailangan po ng gadget para po matuto yung ating mag-aaral.
Okay, so that's the feedback from our stakeholders. Moreover, here are the recommendations noted during the implementation of the action plan. So here they are. And to wrap up this presentation, let me share you my lessons learned. So my first lesson learned is to create a shared vision and strategic alignment rather than controlling people. Also practicing shared leadership where everybody has a role in decision making, and stakeholders are the most important part of this innovation. With that, I am very blessed and grateful to be part of this program, and this opportunity gives me confidence to lead. This experience freed me from my mental model that once held me back from growing and to become the leader I wanted to be. Though I may be young, but my heart is full of passion and ready to take that leap of faith. Yes, to take that leap of faith in changing and transform the lives of the Filipino learners. With that, I am Rona May E. Cruz from SDO Science City of Muñoz. Mabuhay at magandang umaga po sa lahat.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mrs. Glo S. Celeste from Silay City. From Silay South Elementary School, the largest elementary school in the city of Silay, wherein it is known as the Paris of Negros. Paris of Negros because Silay City is known for its artists. It is known for its many cultural heritage, like the many houses and mansions of Silay. Our school is the largest elementary school with 2,605 learners and 86 teachers. I have here stated also, Silay has the longest hand washing facility all over Region 6. In the picture, you have seen the different arts, just like this, Balay Negrense, and the architectural works. In Silay, we have Silay City. The Silay South is located near or adjacent to the division office, having a pressing need of improving the quality of our learners with this status, given the basis of the CRLA, or the Comprehensive Rapid Literacy Assessment of end of school year result. It's the grade 1, 5 out of 374, or 1.37% learners are considered full refresher. In grade 2, we have 6 out of 415, or 1.45%. And in grade 3, we have 20 out of 413, or 4.84%, are considered full refresher. This gives us the highlight of giving intervention, the need for a more intensive intervention for improving the quality or the skills of our learners when it comes to literacy. Hence, the proponent was able to think of the three options. One is to have this project TBA. Another is construction or provision of interactive classroom. And next is engaging our stakeholders and providing resources for them to provide resources for our learners. And the proponent was able to choose the project TBA or the technology-based activities for our literacy or for the recipient of literacy remediation sessions. This is the project wherein we are asking or allowing the grades 1 and 2 teachers to be instruments in giving remedial sessions to our recipients. Every afternoon after dismissal, our grades 1 and 2 teachers are giving 30 minutes of their time to give this TBA session to our recipients. This we use that the technology-based is supported by RA 10533. This law mandates the use of technology in improving the quality of education of our learners, also providing the legal foundation of integrating technology into literacy program of our schools. As innovative features, we have here stated the different features, just like the use of multimedia, the use of animations, the use of videos and graphics, which all are appealing to the visuals, to the auditory, and to the kinesthetics, and the gamification, which are very necessary to transform the literacy task into competitive and more enjoyable activities. Instant feedback is also given for this kind of innovation. Giving you the process flows, we have the orientation. We were able to have the planning with our SPT. We have the sessions, or the TBA sessions, and monitoring to oversee what is going on, to make sure that the project is conducted, and the monitoring and feedbacking together with the new principal of the school. Here is the video that would tell you, just justify that the thing was implemented well and was able to give you this. The children are having fun. Immediate feedback is given.
Back ng back. Back anay back. Ipak. Can.
In here, teachers are only facilitators of learning. This is customizable, personalized, so that scalability, modification is easily done, yet sustainable. Okay, here's the implementation plan. We were able to have the pre-implementation from the orientation to the creation of digital literacy materials. We have the implementation stage and of course the post-implementation, which we do the monitoring and assessment, and we'll again do it on December after the result of the midline assessment test. And there, we have the different stakeholders, the very important persons that made success of the activities, as justified by the next slide. We have the 31 recipients who were able to have the intervention given by our teachers, and 6 out of 11, or 55%, from grades 1 to 2, 6 out of 20, or 30% from grade 3, which is 12 out of 31, or 39% of the 31 recipients were now grade ready, as according to the pre-assessment test given through CRLA. And we have the 25 out of 31, or 81%, loved reading and were able to be engaged. As the lessons learned, technology makes all things for our children enjoyable and engaging. The activity was fun because of technology. And when we capacitate or train our teachers on the use of tools, on the use of the different technology, they will be able to create strategies and materials to be given to our children for the benefit. And if there is unreliable or no access to internet or to the different technology-based activities or devices, if there are issues or disruption of devices, there is also disruption in the activities to be given to our children. And because of this, we have the ways forward that we need to increase access to technology and address our issues, technical issues, proactively. We are also planning to have a centralized online platform emulating what Sir Vicente have said. Having this online platform will enable us to have resources to be accessed by everybody, by all the teachers, learners, and even parents, for them to assess our children at home. And to develop a reward system to ensure continued initiatives so that we could also have additional resources from our stakeholders. And the very important is to track and showcase success stories of our children, so that we could also gain the interest of others to be involved in this remediation. Though our gain is so small, yet it is ongoing, and it must be sustained and will be given attention, be used forever as long as there are non-literates. And this ends my presentation, having me saying, as an instructional leader or technical assistance provider, I can convey, communicate, or transfer learning PET with CESL. I can now transform because I am empowered. I am empowered to transform, change, and make a difference. Thank you so much. And from Silay City, where life is sweet and the past is forever. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mary Ann Jason Kayawon of Antonio L. Jaime Elementary School, Head Teacher 3 from the Division of Bacolod City. Bacolod City is famous for its Mascara Festival and known for its being the City of Smiles. In relation to DepEd Every Child, a Reader's Program, or ECARP, Alges is proud to present our reading program titled Kids at BTS, Becoming Proficient Readers Through Various Teaching Strategies. A reading program to address reading gap among grade 4 learners who are beginning level based on the oral reading verification. Moving on to the next slide. Antonio L. Jaime Elementary School is one of the largest schools in the division of Bacolod City with 3,152 learners as of October 2024. Last August 2024, we able to conduct oral reading verification across all grade levels, and other reading assessments were conducted last September. Grade 4 has 32 learners under beginning level, which means learners who cannot read or can read by syllables but takes time. Prioritizing grade 4 learners a reading program is crucial because this stage marks a significant transition from learning to read to reading to learn. With this problem, we aim to enhance learners' reading level from beginning level to at least by the end of the second quarter 15 and 0 for the end of the third quarter school year 2024-2025. With this, we have our baseline or statistics, 32 beginning level in English, first quarter of the oral reading verification or ORV, and also can be related or correlated to the field-year results for the BOSI or beginning of school year, which is 78 out of 419 or 18.62% in English for grade 4 learners, so inclusive of the 32 learners who belong to the beginning level. Moving on to the solution, with a given problem, we come up with a solution entitled Kids at BTS. For our rationale, learners are under beginning level who need basic reading intervention. And for this, our innovative features, the use of digital devices like the tablet, laptops, LED, and smart TV. Use also videos from the ABC Plus resources like beginning reading and guided reading, and also the use of available videos from the DepEd tablet like Word Families. For the implementation plan, so we have the 3 phases. Let's start off with the implementation plan, or the pre-implementation rather. So we conducted focus group discussion for our reading teachers as our proponents, and also conducted parents orientation. For the implementation, that is already the reading activity itself. And for the post-implementation, so we will conduct quarterly reading assessment using the ORV, and also we are going to evaluate the results. So the rest of the data shown in the table are self-explanatory on how we implement our program and our respective school. Moving on for the evidence of transformation, the table simply shows the 32 learners under beginning level are same number being targeted for reading enhancement to increase their reading level. However, at this time, we are still in the first stage of the implementation proper. So next assessment will be conducted before the second grading examination, which will be this coming December 2024. What are evidence for now are the positive attitude of teachers and the positive response of our learners. Impact will be measured through the use of the ORV and the Phil-Erie standardized test. For our lessons learned, so please eyes on the screen as I presented the table. Now the table simply shows the salient points for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Moving on to the next slide. So we have here, we are able also to spell out some of the remarkable learnings that we have, like teachers, implementers embrace the program and learners are enjoying the activities with the integration of technology, as well as stakeholders' partnership still needs to be strengthened. Also, we spell out some of the improvements and recommendations needed along the implementation of the program, and these are capacitate and engage parents and conduct stakeholders conference. Let's have now a short video showing part and parcel of the reading program of Antonio L. Jaime Elementary School. That would be all for kids at BTS of Antonio L. Jaime Elementary School. Thank you.
Good morning to each and everyone. Maupay nga aga. My name is Bayani B. Adona, and I am going to present to you the Transformational Action Plan of Leyte National High School, the so-called School Digital Dashboard or SDD project. But before that, allow me to give you some idea about the location of Leyte National High School. Of course, it is in the Visayas region, particularly in the eastern Visayas and in the island of Leyte. The island of Leyte is the site of the first mass. It is in Limasawa Island in 1521. And of course, the site of the landing of General Douglas MacArthur in 1944. Of course, in Leyte, Tacloban City is situated. Tacloban City is actually the center of Region 8 of Eastern Visayas region. And in Tacloban City, it is where the Price Mansion is located. This is the headquarters of General Douglas MacArthur during the liberation period. And of course, the seat of the Philippine government in 1944 to 1945, as this is the official residence of President Rojas during that time. So, Leyte National High School is actually in the downtown area of the highly urbanized city of Tacloban City. It is located in an almost 8-hectare lot. So, Leyte National High School was founded in 1905, served as a garrison during World War II. And this time, it offers junior high school and senior high school with a total population, student population of 9,459, a very large school And it has 470 school personnel. It has 3,863 senior high school enrollment. We offer STEM, or the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics strand, the humanities, management, and social sciences, ABM, general academics, and TBL. For the junior high school, we have 5,686. And we have the following programs: the basic education curriculum of the K-12, of course, the Matatag curriculum in grade 7, the science, technology, and engineering, the special program in foreign language, both in Nihongo and Mandarin, special program in arts, a special program in sports, a special program in special needs education, both the graded and the non-graded. For the teaching personnel, we have 395 teachers and 46 non-teaching and teaching-related personnel and 29 job order employees. Due to the large school population and many program offerings, many reports and data are compiled physically. Retrieval takes time and difficult. So because of the large data, this leads us to the following issues and concerns. First, retrieval takes time and sometimes difficult, especially nowadays that even if we are far from our stations, we need to decide on something, we need to do something, and our data will be very important in our decision. And of course, delays in decision making and report submission, it needs additional personnel and high bond paper consumption also. And generally, it affects the school efficiency. But of course, in the Department of Education, we have so many data or reports. This particular project is limited to the following reports: accomplishment reports, the monthly accomplishment reports, the plan of activities, the supervisory report, the supervisory plan, and the monitoring reports. To address the issue, a digital data management system shall be established. This digital management system will feature the following: reports are prepared, submitted, and stored digitally. Templates and links are prepared. Data are stored using Padlet application. School digital dashboard is done through the pivot tables in Microsoft Excel. Of course, this decision is backed up by a research. According to the study of Malik, when she studied the impact of technology on organizational effectiveness and empirical study of leading organizations, she said, by embracing technology and harnessing its power, organizations can drive innovation, improve operational efficiency, and achieve long-term success. This digital management system will give us the following benefits: easy reports preparation, submission, and consolidation. Submission redundancy will be avoided. Accessible process data anywhere, anytime. Less use of bond paper. No additional manpower needed. And of course, these are for the data consolidation and storage, from the reports of the teachers, of course, it will be consolidated and stored in the department head or group heads level. And from the department head and group heads level, consolidated data and their monitoring results will be submitted to the assistant principal's level. This will be stored and consolidated also. And from the assistant principal's level, it will be submitted to the school level. This data will be processed, consolidated, and from this school level data, the data from of our school digital dashboard will be taken. For the implementation plan, we have the following activities. We have already conducted some of the 4 steps, and the remaining 3 will be conducted from October to April. The project will run from August to April 2025. The stakeholders of the project, of course, the ICT teachers using their technical support, the assistant principals for operation as the assistant project manager, the assistant principals in general as the database managers, including the department heads and ICT coordinators. The budget of this project is only 10,000 pesos because we do not need additional materials for this one. It's only for the snacks for the orientations and other meetings. And of course, for the evidence of transformation, we have now the digitized reports. We are at 80%. Digital databases, we are at 33%. And the ongoing activity for now is the digital dashboard. We hope and we wish that the following will be achieved through this project. Personnel embracing digital reports and data submission, and of course, the improved office performance commitment and review form rating. For now, we are at 98%, and we hope that this will become 100% come April during the OPCRF evaluation. And of course, this is what we dream for this project to give us informed decision making through the availability of processed data. And of course, we wish that this will give us reasons, or this will lead us to efficient school operations. So, in the implementation of the project, we learned that most of the school personnel are supportive of the idea of digitization. And we lack also some computer units and slow internet connectivity. Some stakeholders may be tapped, data privacy issues, and data security. So, for the ways forward, we would like, in the future, we would like to include all school reports in the project, and of course, to make this a full-scale web-based school data management system, and of course, for continuous improvement. Thank you very much, and again, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. In my humble capacity as the Assistant Principal of San Jose Central School, allow me to present to you Gusto as my tab. What is Gusto? Gusto stands for Games for Most Attendance in Sustaining Transformative Outlook. San Jose Central School is one of the biggest public elementary school in Tacloban City. Tacloban City, as mentioned by my colleague in Tacloban, Sir Bayani, it is situated in the Eastern Visayas part. And if you remember, it is the hardest hit in the Haiyan way back 2013, but at this point, we are already in its back. We were able to get the glory that it used to have before Typhoon Haiyan. Okay. My guidelines as to how to go about with Project Gusto. Our situation at San Jose Central School. Our population is 2,204, with mighty and strong teachers, 272, with the composition of Teacher 1, 5, Teacher 2, 26, Teacher 3, 34, 5 MT1, and 2 MT2. Our baseline data, it is the largest elementary school, although it is at the heart of the city, but it has no playground and other amenities where children can enjoy, precisely because of the typhoon brought by Haiyan, where the concentration was in Tacloban North, or because of the establishment of Tacloban North, where all the resources of the school was being poured in that area, so that more or less people from the highly stricken area near water would already be transferred to the Tacloban North, wherein it is more or less safer for them to stay. So though San Jose Central School is the biggest, again, I repeat, it has no playground and it has no apparatus where children can enjoy. So the statement of my problem is how to develop among the grades 1 to 3 learners the love for school, thus improving the attendance so with the academic and non-academic performance. In other words, I am trying to hold the children, love the school, develop that love for school, and consider the school as school is cool by having the amenities where it is very essential for the learners. My chosen solution is, again, Gusto, establishment of Gusto Room, and eventually put up a playground for the learners in grades 1 to grade 3, which may also serve as the learning area. How come Gusto is considered to be a transformative work in line with technology? My envision is after putting up all the manipulatives in the Gusto Room, eventually it will migrate to having games which would make use of technology. Rationale for choosing the solution. As per observation of last year's attendance, it was noted that there was a disparity of present attendance in the morning as well as in the afternoon. Innovative feature, establishment of a play and relaxation room, provision of a comfortable place to stay during the lunch break, integration of Bible verses and other character-building activities, refinement of oral communication to eradicate bad words from the vocabulary of the learners, and eventually integration of literacy and numeracy instruction to make use of the entire facility. Quantitative target. So I focused on year 1 for this year, starting last July up to December. So as of now, quarter 3 is done. Gusto Room is already established. It is already being used. And I am now on my way in realizing the playground. Solution implementation plan, the stakeholders involved as well as their specific role. So me as the assistant school principal would be the project manager or the grade 3 master teacher would be my assistant. Grades 2 and 1 master teachers would take charge in the outsourcing of materials. Grade 1 teachers develop manipulative for literacy. The grade 2 would focus on numeracy. The grade 3 will take an active part in the monthly assessment of the project implementation and think of ways to improve its process to have a better impact. Then I would also involve some of my active parents who would help us manage and run the implementation of the project. The identified learners, for them also to develop their leadership skills, who would help us in facilitating in the Gusto room, who will remind their co-learners to do the right thing inside the Gusto room. And that should be pool of donors. The last one should be pool of donors who would take charge in financing the resources and repairs as we don't have that budget from the MOOE. Evidence of transformation. So as I said earlier, I already have the Gusto room. I am now on the process of realizing the playground. Lessons learned or process implementation recommendation. I have to develop more manipulatives, both not only me, but with the help of the teachers. Have more learner leaders who will be the assistants of the teachers in their use of the learning resource room and the playground apparatuses. Engage parents by asking them to be with the learners during the lunch breaks and after class as they play in the playground. Have more parent engagement in parenting and capacitating them in literacy and numeracy. Infuse full meal lunch feeding as a way to help the children of the fisher folks and pedicab drivers in order for them to have their full attention in the afternoon classes, and eventually invite more partner donors to be actively involved in the improvement of the Gusto room and in the establishment of engaging and functional school playground apparatus. Allow me to share with you the transformative evidence of my TAP. So they are the children using now the Gusto room. I just could see how excited they are as they use of the facilities inside the room. How I wish I could give more.
Ways to get there. If you care enough for the living, make a little space, make a better place, heal the world, make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place.
In closing, I'd like to share this with you that no work and no play, all work and no play makes John a dull boy. Good morning to us all, and God bless everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joel Mihurada of Chief Justice Ramon Abansenya Integrated School from Cabadbaran City. My transformational action plan entitled Project Inspire, Intervention for Nurturing Students with Partners, Stakeholders, and ICT-based Reading Enrichment. Chief Justice Ramon Abansenya Integrated School, formerly known as Sanghan Elementary School, located along the highway, offering elementary and secondary school level. a total population of 690 students, 26 teachers, 1 administrative officer, and handled by the school principal. This is our situation. First, low literacy rate, because 104 out of 191 grades 1 to 3 enrollees belong to critical level or non-reader base, and the flat functional literacy assessment tool initiated by the division office. Next, followed by 4 out of 6 teachers in grades 1 to 3 are not literate in ICT. Then followed by the absenteeism, because some of the students, they could not back to school, especially in the afternoon, after lunchtime, because they are very far from the school. Next, as we see the table, the comparison of attendance, baseline 100%, but in the morning is only 97% attendance, and in the afternoon is 89%, based on the average of 1 month attendance in August. Then presence of malnutrition, because out of 191 students, 32% or 62 students belong to malnourished. Here are the solutions. First, we provide interactive and printed learning materials for remedial reading instruction. Smart television sets to be used for the interactive learning application. Then, volunteers or para-teachers to help the teachers in implementing the reading remediation instruction. Then followed by the food for lunch to eliminate absenteeism and malnutrition. Here are the evidence of solution. First, conduct collaborative meeting. Conduct orientation and training of volunteers. Provide television sets. Conduct feeding program. And then we have to conduct monitoring and evaluation. What to monitor? First, the pre-reading assessment as baseline data. Then, regular monthly assessment. Then, summative assessment at the end of the implementation. Then, we have a data tracking, feedbacking, and reflection. For the solution implementation plan, here are the activities. Conduct collaborative meeting. Our target is three sessions. So we are done with the 3 sessions from August to September. Then the orientation of the volunteers, our target is 5. 2 out of 5 sessions were done. Then for the television sets, 3 out of 6 TV sets procured. Then for the feeding program, 4 out of 24 weeks were done. Our target is 24 weeks or 6 months. Then conduct monitoring and evaluation. Okay. For the monitoring and evaluation is only 1 because we are 1 month in our implementation. Master teachers lead the making of the remedial reading materials, the ICT coordinators, coaching the teachers for interactive application. Then, reading coordinators assess the remedial reading implementation. Where are the barangay officials, SK officials, a supplier of the sacks of rice and the materials needed by the recipients. Then, private individuals, a supplier of foods for lunch. Parent volunteers preparing the foods and facilitating the reading and revision implementation. Then, DepEd division, initiating the FLAT, the tool that we used, and the reading remediation. Then, for the evidence of transformation, for the result of the first assessment, 65 out of 104 students under critical level, 32 out of 104 students belong to low level. 7 out of 104 students belong to moderate level. So, 39 students reached and promoted to the higher level. Okay, our target is 94 or 90%. Actual result, 59%. Then, for the outcome is 39 students or 41% first assessment, for the first assessment only. Then 20, our target and the impact is 20, but no result yet. Because there is, our summative assessment will be on March. Okay. Let us see first the value from the parent volunteer. Okay, for the lesson learned, our strength is the participation of support of stakeholders in implementing the school programs and projects. For the challenge, for support of parents in terms of academic aspects of their children. For the opportunities, is the grant and the fund program from the agencies or the NGOs or the non-government organizations to sustain the school programs and projects. Then outreach is for the school security and safety of the students. For the ways forwards, engage parents to continue their task in facilitating the remedial reading. Then tap more stakeholders to sustain the feeding program up to the end of the implementation. That would be all. Thank you, and once again, good morning.
Okay, thank you to our dear scholars. Now we are going to proceed with the question and answer. We are also inviting our friends, okay, our alumni for CESL scholars, because we are live via YouTube and via Zoom link. Okay, so to lead with, or we're inviting our first team. Scholars, we may now take our seats. Okay, to initiate the response, okay, may we call on the program director of the CESL, none other than Dr. Vicente Reyes.
Thank you very much, CESL participants. We were able to see quite a showcase of different transformational action plans, right? My role today at this moment is to provide a response to what our colleagues have given us. I'm inviting our critical friends, our alumni, to jump in if you have any questions. And as Sir Dom said, our guests who are watching us through Zoom and YouTube can jump in and also ask questions. We have critical friends also from the Department of Education, from the Head Foundation, from ACE, and of course my colleague, Dr. Victoria Bowen. They're ready to come and jump in. Let me start the ball rolling by just again, acknowledging and thanking each one of you for providing us a glimpse of the different kinds of changes that you're undertaking in your schools. That is really terrific. I'm going to start with each one, right? And then I'm going to do it really very quickly. And then we might, we'll give you a chance to respond, and then we'll ask questions from our critical friends. Empowered reading by Sir Geoffrey. So I like the fact that you were able to attempt to incorporate environment and technology in your attempt to enhance reading in your school. What I was really hoping to see was examples of the specific types of innovation that you undertook, right? I think in the presentation, you mentioned it, but it wasn't that explicit. An important part of your journey is, of course, the project completion report, right? To remind everyone, and also members of those who are watching, the presentation that our colleagues are presenting, the 10-minute presentation, is just essentially the first part. They are all going to be submitting a project completion report. And based on that project completion report, they will then be able to obtain a certificate from the University of Bristol, right? So the comments that you will be receiving from us, you can actually incorporate this in your PCRs, your project completion reports. Right, so Sir Geoffrey, specific examples of the empowered reading that you were talking about, right? Because it's such a powerful title that you have, empowered reading. So how did this actually happen? What were some of the examples of the empowered reading that occurred in your school, right? If you had included some examples, that would have really made that particular presentation much more powerful. So, because I was trying to listen, where are the examples of the empowered reading happening, right? There's actually an article that maybe you can look at, and I'll send it to you. It's about integrating gardening to the school curriculum, right? So there's scholarly research that supports your assertion that your ambition of using technology, the environment, in order to enhance the curriculum. There is scholarly literature available, and if you add that in your report, particularly in your project completion report, that leads more strength to your presentation, right? So I'll go through everyone, and then if you want to give comments, you can jump in, right? Right. So, so thank you, sir, Sir Geoffrey, right? Also, the description of the beautiful island, of the beautiful place of Ilocos is really very informative too, right? Project Impact by Sir John Paul, right? No code application. So I also like this example because you manifested an important trait that we want all of you to have. Sir Geoffrey also demonstrated that, this notion of resilience. The story of your school, having endured calamities for the first few weeks, having a stuttered beginning to your transformational action plan, yet you're able to come up with transformations, is actually really laudable. And that is something that all of you have manifested, but you highlighted how difficult it was in your school. Similar to Sir Geoffrey, I was looking for examples of no-code programs that your teachers did. So you showed us videos of kids interacting with technology, but I was wondering, are these actually the programs that the teachers made, the no-code programs that your teachers made using Scratch? So that wasn't too clear to me. Maybe that was my mistake, right? But because that was one of the things that you highlighted, no code, and I was hoping that you could do that. Again, you can respond to this after I go through everything, right? There's actually a very recent study published at the Computers and Education Journal by Kelly Sheehan that talks about parent-child interactions in children's learning from a coding application perspective. So there is also scholarly literature that will support the kind of transformation that you plan to do in your school. Again, I encourage you to consult scholarly sources because you are engaging in a University of Bristol activity, and we are an academic institution, right? So that is important to support the arguments that you're making, right? So again, it would be terrific if you could really explicitly tell us what are these specific examples of the use of Scratch or the no-code applications that the teachers made. So you can respond to this later. Project Read Write, Ma'am Rona May. So I think your school is the smallest, 143 kids, compared to Sir Bayani, who has about 9,000 kids, right? And earlier I talked about the findings from my preliminary analysis of principals technology leadership, and the data tells me that the larger schools, the leaders manifest more leadership and vision, whereas the smaller schools, according to the survey, manifest less. So that's, again, for me, that's puzzling. I will investigate it. But going back to what you're saying, so your presentation, ma'am, you provided really clear examples of the innovative approaches that you are doing. So that's really very good, right? So you had a child read, you recorded, you captured it. I think he was interacting through Microsoft Teams, right? So that's what we were looking for, that kind of innovation that you're doing, right? And yeah, I commend you for referring to the work of Kuhn in your presentation. You are reinforcing, you're buttressing your presentation with scholarly work. So that makes it much more convincing, right? So your idea isn't something that just came out of nothing, but it actually is research informed. So that's very encouraging, ma'am. So continue doing that and include that in your project completion report. I love the presentation. I don't think that, like Sir Dom used to say 2 years ago, the Millennium Principle, don't view that as a drawback, but really it should be seen as an advantage. And as you said, your mental models have changed. Hopefully you can also disseminate this to your younger colleague principals, similar young colleague principals. Project TBA for full refresher, Ma'am Glow, right? So I also like the fact that you highlighted how important it is in your context in Silay. We've spoken about this, and I also liked the fact that you reminded all of us that there's a legal mandate for all schools to essentially engage with technology, right? There is work in 2017 that looks at teachers and school-based teaching innovations and looking at it from the teacher's perspective. Because in your presentation, ma'am, there was a lot of focus on how students learn, and in fact, you showed us videos of how students were engaging with technology. So that's, again, that is, you allowed us to actually take a look at what were the changes happening in your school. So that's really encouraged. That's very good, right? What I was wondering is, what about the voices of the teachers, right? So there was a lot of focus on kids, but all of the efforts that we're doing, they have an implication on the teachers, right? So this article that I mentioned to you looks at the perspective of teachers. How do teachers respond? What are their perceptions? What happens to their sense of agency when they are encouraged to use technology intensively? So that is something for you to consider. But I like the fact that you showed these examples, ma'am, right? Kids at BTS, Ma'am Sangkayawan. So you talked about reading intervention, right? And I would have, thank you, ma'am, there you are. So thank you, ma'am, for providing us the, again, a glimpse of what goes on in your school. You are also not a really big school as well, a primary school, but you've highlighted, all of you so far, you've demonstrated to us how the information and the issues in your school is actually backed up by evidence. There's an empirical basis to it. In your situational analysis, all of you presented that. Reading intervention is so important, and again, looking at scholarly sources would really reinforce what you're talking about. And more specific examples and specifically what kinds of reading interventions worked well and the reflections of your teachers and also yourself, right? As a school leader, I think if you include that in your project completion report, that will really round up your paper, your presentation, and your transformational action plan really well, right? Sir Bayani, the school digital dashboard, biggest school, 9,459. This group had different approaches. Most of the first ones that we looked at approached kids, learners. Yours was more system, the administrative system of the school. There's nothing wrong with that. Part of the feature of this program is to allow you to identify your own priorities. We believe that a ground going up approach is more effective rather than a top-down, this is what you need to do kind of approach, right? And you have identified in your context that you want to do a dashboard. And in fact, you identified 5 reports. This is what you want to digitize. In those 5 reports, 4 of them seem to be administration or administrative heavy. And I think only one was really directed at teaching and learning, right? So I'm not criticizing you, I'm just pointing it out, right? So, because that might tell us that it may be, and I might be wrong, that your priority seems to be just making sure that everything is functioning well. But I wonder whether whether the data that you can generate can also be used to allow teachers to learn about learning, like metacognitive skills of how they're teaching, right? So you could do a lot of learning analytics with a lot of that data that you have and really focus on the issues of teaching and learning, right? You could take a look at the lesson plans, digitize the lesson plans, digitize the unit plans, maybe even digitize the assessments and then learn from these. If maybe a balance of the administrative requirements of school, that is important, but I think also the teaching and learning and maybe the pedagogical aspects that happen in the school. It's such a big school, so what happens to the actual teaching and learning, right? So I think having a dashboard and looking at that might be something for you to really consider, right? And you used scholarly literature. Thank you, sir. So again, that backs up your arguments. Gusto by Ma'am Lily, right? The idea of making students become happy and have a sense of belonging and sense of ownership is actually one of the best ways for us to make the students come to your school. You have also have a relatively big school, about 2,000 kids, and you mentioned to us the challenges that your school has encountered, the typhoon, Haiyan, and the impact that it has had in your school. My suggestion to you, ma'am, is also incorporate scholarly sources, right? So to support that, because there is play-based instruction is actually so important, right? You kept on talking about it. I think your presentation was really from the heart. That was really undoubted. There was no doubt in saying that. But I think if you balance that with evidence that practitioners and scholars have said about the efficacy of play-based interventions, that will really make your report much more effective, right? Project Inspire. Sir, the last of this particular group, right? I was looking forward to the video, but I think something happened. Not a problem. If you upload that in the Padlet, then all of us can see that, right? So, and I encourage you to upload it in the Padlet so that we can still enjoy and see. You've spent time and effort in doing that. Please kindly upload it so we can all see it, right? The problems that you have in your school, I mean, the identification of the problems is so critical. Low literacy rates and the problem of food insecurity, and then of course absenteeism, right? It's so serious, sir. So I think if you, again, I ask you to encourage all of you to incorporate scholarly sources, because there's a study about poverty, food insecurity, and nutritional deprivation. And in this particular study, and I'll share it with you later, it talks about the almost irreversible impact of food insecurity or malnutrition to learning for early kids. So the intervention that you're doing is absolutely important. It's so vital. And I really hope that the Project Inspire makes that happen, right? Specific examples of how you do that would be better, because what we've seen is you have purchased television sets. So my question is, well, how transformational is that, right? Does that mean if I purchase television sets, then I've done something transformational? I think the way that you use the technology and really highlighting that in your TAP, in your Transformational Action Plan, will help us understand how transformational that project really is, okay? Thank you. Response from everyone? You can do it one at a time, right?
My transformational action plan is really aligned with the thrust of the Department of Education, especially in its principles and then the aspects and the facets of the Matatag curriculum, where it elaborates integrative and also it must be contextualized and it must be experiential and collaborative. So with those that I have presented, I believe that I am in the right track of having my TAP because it is aligned with the trust of the Department of Education. And by integrating the reading project into the greening program and environmental awareness, I believe that the Balato Integrated School can create a holistic approach to education that not only enhances literary skills, but also instill a sense of environmental responsibility and sustainability among the students, teachers, and the wider school community. And aside from the fact that, of course, our school, since it is situated in a community of agricultural, is in an agricultural place, we are also closer to the sea, and there are also businesses that are thriving in the community, such as hotels and some construction firms. So these are actually the opportunities where our students would really grab or would really have to or the school will have to inspire the learners to study hard. And of course, because the Balatong Integrated School is where the sanitary landfill is located, so we would like that our learners, most especially, should have their sense of awareness on environment, especially on the 3 R's and waste segregation.
Thank you, Sir Joffrey. So just a quick response, and this is with all due respect to our friends from the Department of Education, right? So, because just now you mentioned that I'm confident that I'm on the right track because I'm adhering to the DepEd mandate, right? So the program that we're doing, we're actually trying to be disruptive. That's what we're doing. So for me, I'm not, this is not a criticism again, sir. I'm not really comfortable if we are comfortable towing the line of any institution, right? That's why we're here. We're trying to think out of the box. We're trying to do something different, right? So I know that's not what you wanted to say, but I've been saying that all along, right? So this program, we are thinking out of the box. We're trying to do new things. And that's what we have now. We have this space to do new things. It's going to be counterproductive if we somehow say we still have to do it within a particular manner.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, you understand, sir? Okay. We'll get back to you later, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning again. So thank you for that comment, sir. And I will take your comment really by heart. So due to time constraint, I wasn't able to click the link that is already presented in the PowerPoint presentation, but it's already there. I should have clicked it, but we were given only 10 minutes to present. But it's already there, sir. There is an example of the no-code application output done by our teachers.
Right. So teachers actually did Scratch
Yes,
using
sir.
no-code application.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. And even though we were hit by different calamities like flooding and typhoon, that is one thing that teachers have, being resilient, and Filipinos are resilient. So we strive for the benefit of our learners, and we really do the tap for for the benefit of our learners. Thank you.
Anyone would like to respond? You don't need to, but if you want to respond.
So for us in Antonio L. Jaime Elementary School, as what I have mentioned, we are still in the first stage of our implementation. Okay, so one examples that I could give were in various teaching strategies being incorporated is the use of the chart, using the Marungko approach, and then CVC words with the use of videos, using the tablet or laptop as well as the TV. And all suggestions you were given will be noted and applied in our transformational action plan.
Thank you po. Thank you so much, Doc Vicente, for your comments. I think I would like to add one problem statement because I did not mention it. Aside from addressing the number of frustrated readers in our school, I would also like to maximize the features of the MS Teams because the Department of Education really invested on that software. And in the field, it is not really used by the students. So this project would like to maximize the features of that MS Teams and not to, that investment will not go into waste. So that's it po.
Good morning once again. Thank you, Sir Vicente, for the comments and the suggestions. What I presented, the video I presented a while ago, was actually the work of my teachers. Digitizing the strategies, the tools were actually their own tools and was given to our children, and that they were able to show how the children will develop as they use the different strategies and tools created by our teachers. With all the reading programs initiated by the school, still we have the 31 full refresher, and thus we need this intervention, the Project TBA, as it leverages the power of technology. And I have seen already the small result, which I mentioned, will be sustained until such time that there will be no more mandatory rates in school. And thank you for the comments again, Sir Vince. I'm going to still add some more scholarly works for the improvement of our completion report. Thank you so much.
Good morning once again. Thank you, sir, for that comment. I admit that the school digital dashboard project is not directly focusing on teaching and learning, but there are a lot of data that we can use. Once processed, this can give us, this can inform our decisions that will directly affect the teaching and learning. For example, if we have the data of the summative assessment results, for example, the mean percentage scores of our students, then if we have the picture of the totality of the school performance, then we can decide on something that if, for example, if the data is not good, then we can decide on something to address. That's only one of the examples. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Being a pre-elementary teacher for 8 years and SPED teacher for focusing on slow learners and learning disabled, I really find it very important that we start with something concrete before going on to something abstract. So I also try to make it a point that the learners would really be motivated intrinsically. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Sir Vicente, thank you for your comments. Now, for my project, it is what we call transformational because first, it is new to the teachers using interactive application. Okay, that is why we procure TV sets for the use of interactive application. Then it is easy to know the students and to quote the interest of the students using the interactive application. Okay. Aside from that, by the use of by the participation of the volunteer parents. Okay. Okay. Because not all parents are really devoted to teach their children. Okay. That is why we invite parents and other stakeholders to join our project to help the teachers in implementing the reading remediation. And aside from that, we provide foods for lunch because some of the students, they cannot back to school early in the afternoon because of some of their parents cannot provide exact food for them because of poverty. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have some comments from our friends from Victoria? Yes? You have a microphone on your table? This one.
Hello? Oh, I'm on. Thank you for your presentations. They were really interesting, and I particularly liked the way that you shared your context, because for me that was really informative of how you'd thought about your action plan. Many of you key to your action plan is the engagement of either stakeholders or parents or volunteers. And I would just encourage you to really think that through, because it's such a crucial element of many of your action plans. And without that crucial element, I would be concerned for the progress you could make. And in my experience, which is not your experience, quite often the parents that you are trying to engage with are some of the most difficult to engage with. So please, maybe think about that as you're planning and moving forward. How do you get to those hard to reach stakeholders and parents that are so crucial to your projects? But well done and thank you.
If I may. Okay. So on behalf of the Department of Education, first, of course, I'd like to thank this partnership. This is what DepEd needs. We need critical friends, and all of the feedbacks by Dr. Vicente Reyes are really very crucial for us to improve our practice. Yeah, I understand where we are all coming from, trying to be defensive, because there is a culture that we need to change, Sir Vicente. So probably they are not really defending, because my dissertation is all about cognition. Right? Why are we doing the things the way we do is probably because of the long time, it's already embedded in such a way that we need to do a lot of things in order for DepEd to transform. Right? So we need this help. Okay? So this cognition, of course, is reflected on how our teachers and school leaders practice their profession. So we need to challenge the status quo. And thank you for raising all those. We need that, okay? So this is a very good start for DepEd. The reason why, despite the bad weather yesterday, so I managed to come here to meet you all because I really love what's really going on, what is now currently happening in this particular project. Because probably later on we can discuss on how are we going to make this exponential. How are we going to make all school leaders be helped in this particular engagement. Okay, so right, Dr. Reyes is right in his observation that what we lack really is on the how. We've got a lot of reading programs, right? But what's in that particular reading program? What are those? So when he mentioned about examples, the details of which that will help our schools be transformed. So showcase that, okay? Sell that, okay? So and then it has to be backed up by research. Try to research for those evidences, okay, or those articles that mentioning those practices that it worked well in their particular context, but not simply adapting here in the DepEd context, because we have, our context may be different. The reason why probably it has also emanated based on the observation of Victoria, that we rely more on the outside, the external help. But it's really the manager, it's really the leader, it's on us. So what is it that we can do as a school head in order for us to really transform the school? I really love the model, transforming the self, work on the inner core, and then for us to transform the rest. And here are just samples of the work that you can do, that we can do together. So for DepEd, for NAYAP, so the how of learning, I'm here to support you all. Okay, so how are we going to really learn to be better leaders, better managers? So, and how are we going to help our teachers help us? So I'm more interested on that particular aspect as well. Okay, because we know, right, as being mentioned in the researches by McKinsey, okay, and then it was mentioned, I think, by one of the leaders in South Korea, that the quality of any system, including our education system, cannot exceed the quality of its people, of its teachers, of its leaders. So it's on us. Okay, so how to support you, and then for you to support well your teachers, okay, and then later on for them to do their job well, is what I'm interested into. So I think it would be better as well, showcase the program, okay, the samples, the how, and then how to operationalize it is another challenge, because you need to manage and lead the change. And then supporting the people is another challenge. So I think you need to better detail that further. We're used to it, just putting it all there like that. But behind that, there are a lot of things that you need to do. I think those are the things that Dr. Reyes is looking for. Okay, the reason why they are here to help us, to help you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yes, your projects presented, your action plans are very, as I say, would address the problem that you presented. But I would like to, same with what Ma'am said, that we want to know the how. For me, I would like to focus on the quality assurance of the learning resources that you have used in specific interventions, because we want to establish that these materials that being used are in line with the competency level that are being needed for improvement by our learners, because most of your projects are on reading, so that's it. The quality assurance of learning resources must be looked into, that's really fitted for the level of difficulty of our learners in reading. And one of the projects here is on proficiency in reading, but the intervention is only on the lower level, which is on reading, reading per se, no, of the word. Did not touch on the comprehension aspect of the learners. This is Project Kids at BTS. I would like to suggest, if it's okay, that the comprehension side of the comprehension strategies or interventions will also be included, because the title itself, proficient readers. Proficient readers. On the project dashboard, I would like to suggest that precautionary measures as to data privacy shall be outlined, must be explicitly stated in the project. I think those are all. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much. You can now stand up from your hot seats and have your lunch. Congratulations to everyone. We'll take a short bio break for about 5-8 minutes.
Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this 3-year training program for school principals, inclusive of an international certificate, also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you, you answer the call. And for us in the Jesuit School Network, uplifting the state of education of our country is not just an advocacy, it's our mission. And so with that common mission, we welcome you all to the Sacred Heart School Ateneo de Cebu community.
You're not just an educator for life, but as a school principal, you wear many hats. Helping your teachers, helping your students, helping your community. It's like you're everywhere actually. So it's not an easy job, and kudos to everyone for committing to it. So fellow educators, all the best.
So part of our presentation when we were talking about this school building donation program of Security Bank Foundation is we provide free training program for teachers and school principals of beneficiary schools, and that is the reason why you are here.
together with our partners, I really welcome you to this program. We hope that this will make a big difference in your professional lives and aspirations for yourselves as professionals, and also for the colleagues that you have in your stations, and most especially for the children.
So what kinds of pinch points do school leaders encounter? What are you thinking about? What problems do you encounter? And what solutions can we discover? And that kind of thinking is what really is important. Because when you start embarking on your transformational action plans, this is really going to be the heart and soul of it. How can we help each child in your school? What transformational plans can I do for my respective school?
I think we lost that practice of asking twice every time.
This training helps us school administrators looking into the different kinds of problems in our own station.
I feel the air and take the long way home. This place is all I've ever known.
It has a unique approach. Particularly, we collaborate with other principals in solving most of the problems that we are facing, and we are also given the opportunity to express ourselves freely, and we come up with better solutions for the problems in our respective schools.
In terms of empowering the school heads, this is not the type of box-type training which is offered by the Department of Education. So I learned a lot from this training to enhance my capability to lead the school where I belong.
Leadership is a kind of love. So when we lead with the heart, we lead to care for others.
The highlight of the grounded leaders is that you feel like you are not above the rest. You feel like you are among, and you engage yourself in feeling every part of your leadership potential.
This training gives us the opportunity to collaborate actually with our fellow school heads. And by collaborating with them, we learn from them, not only from our resource speakers.
Grounded leadership, it means self-awareness. Self-awareness must begin with you, our teachers in our station. So I think that is the highlight of the grounded leadership.
From the past training namin year 1, it's more of a technical side, but this training is different because it entails application of theories that we will be needing in managing our schools.
We can also practice our skills acquired from this training to our context in terms of leadership approach, leadership styles, and most of all, how to internalize the learning from this training.
After this training, I have now the concept that having this leadership wherein I can share it to the 28 elementary and secondary school of San Pedro.
It connotes camaraderie. It's rooted from within your heart. It touches the heart, and it begins with the heart.
School
marks the culminating activity of your 4-month journey under the International Certificate in Educational Studies in Leadership, or CESL. This is the first component of Security Bank Foundation's
of applause. I think tomorrow they are ready for the culminating activity. We will also ask our two critical friends who were masters of the ceremony to join us, as well as our partners from the University of Bristol, the Head Foundation, the Department of Education, and the Ateneo Center for Educational Development. Can we please join us on stage for a quick photo op? And also, of course, our representatives from the Security Bank Foundation. Okay lang, sir. Ready in 3. Yung official photographer po muna. Ready in 3. Okay. We commend ma'am for her diligence. Thank you very much.
Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this morning as we continue showcasing the exemplary transformational action plans of our visionary leaders and their driving force behind these innovations in their workplace. And another part of our activity is a discussion with a team, educational transformation and crisis leadership.
Our keynote speaker brings over 30 years of experience in education, beginning her teaching career in 1992 and holding various leadership roles across the United Kingdom. Most recently, she served as head teacher at a diverse inner-city primary school in Bristol, where she championed inclusive practices and community engagement. In 2019, she transitioned to academia, focusing her research on the effects of COVID-19 on secondary schools. She is also involved in key projects addressing the workforce crisis in England's early years sector, and examining the role of religious education in fostering positive community relations.
Join us in welcoming our Team 2 keynote speaker, Dr. Victoria Bowen.
Okay, no, it's okay. It's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, partners and school leaders, it's a true honour to be invited to address you today. As we reflect on the challenges and transformations we face in education, I just want to link to some of the things that were said in the first sessions, particularly surrounding crises in schools. Many of you as school leaders have to take on and embrace those additional crises that are above and beyond our control. With this in mind, I'd like to take you back to 2020. In England, the then Secretary of State for Education, Gavin Williamson, made a declaration that changed the landscape of education as we knew it. After schools shut their gates on Friday afternoon, they will remain closed until further notice. This unprecedented move marks the beginning of a series of national policy responses aimed at mitigating the spread of COVID-19, resulting in the closure of schools for almost all pupils. The pandemic forced us to confront a reality that has never before been experienced in our educational systems. As we navigated this storm, secondary school leaders in England responded to an overwhelming volume of policy guidance. I'm sure the school leaders among us will think about that and recognise that. From these, school leaders crafted internal policies and practices, employing creativity and adaptability, shaped by their unique contexts, something that I've really enjoyed hearing from people this morning, those unique contexts that define our practices. This process of adaptation is not about mere compliance. It was about interpretation, adaptation, and the active enactment of policy. School leaders became policy actors, navigating a complex landscape of challenges and uncertainties. Today, I want to delve into the intricate process of policy enactment and the myriad contextual factors that influence our work as educational leaders. In understanding these dynamics, we can better appreciate the multifaceted nature of policy development and enactment, a journey that requires collaboration, insight, and a deep understanding of the environments in which we operate. Located at the heart of this are situated contextual factors, which you school leaders shared with me this morning. These can include the socio-economic realities of our communities, and these significantly impact how our schools respond to the challenges we face, including those posed by the pandemic. Despite decades of government policy aimed at narrowing the attainment gap in England, educational inequalities continue to mirror the broader social disparities in our society. Children from disadvantaged backgrounds often attend schools that struggle to provide equitable educational opportunities. Research reveals a stark truth. In England, the school a child attends can influence their academic outcomes by as much as 20%. This was also exacerbated by the pandemic. We must also acknowledge the material factors that influence our schools. These include the physical resources available to us, from budgetary constraints to technology infrastructures. These directly impact our ability to enact policy effectively. As schools close their doors, those operating on thin budgets or facing deficits found themselves at a significant disadvantage, just as much investment was needed. Furthermore, in England, the rapid transition to online learning highlighted the necessity for equitable access to technology, and the experiences of schools varied dramatically. At one school, for example, years of integrating technology into the classroom paved the way for a seamless transition to online learning. While in contrast, school leaders at another faced substantial challenges with digital access, as many families lacked adequate technology or a reliable internet. These disparities in my research highlight a moral obligation to ensure that every learner is connected and equipped to thrive in the new educational landscape that England faces. Equally important are professional contexts within our schools. The quality of teaching staff is a crucial determinant of our students' success. Evidence shows that disadvantaged students taught by less experienced educators fall behind their peers, exacerbating educational inequality. During the pandemic, the challenges of maintaining staffing levels and supporting our educators became more pronounced, affecting the quality of education we could provide. Lastly, we cannot overlook the external contextual factors that influence our work. The pressures from national policies, governance structures, and accountability measures can create a climate of uncertainty and competition. During the pandemic, the uncertainties surrounding examinations and assessments in England further intensified these pressures, compelling leaders to reconsider their priorities and strategies. So what can we learn from the pandemic? Well, above all, during this period, there was an ongoing tension between ambiguity and autonomy. On one hand, school leaders faced significant challenges due to often unclear and rapidly shifting government policies. And many expressed frustrations at receiving last-minute updates that required immediate implementation. Such uncertainty led to a state of constant adaptation. Yet, amid this ambiguity, there was autonomy. Without clear directives, many leaders had to rely on their intuition and contextual knowledge to implement policies that fitted their unique situations, using their expertise to craft localized solutions to national challenges. Beyond academic instruction, school leaders recognize the critical role they play in supporting their students' emotional and social well-being, focusing on essential services like food and mental health support. As one head teacher put it, much time was spending feeding kids when we could have been educating them. This reflects a broader national trend in England, where schools serving the most disadvantaged populations are taking on an ever-significant social role, often prioritising pastoral care over curriculum delivery. So, to sum up, during the pandemic, there was a profound disconnect between national policy and the realities facing schools. We, as school leaders, were called upon to interpret and adapt government guidance according to our local contexts, crafting responses that met the unique needs of our communities. We learned during this period that as school leaders, our local knowledge and context-sensitive approaches to policy enactment are crucial in navigating the challenges we face. So I would encourage school leaders to take these lessons forward. Continue to advocate for your students and your communities, and ensure that in crisis situations that your school, yourself, and your community become stronger than ever. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Madayaw Davao, maayong buntag kanatong tanan. Presenting to you my Transformational Action Plan. Project Boost, building outstanding outcomes for students and teachers. Rationale behind that our students and teachers are the key players in education. Boasting the best in them are our top priority. And I am Joy J. Drelos, Principal 4 from Visayan Village Central Elementary School, Davao Region. And that our school is a complete elementary from kindergarten to grade 6, located at the National Highway Visayan Village, Tagum City, 5 to 7 minutes from the city proper. And it's a mega school, 10,000 square meter land area with 2,633 learners and 75 teachers. With the current situation, with our situational analysis that out of the 2,633 students, we have the graphical presentation here that 590 are under the frustration level in our pre-test field area. And that we need to elevate the literacy rate of the school and reduce the number of our frustration reader. And this frustration reader from 590, majority of them incurred absenteeism, at the same time tardiness, and that we need to mitigate them in order that they would love to go to school. And other than that, this 590, most of them are wasted and severely wasted in their nutritional status. So we need to reduce the number of our wasted students. With all of this, since our goal is to boost the level of our students, we need also to boost the level of our teachers, since our teachers are in charge of the reading ability of our kids. So since other teachers are low level in their rating and their performance, we need to capacitate and give them the best so that they can give the best intervention of our kids. Solutions are, number 1, Langga Quests unlock your literacy superpower. And this is a digitized application. It can be online and offline. And that our teachers created class and the students provided their performance in reading, and automatically this online application will give feedback as to the accuracy level and the average word per minute that would give automatically feedback from our students. And from that, according to Chin et al. Of 2020, it is a platform integrates literacy games that target both English and Filipino reading skills. And according to Patel al. of 2018, computer-aided activity that provide immediate feedback of our student. And this is one of our game-based learning under gamification innovative pedagogy. Another solution
today I'm going to read
is the
Sophia,
Tinig Basa Adventure Camp,
the first
where learning meets fun. And this is an adventure activity with limitless possibilities where talents of our kids can be boosted through the performance of our kids by singing, reading, theater, arts, scouting, handling musical instruments, and a lot more. So according to Paper et al. Of 2020, Adventure Camp combines experiential learning, outdoor education, and literacy-based activities. And according also to Magwat and Ohoyland 2023, the camp would be designed to balance physical activities with literacy tasks, all while encouraging collaborative learning and real-world activities. And another strategy is that empowering educators, mastering the PPST package for effective classroom observation. And this is a school-based led professional development where in fact our DepEd would be provided as 92,000 so that we can have a LAC session and it will be given 12 units CPD for our teachers. And that according to Murray of 2010, would enhance teacher strategies, reading literacy, and classroom management. With all of these strategies, we started already our implementation with our orientation with parent teachers, and that we started last July until now, then September with all the orientation with the project Boost. And sources of funds come from our school MOE, PTA funds, canteen, and LG of Tagum City, local government, and the barangay, and other donation from the parents. And it will end up with our post-assessment on May 19 and May 21, 2025. As of now, with our evidence of transformation, with the impact of Project Boost, since we targeted 590 learners, and as of now, these 590 learners, we already transformed from frustration reader to instructional reader. From 590, we have turned out 419 into instructional reader. And that from instructional, out of this 419, we produced 189 independent reader, and that is the impact of our Project Boost after the 2 months of implementation. So can we watch the video?
Okay, Princess, what is your experience using the Visayan Village Central Elementary School Langua Quest?
My experience about the Lego Quest is I can have more knowledge about reading, and it can give me more knowledge about the stories, and it is fun, and also you can learn.
Why do you say that it is fun?
Because there is questions that you can answer, and there is a word that they will let you read and make you pronounce it right.
Okay, so can you recommend it to your classmates, especially those classmates who are struggling reading?
Yes, so they can learn more knowledge about reading.
Do you love Langua Quest?
Yes, because it's very fun.
Okay, thank you, Princess. Okay, Kit, what is your experience using the Langua Quest of our school?
Langua Quest is like a reading game where you read and experience the words, like stories about Alexander Calder, which he...
So those were the insightful journeys of our kids.
Okay, Princess, what is your experience?
And from that, with those analysis, we pray that our parents, our stakeholders would stay behind us so that they can provide more financial support for the school, and that the recommendation would have the constant monitoring and evaluation, and being lesson learned, having this journey of my tap, and being part of this training is that ang buhay school head is not just being a compliant, but we need to be more inspired, bolder, innovative, and creative. And that, with my project here, indicated here are the references. So thank you, and mabuhay tayong lahat.
Pleasant day to one and all. My name is Rebecca C. Cruz from Tacorong Pilot Elementary School, Tacorong City, Sultan Kudarat. The title of our project is Basa Oke, or known as Reading Through Singing. So our school, Tacorong Pilot Elementary School, is located at Tacorong City, Sultan Kudarat, the city known as the City of Goodwill, known for its Bird Festival, Valenciana Festival, Candela Festival, and Talacodong Festival. So that's our school, and it is the biggest elementary school in Tacorong City and the only city which offers special needs education program for learners with special needs. So our school has a population of 2,606 learners, and these learners come from diverse background since our locality is a diverse community of Ilonggo, Ilocano, Maguindanaon, Bisaya, and other ethnic groups. So with this diversity comes diversity of language. However, most of our learners are proficient in the use of Filipino as a language. So looking closely at the literacy situation in our school, concentrating on grades 1 to 3, which is 1,022 learners, our learners in Key Stage 1. So here, based on the CRLA Comprehensive Rapid Literacy Assessment, wherein learners are categorized into several reading levels, the lower of which is low emerging, the lowest level, followed by high emerging, developing, transitioning, and finally, on top, reading at grade level. So our 1,022 learners, 340 of them are classified as belonging to low emerging, 55 high emerging, 89 developing, 503 transitioning, and only 35 reading at grade level. So what do this data tell us? So it tells us that of the 1,022 grade 1 to 3 pupils, 340 or 33.36% are low emerging, and 55 or 5.3%, 5.38% are developing readers in Filipino or language 1, which ironically is the language that our pupils are proficient. So looking closely at grade 3, which is the exit grade level of Key Stage 1. So on our filiary results of grade 3, we have there the data of frustration, 182, instructional, 75, and 45 independent. So this data tells us that 54.49% of our learners in grade 3 belong in frustration level. So what do this imply? It implies that our learners have to improve on word recognition and comprehension. Similarly, our learners are further classified with the use of the CRLA. So we have here, of our 344 grade 3 learners, 47 of them are low emerging, 0 high emerging, 22 developing, 258 transitioning, and only 7 are reading at grade level. Of the 334 grade 3 pupils, 47 or 14.07% are low emerging readers, and 22 or 6.58% are developing readers. So to sum up, there is a total of 69 learners, or 20.65 of our learners either belong as in low emerging or developing. So to sum up, it means that 2 out of our 10 grade 3 learners are either low emerging or developing. So with this data comes the realization that there is this gap on fluency, comprehension, and speed. So realizing this data made us think that what should be done to bridge the gap between where these learners are, where these 69 learners are in matters of grade level, and to where they should be, and to where they should ideally be, which is at transitioning or either reading at grade level. So this prompted us to come up with a solution. The project Basa Okay. So Basa Okay is an unconventional way of teaching reading because pupils will be taught to read through songs. So reading through singing, it is mainly for fluency, comprehension, and speed. And then the lyrics of the song will serve as the reading material. So we also take into consideration the choice of the material that we would want our pupils to use. So one consideration is the use of Makabayan songs or either folk songs. And also, the lyrics of the song have target letters, depending on the frequency of the letters that are in the song. So that's how we incorporate structure in the lyrics. And then, why do we think that this is a feasible idea? First one, we have some related studies here from the study of Eng 2013 that music has a positive influence in learning. And another is from Davis 2017 who said that songs may be effective at promoting vocabulary acquisition and encourages class participation. And also is that the use of songs has a positive influence on the vocabulary development and language acquisition skills of our learners. So thus, we implemented the Basa Okay in 2 classes, targeting on those classes that have those learners. So 2 classes, 2 teachers, our 69 grade 3 pupils, and then this project is done during intervention activities, and it is used as routinary songs. So what are the features of this? It is fun and engaging, ease of recall, reading without pressure, self-efficacy, relieve stress, and integration of values. So the initial steps that were done, the assessment and data analysis, our planning together with the teachers, and then our stakeholders and budget, the preparation of our material. So we have there the sample of our material, highlighted are our target letters, and then the approval. And then let me just show you our small wins. This is a raw video. This is under class A. See there that the pupils are a bit participative, are more motivated to sing. And we could also see that the pupils are engaged and having fun. And then here, this is week 3. So looking at the energy level of our pupils, we could see that they really are more confident now. So that's the same video is in class B, the same segmentation. This is our week 4. I will just play it just a few seconds. Ako'y isang Pinoy. This is another song choice that we had.
Okay.
So after week 4, week 5 po ito. Reading the text without the accompaniment of the song. And then finally, the evidence of transformation. So one is, first, the output that we have had the participation of 69 learners and 2 teachers for now. And then, for the outcome, our baseline is our 69 learners. And the impact, and then our impact will be more teachers and more pupils will be encouraged to use Basa Okay. And then this is our strength and the ways forward. So the lesson I've learned from this training is that while it is critical to have a strong plan, it takes people to bring it to life. And another is on the part of the learners. Music is fun and engaging, so why don't we use its potential to affect learning? Thank you and good day.
Greetings of peace. I am Hanena L. Ipino, the principal of Dato Anja Manza National High School. Allow me to present to you the transformational action plan of our school. So our top is titled Project Fries, or the Project Friday Engagement in Sports, specifically for grade 11 learners. As a backgrounder, our school is located in Barangay Tinagakan, and it is situated along the National Highway going to Davao City. It is 12 kilometers away from the heart of General Santos City, the tuna capital of the Philippines, and dubbed as the home of the champions. It is a usual scenario that some students do not attend classes, especially on Fridays, thus making them miss classes, especially lessons during catch-up Fridays. So our top aims to reduce the rate of absenteeism of grade 11 learners. And to address this concern, we implemented Project Fries. For me, it is catchy, relevant, and positive.
Highlights the importance of physical activities that also requires active participations of students' attendance for them to be qualified as players.
Project Fries stands for Friday Engagement in Sports. This is being implemented in Datu and DM Manza National High School for school year 2024 to 2025 to address the problem on absenteeism of grade 11 students through a sports program.
So we are doing this every Fridays of every week, and the main purpose of this is to eliminate, eradicate, or lessen the absenteeism of our students.
So as I was saying, it is catchy, very relevant, and sound positive. And I am backed by some scholarly articles about this. As you can see, it's flashed on the screen. And for the innovative features, it includes gamification and multi-literacies. For our solution implementation plan, I have presented this to our school planning team and the senior high school teachers. So we also conducted the launching of our Project Prize last September 6, 2023, which was attended also by our school planning team. So our stakeholders here, would like to give focus on our school activity coordinator because she is the one who truly helped me in the implementation of this project. And of course, together with our school planning team. For evidence of transformation, we still don't have so much quantitative results to present, but I do have some feedbacks from our learners, which will help me present to you that we really conducted this transformational action plan.
Given by the teachers for the project prize, students are now very motivated to attend school. Students that frequently absent all throughout the week could not play the sports during Fridays. This gives the students a driving force staying present the whole week for them not to miss the fun every Friday, and as a result of this, the attendance of students increased and has a significant effect to most of the students. Students enjoy playing and also does improve their health by staying active.
Masaya ka ba sa project prize ngayon? Bakit?
Kasi maraming mga bata na napapakita nila ang kanilang galing o ang kanilang skills sa karangan ng laro.
Ako estudyante ka, ina-encourage sa mga dili na sigap sa nito, ito ang enjoy ng Friday, kay natay project prize, so kapay ka magtuunog magtinaw sa pagdula sa
One of the teachers, their
The
ICT
project
teacher,
prize still strives to continue the influence among the students and teachers maintaining an overall
but I have
impact and
feedbacks from
positive
teachers
results
also
for
saying
everyone.
that attendance of their students really increased. For our SWOT analysis, it's presented on the screen, and I have there one of the weaknesses, the dual functions of the school head, because I'm the concurrent division Madrasa Education Program coordinator, so you can just imagine how I run from one office to the other. But alhamdulillah, I'm still able to implement this with the strong support of our stakeholders. So, for the lesson learned, one must be technology savvy. Thank you, sir. Although I did not make it, but I asked for the help of the teacher. But this is a learning point for me to be technology savvy. And also that collaboration is truly a key to success. So working hand in hand with all the stakeholders, both internal as well as the external. And to make my top more effective, as suggested by one of my mentors, of course, I will include in my ways forward literacy and numeracy during project prize. That is, we will be assigning students to conduct simple research about, for example, basketball, volleyball, sepak takraw, and the like. And that would be all. Alhamdulillah, thanks be to Allah. And also, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank SBFI management and all the sponsors of this amazing training for all of us. And of course, to our Schools Division Office, top management headed by Schools Division Superintendent Isaganis S. De La Cruz, CESO 5, and our ASDS, Ma'am Mervy Y. Seblos, SESE, and so my CID Chief, Ma'am Juliet F. Lastimosa, hello ma'am, and to our OIC SGOD Chief, Dr. Ronald T. Radin, and to all the students, teachers of Dato Anja Mansa National High School, and to the friends of Dato Anja Mansa National High School, and to everyone in this plenary session. Thank you all very much for this wonderful, amazing opportunity to be with you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shukran.
My greetings of peace and goodwill to one and all. Before I will present to you my top, let's have first a glimpse of my region, my province, my city, and my school. I am from Region 12, Soxargen, that composed of South Cotabato, Sultan Kudarat, Sarangani, and General Santos City. And it is located in the southern part of the Philippines. It is also home for the indigenous people and contributing to its very rich cultural heritage, wherein we have our province, Sultan Kudarat, and also home for the indigenous people with the Maguindanao and Tiruray. And of course, our city is Tacurong City, the only city and component city of Sultan Kudarat. Aside from corn and rice products, we have also the palm production and celebrating the Talakudong Festival and Bird Festival, as what you have seen in the picture, that we have that headgear or the traditional or the kudong or the headgear. And that is our school. The Tacurong Pilot Elementary School, 1.3 hectares, and it is situated in the heart of the Tacurong City with 104 teachers and almost 3,000 learners. And we have also the Indigenous People's Education, our school. We have 22 learners. We have the Alive of 495. We have the SNED, or the Special Needs Education, that totals 179 learners all in all. And the title of my top is Read and Grow Together, or the RGT, and I am John Hill L. Pamposa, SDO, Tacurong City. And now for the situational analysis, we have the comprehensive rapid literacy assessment. And as what you have seen in the pie chart, that the blue is for the grade ready, for the green is the light refresher, and orange for the moderate refresher, and for the navy blue is for the full refresher. Now, you might wonder why there is a big part in that pie, because I chose to have the two lower sections in our grade level, the grade 1. So now looking into consideration that 4% only, or 2 of the learners out of the 53 learners are grade ready. 4 for the light refresher, and 7 or 13% under moderate refresher. And of course, very alarming that, or do we have that 40, or that is equivalent to 77%. So here, since that I have big number, the 77% or the 40 learners, okay, so by the end of 6 months, I'll be focusing on the phonological and the phonemic awareness of our grade 1 learners. So one solution out of this problem is that I have this transformational action plan, and that is the Read and Grow Together, or the RGT. Now, what are the innovative features? And for me, this is one of the good innovative features in my top, and that is digitized lesson. According to Gonzalez and Garcia 2020, conducted a study demonstrating the effectiveness of digitized-based reading instruction in enhancing reading among early grade learners. Meaning to say that if we are going to use digitized lesson, it is more effective to our learners to understand or to read easily with the use of digitized lesson. Another thing is the games. Maybe it is different from others because I have these games, and that is the Larong Pinoy. Okay, and it is supported with a study of Gutierrez and Reyes of 2019, that cultural games such as Larong Pinoy in the classrooms, and found that these activities enhance students' social skills, language and acquisition, and cultural awareness. And for the information of everybody, one of the examples I highlighted in the Larong Pinoy, and to be presented later, is the Bato Pig. Okay. So, and another one is, aside from the two, I have also Jessie and Cell. And GESI stands for Gender Equality and Social Inclusion, together with Social Emotional Learning. And that is supported also by the UNESCO 2019, that the role of the social emotional learning in achieving gender equality in education highlights how CEL can be instrumental in promoting equitable and educational outcomes, meaning to say they are safe and they are emotionally protected. Okay, so these are the activities conducted during the CRLA. Okay, that's the 2 teachers. Okay, during the orientation of the teachers, not all of them. I included all of them, the 12 teachers. And that is during the parents' orientation. And now this is already the implementation of the Top of Mind. And maybe we can play the next slide. One of the activities, sir?
Ready? Yes! I was born when. Sige, simulan na natin. Sino kaya yung una? Yan na, spin! Sino yan? Ako! Sina, Krisha at King. Sige, tayo daw, Krisha at King. Yan.
In that video, I presented the Bato-Bato Peak as one of the Larong Pinoy.
Sino nanalo? Si Lawrence. Sige, Lawrence, basahin ang salitang ito. Lakasan. Bilis. Okay, palakpakan natin si Lawrence. At ang susunod na mag-partner ay...
Okay, so I need to present only one because I'm running out of time. But I have presented actually prepared 3 of and for this we have the for the budget, we have the MOOE, and aside from that, our division, we have supplies coming from division office intended for the kindergarten, the grades 1 and 4. Under the Matatag curriculum, we have this fund, or we have this material such ink, printers, and of course, the book papers. And if we are talking into internet, it's not a problem actually in our division, because using your personal email or DepEd email, if wherever you go in all the DepEd schools, you have already the connection. And of course, we have the our stakeholders to be engaged, this one. And of course, our evidences. As of the moment, I cannot provide you a quantitative result because I am still in the implementation stage. But if we talk on the qualitative information, we have also this consultation of the 2 teachers and through collaborative expertise also. So we have this and that. So for the SWOT analysis, I have these 4. So for sure that at the end of the day, all of these threats and all of these weaknesses will be transformed into an opportunities and also will become strength of my implementation. So for the process of improvements or recommendations, of course, I have this monitoring and evaluation. We have the professional development for teachers, and of course, the peer mentoring and coaching, and of course, the incorporation of social-emotional learning, and of course, the gender equality and social inclusion. We should always remember that in everything we do, we need to be more innovative, we need to be more engaged, we need to be dedicated and committed to our work. Because in DepEd, una sa lahat ay bata. Thank you so much. And before I would like to end this, I would like to greet everyone watching right now in our SDO Tacorong. And thank you so much for this opportunity, SBFI. and all of the partners of these activities. Again, to God be all alone the glory. Good afternoon.
Oh my kamhay, maray na hapon, is an expression of success and opportunity. Despite the many achievements of the learners under the special curricular programs such as championing research, presentation internationally, wherein as a reward, 3 small planets were named after our learner presenter. Championing dance performances in Yogyakarta, Indonesia last August. But this achievement is being pulled down by the performances of those in the basic education program. The Camarines Sur National High School, being one of the oldest and biggest public secondary schools in the region in Naga City, founded on July 15, 1902, caters to all types of learners. The first group of teachers were the Thomasites, a group of American teachers who traveled from the United States to the newly occupied territory of the Philippines on the USA Army Transport Thomas. The curricular programs being offered by the school to support learners' innate talents and skills include special program science and technology, engineering and mathematics, special programs in technical vocational education, special programs in the arts, special program in sports, special program in foreign language, special program in journalism, special needs education, and the basic education program. The school has 414 teachers and 89 non-teaching personnel. For the school year 2024-2025, we have a total learner population of 10,341, of which 1,865 or 18% are grade 7 learners. In grade 7, the big chunk of the pie belongs to the basic education program, which is 1,112 learners or 60%, while the other 40% is being divided by the special curricular programs. From among the curricular programs being offered, it is in the BEP that school found most challenging. Unlike in the special curricular programs, where learners are accepted and assured placement in the chosen program based on test results and assessment conducted by the guidance office, the BEP is a general admission program for incoming grade 7 learners. One of the system in place in the admission of BEP learners is the administration of reading test using the Fry Oral Reading Test. The Fry Oral Reading Test consists of a series of short, graded passages with readability levels of 1 to 7 for examiner to assess or evaluate the reading rate and accuracy of the learner. Guidelines are also provided to determine the learner's independent, instructional, and frustration reading levels based on oral reading errors. Based on the conducted Fry Oral Reading Test, the result shows that grade 7 Iriga has the highest number of learners with 4 level and below reading level. Hence, grade 7 Iriga was chosen to pilot section for this particular top. Looking at the data presented, notice that out of 48 learners in grade 7 Iriga, only 8 learners are in reading level 7. There are 6 learners under reading level 4 and below. But still below what is expected of them. I mean, reading level 6 are in the majority, but again, it is below what is expected of them. So, what are the strategies that we use for this particular dilemma or problem that we are meeting? The first one is, we have this holistic approach or the oral reading for subject. This means that to address the poor reading level is for teachers, across curriculum to be reading teachers themselves and for reading to be embedded in their lessons. The material to be used is the lesson for the day. The next one is integrative or by groupings. Formation of subgroups by dividing the class into 8 groups so that subject teachers have 6 learners in their group. The purpose is that during the entire period of the teacher, she will see to it that those 6 learners will be able to read orally aside from other learners in the class. The third strategy is the third strategy is groundbreaking. This is a 15-minute extended period after class devoted to additional reading session with their respective groups and subject teachers with permission, of course, from their parents. And the last one is harmonious. Parent support plays vital contribution in the reading progress of learners. Every Friday, subject teachers will be sending reading materials to be read at home with the guidance of parents. The reading materials are preparatory or introduction of the following week's lesson. Now, these are the stakeholders. They will be the one to help the school head in monitoring and also in the implementation of the program. So we have here the master teachers, the assistant or the department heads, the assistant principals, the teachers, and of course, the parents. Okay, this is the timeline from the start, the second week of August, the meeting, etc., and then the implementation, and last week our initial assessment, so that we'll know if this is or this project or this strategy is really or if we get some positive output already. So to give you, this is now the evidence of transformation. Notice that in the previous slides, there are 8 students, 8 learners. Then after the assessment, after more than a month, there are already 12 of them. So there is that 50% increase. Level 6, this is the reading level or grade level. 27, the majority, and again it increases to 33 or 22.22%. While level number 5, from 6, it goes down to 3. So this is now decreasing. And I'm very happy that for the level 4 and below, from 6 learners, it now becomes 0. Meaning there is a significant increase after those activities that we have done. So moving forward, ways forward, these are the activities that we want to be doing next. Of course, there is the video okay challenge, the fun run. You might be asking, how fun run? Again, as they run through the streets, there are words, quotation that they will be meeting, and this will be discussed in class for them to learn to be pronounced properly, especially now that there are so many names of candidates along the way. And of course, I want to focus on, the all school activities must contain reading spree. Meaning, as the principal, all activities has to pass my office, and before the approval, there must be a reading session, a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes before or during the activity in itself, so that reading would be appreciated and we will be able to contribute more in the reading activities of learners. That is why I put there, why silent no more or silent no more? Because after the reading program, our learners have significantly boosted their confidence level with the support, guidance, encouragement of teachers. Silent no more because our learners are now willing and find pleasure in participating in other activities that involve reading. To To end, let me have this quotation: your life, our lives, is our message to the world. Make sure it's inspiring. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Mrs. Maria May Alminaza from the Division of Iloilo City, very well known of the Dinagyang Festivals. I am currently the officer in charge of Bacau Integrated School, SDO Iloilo City. Our school is located at the center of the city, which is surrounded by so many establishments, churches, hospitals, markets, and of course, schools. We have 33 strong and very cooperative teachers and 842 learners. Of course, we know that teachers play a vital role in the literacy improvement of our learners. We have been implementing so many literacy programs by our government, by the DepEd. We have the National Learning Camp, National Reading Program, Catch-Up Fridays, and others. I think it's now time to stop implementing and start enacting and initiating. In the recent test of the CRLA, or the Comprehensive Rapid Literacy Assessment, our school, the grade 3 learners, we have, out of 71, we have 17 full refreshers. When we say full refreshers, these are the learners, which means they could not identify any of the words from the material used, and scores 0 in this assessment. We have been using so many diagnoses to our learners, but are we giving the correct medicine to them? So upon reading the different researches on the factors that affect the literacy of our learners, I have come up with this one. That one factor that affects the literacy of our learners are their age. And we have come up to this one test or assessment that could compare with the results of the CRLA, or Comprehensive Rapid Literacy Assessment. This is the birth reading test results. Birth reading test is a quick and efficient method to estimate a child's reading age and assess intellectual development, developed by Sir Cyril Bird, a British psychologist. If you can see there, that is the age of the child, but the reading age is lower than his age. So in order to give the correct diagnosis of these children which need remediation, we have come up with this solution. We are going to capacitate teachers in acquiring appropriate interface reading strategies, provide technical assistance, and use reproduced reading materials suited for the age in teaching reading. What is the reason behind? Because supporting teachers in providing effective reading strategy skills will boost their efficiency and effectiveness. And empirical evidence attests a birth date effect in education that is scholastic attainment varies with the month of birth, according to Daniels, Gladhill, Goodman, and Russell and Startup. And of course, the innovative features, the peer tutoring, the interactive reading activities, and reproduction of learning materials appropriate for the learner's reading age level. The teachers are already reproducing the reading materials suited to the learners, and the learners are using it. The timeline for the activities in implementation, we have already finished. Out of the 8 activities, I have already finished the 6 activities, and the 2 other activities to be done by November or December, with a total of 13,400 budget. And of course, for our output, out of those 17 learners who belong to the full refreshers, 35% or 6 of them are already developing readers. And 2 out of 17 or 12% are already considered transitioning readers, and 2 out of 17 also are grade ready and reading at their age level. And of course, the 100% or 3 out of the 3 grade 3 teachers were already capacitated. For our impact, 90% accomplished, 90% accomplished. I know that we could not accomplish 100% until we fully give all the solutions to our learners. And I believe that small daily improvements are the key to staggering long-term results. And of course, this is the impact of our project. The strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and our improvements, recommendations, and continue to be implemented. And of course, our video.
Flag in a bag.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Inocencia Deles from the Division of Silay City. Will present to you the collaboration for champion readers. So this TAP is enrichment program to enhance the low reading level of the learners through play-based activities. So, this is the school of Governor Emilio Gaston Memorial Elementary School is situated at Silay City. It is from Barangay Rizal Street, Negros Occidental. So, a while ago, Ma'am Glo Celeste introduced to you our city. The city of Silay, wherein it is known as the Paris of Negros. And aside from its architectural buildings, the airport of Negros Occidental also is located at Silay City. So Governor Emilio Gaston was established in 1939, and with a total land area of 7,772 square meters, and with 55 teaching personnel and 1,631 learners. So the school has a limited space because of its small land area. Reading is a tool subject that provides an avenue to the development of academic skills of learners. Teaching beginning reading gives the child a head start on expanding the vocabulary and support with depth and trust of delivering quality education for all learners, and no one is left behind. So the CRLA, or the Comprehensive Rapid Literacy Assessment, given last August 20 to September 20, shows that grades 1 to 3 reading result. So I concentrated on the full refresher. So grade 1 has 195 pupils, and very alarming that 115 were full refresher. So almost more than a half of these children are full refresher. So 61 from the grade 2 out of 265, which is 23%, and 54 out of 271 from the grade 3, or the 20%. All in all, the 31%, or 230 out of 731 grades 1 to 3 learners that are in full refresher reading level need revision and intervention program to address the low reading level. So when we speak of full refresher, they needs direction, instruction, and phonics from previous grade. So the chosen solution. So we introduce game-based learning activities relevant to reading enhancement, using games in teaching and intervention activities using different apps like Spin a Wheel, wherein when they spin the wheel, when the wheel stops, the pupil will read the word. And collaborative expertise, wherein teachers also by grade level meet to make instructional reading materials suited for the reading level of their learners. So they also engage in LAC session, wherein the LAC leaders or the master teachers introduce the different interactive activities for that they are going to, she introduces it to them, and then share to them the materials, and they can use it in their classroom activities. They use also the reproduced reading materials during tutorial and remediation activities. So the rationale for choosing the solution: good teaching and strong school leadership favorably impact student achievement. That is from Darling Hammond, 20,000. Marzano, 27, and Litwood, Lewis, Anderson, and Watson, 2004. Teachers' effectiveness is the most influential school-level factor in generating positive student outcomes, from Darling Hammond, 2000, and Marzano, 2007. The innovative features: employing a play-based pedagogy in the classroom is one way of engaging pupil in educational experience, and it is appropriate and beneficial. We use also technology in instructional materials like television and downloaded videos in teaching beginning reading. So for example, they download the letters and played it before they start the class. They played it on the television. So most of the teachers has television set. So that is one way of starting the class. And also, they could sing or they could follow the video, the sounds of the letter. So last week, this is the solution of the implementation plan. So I had already, the green color, I already finished it up. And so we are on the full implementation of the program coming last September 30 to March 2025. So I will show to you the video a while for my journey in this transformation action plan. So as for this time, I don't have still the output, outcome, and impact since the test was conducted a month ago only. So we are still on preparation and on the early stage of the implementation. But we are now capacitating the teachers to this program for the implementation. So they are starting. So as lesson learned, collaboration of teachers, parents, school head, and stakeholders will result to positive improvement in addressing the literacy problem of the learners. So last month, our local government also gave us 10 television smart TV so that we could use that one as an instructional material, engaging in interactive activities. Then, to continue to explore the use of game-based strategies in reading, using technology, using different apps, and downloaded video in beginning reading to motivate learners to read during remediation and tutorial activities. So, be innovative in conducting enrichment activities, and because through innovation, we can make a difference in the life of our learners. So this is our journey in the
Good afternoon, dear transformed leaders. I am Roslyn Diasis Mabasa, the school leader of Cabancalan National High School, located at the heart of the city of Cabancalan in the southern part of the province of Negros Occidental. Cabancalan National High School have the following numbers of personnel who helped me in leading our learners. 98 teaching staff, 5 non-teaching staff, 7 locally funded general services personnel, 2,148 learners. My transformational action plan, in Cabancalan, we work for excellence by championing the advancement of the necessary. Allow me to present to you our action plan. It is entitled Play and Learn to Champion Literacy and Numeracy. The significance of my action plan, of our action plan is, this is to provide students with a play and learn class instruction, an hour a day of intensive, focused, and fun-filled learning activities to enhance the literacy and numeracy abilities. The basis of this is the school year 2024 errand and fail area results, or Philippine Informal Reading Inventory for English, and Enhanced Regional Unified Numeracy Test for Mathematics. It's found out that the numeracy assessment, 15 out of 411 grade 7 students are non-proficient. In literacy, 18 out of 320 grade 7 students are in frustration level or non-reader. Engagement and partnership in education, 18 out of 398 parental involvement. And the chosen solutions, the program Play and Learn is designed to answer the dilemma on the reading and numeracy of grade 7 students. Teachers will work through collaborative preparation of materials and interactive activities or gamification that will fit to the needs of the learners. The program is done every after dismissal in the afternoon to improve the academic performance. To enhance confidence and self-esteem of the learners. Long-term educational benefits, enhanced community and family involvement. For the innovation features, to support and prove the implementation of the Play and Learn. Kindly watch this. For individualized instruction, focused learning environment, interactive activities. So teachers are making their resource materials. Then we have the parent-child open communication, forge partnership from parents and local government unit. And the implementation plan, we have the activities, the pre-implementation, and the implementation and the post-implementation. Now that we are in the implementation stage, we started last September 25. I would like to highlight that because of interactive activities and gamification, this really made a difference in our learners' enthusiasm to attend the Play and Learn sessions every afternoon. And then the post-implementation will be on November 25 to December 13. The resource needed, we have the things that we need, budget sources, human resources. But most of all, the most very important resources that we need is the English and Mathematics master teachers and the English and Mathematics teachers, because the master teachers will be the one to make the materials to be used in every day session. And then the teachers will be the one to process and implement the program. For the evidence of transformation, we have the output, outcome, and impacts, wherein in output, 15 non-proficient and 18 non-readers have undergone the Play and Learn program. Its quantitative baseline is 18 out of 18 students, and the target is 18 out of 18 students, which is 100%, and the actual result for the output is 100%. The outcome, quantitative baseline is 100%, and the target is 100%. But no result yet since the post-test will be on November 26. Then the impact, 15 non-proficient and 18 non-readers have undergone the Play and Learn program and shall be nearly proficient and instructional readers respectively. The baseline of this and the target is 100%. The program has also its strength, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats. But the program Play and Learn, most interesting, which made the proponent eager to continue to sustain the program because changes happen. It encourages and inspires the learners to attend, join, and participate in the learning session. They now found that the learning activities is fun and easy. The most inspiring is that the learners gradually are learning. For sustainability, our plan is to have collaborative partnership. We will, to ensure the continued success and impact of the innovation, we will work closely with the district and division to ensure that everything is aligned in the department's policy and programs. Adaptive strategies, we will modify strategies and activities to accommodate the diverse learning styles in interest of the students in numeracy and literacy. For funding source, funding exploration, we will continue to source out funds and resources so that continuity of the program will continue to process and continuous improvement. For the learners of Cabancalan National High School, with my colleagues in Cabancalan National High School, SDO Cabancalan, my top has been presented. This is Roslyn Mabasa saying, in Cabancalan, we can.
Thank you very much to the second batch of our top presenters. And we are requesting the presence of our CESL scholars here on stage for the refinement of your masterpiece to be led by the program director of CSL, no other than Dr. Vicente Reyes.
Hello.
And Dr. Victoria Bowen.
thank you, first of all, for your inputs and your presentation. It was, again, really interesting to hear what you've been doing. What I'm going to start off with is a bit of advice that I was given many years ago when I did my leadership training. And I was told that feedback is a gift, okay? And like any gift, you can take it and treasure it, or after you've been given it, out of sight from everyone else, you can put it in the bin, okay? So just bear with that, because, you know, sometimes feedback, you will go, yes, absolutely, I can embrace that. And sometimes it's not for you, okay? So feedback is really important, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Also, a lot of you had looked at reading, and I know that some of your schools, many of your schools are in challenging circumstances. Like me, when I was a school leader, reading was always an issue with very low reading rates. And it's something that you always have to keep refining and developing. So well done to you all for your ideas. I'm going to go through, first of all, so I'm going to start with Joy. Your pathways to literacy, your project boost, outstanding outcomes is one of the things that you wanted to know. What was one of your aims was outstanding outcomes. One of the things I wanted you to reflect on was, what does outstanding look like? Okay, because you had lots of data about why you wanted outstanding outcomes, but it would be really useful to know, what does outstanding look like? What is your end, going to look like when you've got outstanding? You had very broad aims, increasing literacy rate, absenteeism, nutritional status, and enhancing teachers, and lots of innovations, which I can only commend you for your ambition. I just want you to consider, how will you know which ones have been effective and which ones haven't been effective when you are introducing such a large suite of changes all at one time? I'll move on to the next one, okay, and then you can respond afterwards. Rebecca, reading through singing. What a diverse school you have, with a diversity of language and your SEN provision. And this sounded like a really exciting project. You know, the thought of bringing singing, something so joyful, to the classroom. I really was quite excited by this. You shared lots and lots of data about your school. But I would encourage you just to think about, what does that data really tell you? You talked about fluency and comprehension and speed, but the kind of the specificities of, like, what does that data mean for your improvement? So using that data to really think about those little nuanced things that are going to improve those things that you said, which were fluency, comprehension, and speed. Again, I would have liked to have heard more detail. I saw the video, but I really would have liked to have known the kind of. I was so intrigued by this project that I really wanted to know, what did it look like? When were you doing it in the school day? How were the teachers? How were you choosing the songs? There were so many questions that remained unanswered by the time I'd watched your presentation. But yeah, I really do commend you with your idea. I felt that it had the potential of being really transformative and something I haven't heard of before. So I was thinking, oh yes, how can I apply that in schools that I'm working with? So well done. You had good link to scholarly sources as well. Helena. Again, Helena, something that is really, really close to my own heart. I'm a really big believer in sport as a driver for academic change. So this one, again, I was like, wow, this is something that I really am interested in. You're working with grade 11 learners, which is sometimes a year group that are hard to engage with, okay? If your grade 11 learners are like grade 11 learners in the UK, you're lucky to get one word out of them, never mind the amount of encouragement you're giving them. You were linking this to absenteeism, and there is strong evidence between the use of sport and engagement in learning. And you referred to some of that. Just when you're thinking about looking at your academic materials, think about a little bit like Vincenzi said earlier, how they apply specifically to your own context. Because, the sport research, can change considering the context it's been researched in. So just to think carefully about that. And even though you had good engagement, you also had a 22% non-engagement. And I just felt I would like to reflect on that non-engagement. Who's not engaging? Why are they not engaging? I noticed your school context had a high number of Muslim children. Are they impacted by Friday prayers, for example? There were some things about your context and kind of really looking at that 22% of pupils who are not engaged and trying to learn from that as you move your project forward. But yes, again, I was left with wanting to know what exactly, how, because I loved your project and I wanted to learn from it, but I felt like I didn't have enough takeaways to go, oh my goodness, I love what they're doing. They're doing this on a Friday afternoon, specifically. But thank you. Sulpicio, is that right? Yeah. Oh, John, I've missed you out, John. Sorry. You have got a huge deficit to address, and I commend you for the challenge that you have ahead of you, particularly looking at phonics and your use of digitalized based learning instruction. The use of research was really clear. But again, like I've mentioned before with some of your colleagues, thinking about the research in the way it influences your particular context. Research, looking at the research and thinking, where was the research done? What was the aim of that research? And how does that reflect my particular context? Particularly if maybe research has been done in the UK or the US, is that replicable to what you're doing in school? And then I've got Sulpicio with his MyCam High. I liked the kind of enthusiasm of MyCam High that really that was addressing the level of reading. What a huge school you have! My goodness, I was like, bigger that is, makes UK schools look tiny, even our biggest schools. So, you've got a big challenge with so many children. I had one question that you can answer to me just now. What is BEP? BEP. You had BEP. Okay. Thank you. So I really commended your holistic approach to reading, that you had reading in lessons, you had pre-teaching, and there was like a really good impact shown, and I kind of, that really warmed to me, the idea of keeping that reading at the top of your to-do list all the time and linking that to the other activities that were going on. So yeah, really do commend you for that. Maria May. So we've got we've got Listen, which was your program. I liked the fact that you said there were many, many reading programs, and I know as a school leader that, and I reflected on it in my talk, that quite often there is a lot of policy that is given by central or regional government, and that can be really hard as a school leader to implement at a local level. And so I was really excited to hear about your local enactment of policy and finding the idea of finding the correct medicine from the research. Again, as I've said with other people, being very careful about the research that you're looking at and seeing how that particular research is going to address your school needs. You had done a lot of work with the reading age and what interactive reading strategies could be linked to reading age, and using reading age-leveled resources, if I understood your project correctly, which has that as a way forward of improving reading has really strong increases. Particularly when English is a first language, so just be careful with some of the research there that it's coming from first language English-based curricula, and you're looking at it as an additional language. Also, with your birth date research, again, I don't know how the school year works, but birth date research is specifically linked to the English, the British academic year, where children start in September, and we call it summer-born children are not as school-ready as autumn-born children. Now, I don't know what your school year is, whether it's September to September, and whether you're cut off, but for example, in Scotland, even though the school year is September to September, their actual cut-off for joining that school year is January, February. So they have less issues with school, with summer-born children. So again, I just something just to watch. You had a very specific curriculum going on, so I would love to kind of find out a bit more about the transformative nature of that going forward. I'm probably going way over time, but they were just all so interesting. So, Insensia, champion readers, and you are looking at play-based activities to support phonics. Again, I feel like there's some themes that run along all of them, but I thought this sounded really exciting again, but I would have again liked to have seen some more specifics about, for me, taking it away, what is it you're doing specifically in this play-based activities. There's lots of lovely research about play-based pedagogies, and although you'd looked at the Darling-Hammond research, which actually I had used in my talk, so it's something about school effectiveness and leadership and teacher effectiveness, and how much that has an impact on children making good progress. I was wanting to know specifically how that came to you, how would that reflect in yours? And when you were talking about game-based and interactive, what did you mean? What were you actually doing to be game-based and interactive? What games? Was it something specific, or was it being teacher-led? And then finally, I've got Rosalind, who was doing play and learn to champion literacy and numeracy. This one. Wow, what a commitment. 1 hour a day for 18 students. Is that every day? That is a huge commitment of time and resource. And I have to commend you and your colleagues for taking on such a huge amount of work. There was a large teacher involvement beyond the school day, and so I was interested to know how you'd managed to engage teachers to put in such a huge involvement of planning and time. I know you touched on the fact that they were seeing results, so that was kind of like that. But yeah, if you've got, I was just something that just intrigued me, and I liked the fact that your project felt quite transformative. The hour a day and the project you were doing felt like something that actually if you get good success in this project, you could use it with different year groups, use it in different schools, use it. So, that there was something about that I really liked. And you highlighted that sustainability really, really clearly. And I would, just kind of say to everybody that I know that part of this project, you don't have to have it going on forever, but actually as a legacy to yourselves, wouldn't it be great if the project that you are doing, small scale, lasted beyond just your project or lasted beyond just your school. You know, how wonderful if suddenly everyone was singing everything in every classroom in the country, or every school in the country was doing the sport or was doing, you know, whatever you're doing. Wouldn't that be lovely? So, you know, really think about that sustainability, because to be truly transformational, I think these projects have the potential of having longevity, of going out further and wider. And good luck to you all as you complete them. Would you like to, yeah, you don't have to, but if you want to come back.
Thank you so much, Doc Bowen, for your comment and appreciation. And I'm so happy to hear those words. And with your comment, with my project Boasts, and that being the school head, since this is part of my KSA, my function is to really keep zero our non-readers as well as frustration level of our kids. And that since I'm the school head, I need to be a role model, I need to be a hands-on, I need to be a lead example, so that our teachers would be also working with their job. So I cannot do all of those innovative strategies if me, the school head, is not very cooperative with our teachers. And from that, I realized that being the school head, you must always be the joy in the school, from my name itself. And that we always have the supportive environment. You need to fund and cater the needs of our teachers, so that with all of the programs that you will be implementing, all those programs would be on top, because you have this beautiful heart to lead the school, as well as it will redound to the performance of our kids. So as of now, our school is on top, and our school is tagged as the best implementing school, especially in the school-based management. And we are on the level 3. And even me, being the school head, I am also best school head. If I don't know if it is fit to mention here, but I was a judge as the best school head in Region 11 as well as in the Philippines. So thank you, and thank you all, and thank you for being chosen me as part of this program.
Thank you. And wow, that's an amazing achievement. But always remember to look after you. You know,
Yes.
I would say that, because if you take on too much, you know, leadership is a marathon, not a sprint. So,
At
you
the
know,
end of the day, we always have the humbled heart. Because no matter how many accomplishments that you will have, always have the humbled heart, so that you could have best moments, especially with your family.
Definitely. Hello.
Thank you, Dr. Victoria Bowen, for the feedback. It makes me think of the data I have put there in my presentation. I was just establishing the fact that these data were the basis of the crafting of our project. So with your feedback, now I know what data to retain and what not to include. And also, as to the implementation of Basa Okay, I know that there were many questions there, because even me myself during the presentation, I find it hard to describe everything that's going on. But then basically, pupils were introduced with a song, and as I mentioned, the songs were folk songs, folk Filipino songs, and Makabayan songs as well, because I have this in me na that we have to develop these positive values among the Filipino learners. And also, being a reading teacher myself, I also would want our learners to be readers. And because of that, these lyrics of the song can be used as a reading material with the integration of structure. And since in DepEd we have this Marungko approach and Fuller approach, which are explicit, and there is this certain stages or things to follow. I have there also incorporated in the song target letters. So for example, in weeks 1 to 3, one song, but there were 3 target letters. Same with week 4 and 5 or lesson 2, there were also target letters. So I was not able to mention in the presentation that prior to the singing, the teacher will introduce the text first to the learners and then have those preliminary activities such as motive questions, and then read the story to the text to the pupils and make them understand and have those vocabulary words so that pupils wouldn't just sing, but then they have understood what they are singing. And then after that, when the text is already understood by the pupils, then that would be the time that they would sing the song. They will be given lyrics of the song, and then they will be bringing these lyrics of the song at home. And also, we conducted this activity we started it last September 17, and we are targeting to finish it by March 2025. And also, we need to track what letters are already introduced to the learners. So since these pupils are already in grade 3, so we are assuming that pupils already have those knowledge of letter names and letter sounds, and that they already have the basic knowledge of blending sounds to form words or to recognize words. So thus, we need to develop their fluency or reading automaticity, and as well as their comprehension and the speed with which they read. And then to be very sure also that the pupils don't just memorize the words, there will be monitoring tools which we will use to assess whether learners are really reading the word and not just uttering the word out of memory. So those words will be used in the monitoring tools. The target words or target letters and words will be used in the monitoring tool. So I am planning to have a monitoring tool at the end of lesson 3, and then next na naman.
Thank you. That was really, really clear. And I think you could actually end up with a beautifully developed resource that could be shared with other people. Sport, next.
Hello. Salam means peace. Good afternoon. I failed to mention in my presentation the time that the project will be implemented. And it will be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm also, by the way, thank you for liking my project and for the positive comments about it. And also for the concern for our Muslim learners, considering that it will be conducted on Friday. But as I have said, it will be at 3 o'clock, and our prayer is at 12 to 1. So there will be no conflict whatsoever. And why grade 11? And we consider this project is considered as a bridge for them to transition from grade 10 to grade 11. So we are hoping that this project through the sports will make their transition easier, smoother from grade 10, where they are still in the young age level, going to grade 11. So that it is expected that it will be a bridge, the bridge that will connect them from their grade 10 years to grade 11. So thank you.
Thank
And
you.
lastly, don't worry, ma'am. Aside from Google Scholar, I will be using national and local sources to support my tab.
Yeah,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you. And I think that continuing sport in year 11 is it's a time when students don't want to do sport, and there's so much good evidence about sport and academic progress. So well done.
Yeah, and if I may add, the implementation of sports at 3 o'clock in the Friday is also in consonance with the thrust of our school's division office, wherein they were telling us school leaders to provide space and time for students to play, because as what one presenter mentioned, all work and no play makes one a dull boy. Thank you very much.
John. Sorry, that was a thank you. Now, John.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bowen, for the feedback. Actually, maybe I have a very short and concise statement. Okay, so since that we have started this in a humble beginning, this is not just only a promise, but we need to work on this with a heart that this humble beginning will have a long-lasting impact to our learners with your positive comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, that positive one. Actually, I already asked, I have now a basis for this project to be replicated in other sections, especially in grade 7. And I'm going to make some policy that really all activities in school must have that reading as a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Doc Mowen. I only have 2 takeaways since the start of this training. The first one is the usual word that I utter in school. It's always go out of the box, think out of the box, from Doc Vic, of course. And the other one is embrace the discomforts that you are going to undergo, because the discomforts that you are going to undergo will give a very big impact to the improvement of the literacy of our learners. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, ma'am. For me, the game-based learning, for example, they play puzzle, pairing of letters. So that is the different activities or the games that they are going to play inside the classroom, since they are starting to read, most especially the full refresher that has a great number is from grade 1. So they are still at the beginning reading. So they are exposed to letters, and for the higher grades, maybe they will have the Scrabble like that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc, for the findings that you have from my presentation. You have mentioned regarding teachers, if how I had encouraged them to join the program and to commit themselves in order to facilitate the program. In Cabancalan National High School, teachers are very positive in terms of different programs of the department. And even the local programs given to us, designed by the school, by the different proponents, they are so very resilient in terms of their work. And of course, at first they will ask questions. But if you're going to orient them, tell them what will be the basis and everything of the program, they 100% accept the program and willing to serve as a teacher and willing to make change to our learners. Thank you.
You must be a very inspirational leader to have such a commitment from your staff. Well done. I can only commend you. Do any of the other partners have any questions?
So maybe I can follow up. Congratulations, second batch.
I think what Dr. Victoria Bowen has given you is really a lot of food for thought, right? But I just wanted to touch upon some things, right? Just to connect some of the things that we've heard today. The keynote began with Dr. Bowen telling us about crisis, right? And also talking about how when we are confronted with policies, the operative word is policy enactment, right? And this is something that we touched upon during the seminars, but we really didn't spend much time on it. Dr. Bowen, when you have a chance, she can explain to you much more about that, right? But I think it's something that we need to remember, that the policies that you are now trying to champion and the policies that you will be receiving from the Department of Education, you'll have to be very flexible, because implementation assumes, or it basically demands compliance. But when we talk about enactment, it's basically contextualizing it to each of your local conditions. So that's one thing that we just need to remember from Dr. Victoria Bowen's message. And then Dr. Jennifer Lopez talked to us about cognitive skills, right? So I was just reflecting on what we have been talking about from the first group and now to the second group. So we're looking at almost like tactical types of thinking, because we're looking at projects that are small. Yours is really ambitious. I mentioned that yesterday, and Dr. Victoria repeated it. But I think it's good for us to also remember what Dr. Victoria Bowen said, sustainability, right? And I think for us to do that, then we need to move to the higher cognitive skills, moving beyond tactical thinking to strategic thinking, right? I don't know if you remember, I talked to you about what I think is one of the best leadership programs in the world, right? We talked about it the other day, the leadership program in Singapore, right? And we can't beat that program because they have a lot of resources. If you remember, those who will become principals are target spotted when they're middle managers. They're taken away from school. They spend 6 months at the National Institute of Education. They are required to do 2 international travels, fully paid, and then they are also required to create a project similar to what you're doing. But their project stretches them in order for them to have strategic thinking, because they need to identify a school, look at the school, diagnose what the problems of the school could be in 10 years' time. Not the problem now, but the problem in 10 years' time, right? So I think what Dr. Lopez was telling us is to be aware of the culture that we are all a part of, the Philippine culture that we love, but it also has maybe some characteristics that prevent us from embracing a truly strategic way of thinking, a truly transformational way of thinking. And which brings me back to what we have been talking about for the longest time, that this program offers you a space, right? A space to really think out of the box, right? So those are just things for us to sort of remember, right? Policy enactment, really challenging ourselves, moving towards higher order cognitive thinking, and of course, remembering what you said, ma'am, that you will be forever embracing a bit of discomfort because you're changing things, but at the same time, you are out of the box. And then Vignesh, in his video message, told us that, well, you are leaders of change. Everyone, your batch, the previous ones, and the ones who are going to be presenting soon. Just tying down some of the messages that we heard today. Yeah. Congrats.
Can we give everyone a round of applause, please? For our presenters, you may just take your seats. May I invite our other partners to join us again on stage?
Some people slip past.
Let's have the official photographer first. So that will be our official photo. Thank you very much. May we ask our participants to assist us by moving the chairs to the side? We shall now turn to the dessert of our transformational action plans, the last batch of presenters. May I invite a warm round of applause. My apologies for those who presented. May I now turn the mic over to our critical friends who are hosting this afternoon's event.
Again, congratulations to our second batch of presenters. Now, we proceed to the third batch of presenters with the theme Transforming Schools, Policy, Principles, and Practices. And may we invite on stage our two keynote speakers. And to have a dialogue, may we have Dr. Vicente Reyes and Dr. Victoria Bowen.
All right, so we're now on our third keynote, and we're about to listen to the final group of our colleagues, right? So I'm going to just start off by responding to what Professor Victoria Bowen shared with us, no? Transforming schools, policy, practice to principle. She reminded us about how school leadership is not an easy task, right? Particularly when we reflect on the pandemic. And that was the main message of Dr. Bowen. The global crisis struck us, but as I was mentioning to some of you earlier, in the presentation that we had yesterday, I cited the report of the Philippine Business for Education. Do you remember that? Of October 2023 that talked about Philippine education in a state of crisis, right? So this crisis that Dr. Bowen talked about globally, when we look at it locally, we are still very much in the throes of an education crisis, right? And in this crisis situation, you, all of us, particularly the school leaders, you play a critical role. So we're having the conversation now, Dr. Victoria Bowen. And she reminded us, I mean, when she talked about what was going on in England, I was living there during that time. It was really a chaotic moment, particularly with the change in policies, with Ofsted not inspecting, and the school principals were all very happy, the head teachers were very happy with that, and they were wishing that that becomes a more permanent fixture, but it was not a permanent fixture, it came back. So I was telling our colleagues, Victoria, that I am one of the governors in one of the schools in Bristol at St. Nick's. So you may be familiar with it. It's also an inner school, Catholic school, and I'm one of the governors. I'm the chair of teaching and learning in that school. So we see how the impact of Ofsted has really hit that particular school that I work with. Localized solutions are important, and also the importance of advocating for students and communities. And when we do this, we emerge stronger, right? I also reminded you about a paper that we published 2 years ago, my colleagues and I, right? When reforms make things worse, school leadership responses to poverty, disasters, and cultures of crisis in the Philippine education system. Somehow what I talked about earlier prefaced this particular issue. In this particular paper that I wrote together with my colleagues Obaid and Ian, we were talking about how some education reform policies, if they're driven by what we call uneven understanding of policy, it has an adverse effect, right? Here we critiqued the K-12 education reform agenda. One of the features of the K-12 reform agenda was the School Governance Act, school-based management, particularly the notion of distributed leadership, right? So we looked at it, and when we explored at what was happening to some of the school leaders in a Philippine context, we realized that the implementation, the rollout of the K-12 was advantageous for strong schools, for schools that were pretty robust, right? But for schools that were perennially plagued with crisis, we have schools like that, schools that are always underwater during seasons like this. We can just talk about Navotas, we can even talk about Camarines, the school of Sir Sulpicio. When these occasions happen, with distributed leadership, sometimes what happens to these schools is they are neglected, right? Because the mantra now is you can govern yourself. The national government doesn't actually have to help you now. I'm simplifying it, but that is sometimes the mantra that emerges. So some schools feel that they're neglected, and some schools feel that they're forgotten, right? So that's what we were arguing in this particular paper. And that brings me back to what Dr. Victoria Bowen talked about a while ago, the critical role that school leaders must perform given this situation, right? And continuing with that argument, with that challenge, I think that the point that was raised earlier, sustainability, continuing the program, continuing our transformational action plans, and thinking more strategically is something for us to really reflect upon and make sure that we look for ways to make that happen, okay? If you notice in our program, we are really pushing you to do evidence-based decision-making, evidence-based types of decision, right? The goal for CESL is for it to become an automatically credited unit at the University of Bristol. But academic colleagues who have seen the outputs have been telling me that we need to convert the project completion report into an academic piece, right? So that's why I keep on telling you, and Victoria was also suggesting that you support your arguments with scholarly sources, but not just any scholarly source. It has to be relevant, right? It has to be relevant. And she pointed out the idea of the birth date phenomenon in the UK, right? So I don't know if it applies to us, Because when I went there, I realized what it was. If your child is born in a particular month, then they join a cohort where they're either the oldest or the youngest. That means that their maturity level is different from the others, right? So that's a different context that may not be applicable to us, right? But why do we want you to do research? Why is this program design-based research? Because we think that research helps you comprehend real-world puzzles, and more importantly, it will help you undertake actions that are supported by evidence, right? So colleagues and I, we made this book, Educational Research in the Age of the Anthropocene, and that was one of the arguments that we were making. It is important that the actions that school leaders do should be backed by evidence, so that when you are challenged, when people contest you, and that may happen, right? In the informal conversations I've had with some of the school leaders, they were saying that resistance was one of the problems that you encountered. Some of the teachers felt, why are we doing this? But if you are backed up by what practitioners and scholars have mentioned, particularly if it's peer-reviewed, then you are in a good position to continue your innovations, right? You can feel confident that you are moving towards the right direction. Okay, so, and I just wanted to repeat that when we talk about policy, there are limits to policy, and in my research I have encountered that. There are also paradoxes that emerge from our practice, and eventually when we talk about the principles of education, are they necessarily immutable? Do the principles of education that we believe in, are they immutable? Or are they going to change, right? Particularly in a 21st century context, I think we should be ready, right? So in the interest of time, I'm going to go straight to the last bit, right? So I'm going to skip the rest, and I'm going to go to the last slide. Okay, so we've seen this. Just to that bit. Not this one. This one. So I think most of us who studied education are familiar with the moral principles in education of John Dewey. And education is not preparation for life, education is life itself. So quickly, I wanted to just ask you this simple set of questions once my clicker works, right? Doesn't seem to be cooperating with me. Right. Quickly, if you see this list, instead of ranking it from 1 to 5, I just want you to identify what you think would be the most important item that corresponds to the value of education. You think about it, right? What for you is the most important value of education? Very quickly, right? That's it. Learning about yourself, learning about nature, spending time with friends, learning to be a cultured person, being a person with good character, being a good citizen. I think you will have your responses now, right? Let me share with you what the Singaporean students responded to, right? Which we studied some time ago when I was still part of the National Institute of Education. So if you see here, when they were primary 4, when they were about 9 years old, 10 years old, the most important item for them, the value of education, was doing well in exams. When these kids became primary 5, it was getting a high-paying job. For secondary school students, it's consistently been getting a high-paying job, getting a high-paying job. And it's a phenomenon that's continuing in Singapore, right? Now, why am I saying this? Because I think when we were still growing up, at least my generation, education was seen not purely from a materialist type of economic function role, right? So we want education to be something that helps us become good citizens, people with good character. But I think a section of the young population now, because of an increasingly globalized neoliberal world, are beginning to espouse these types of values of education, right? That's why I'm asking the question, when we take a look at the principles of education that we believe in and that we teach, are they necessarily immutable, or are they changing, right? Ethics of research. So we are familiar with the Belmont Report, respect for persons, beneficence, justice. And my colleagues and I, because of an ongoing research that we're doing, we're beginning to ask whether the ethics of research is also changing. We're beginning to see in the 4 contexts that we're working in, is the ethics of data beginning to change, right? And that's what, when we talked about datascapes, and this is going to be the last slide. So we're undertaking this research, the 4 of us, in England, in Australia, in Singapore, and in the Bangladesh. And what we're seeing is that the way that data is used, and particularly the ethical use of data, is beginning to change, right? Some of the items that we believe are protected, like the Belmont Report, don't seem to be happening now, particularly in developing countries like Bangladesh, and even in a wealthy country like Singapore, right? In the UK, we're very strong in relation to the GDPR, right? Data protection laws. I think in Ateneo, Dr. Mel Oracion can vouch for this, we're also very much looking into that. But in Australia, we're beginning to take a look at indigenous populations, and we're beginning to realize that the ethics rules that we have in a Western world or in a Western-dominated world do not apply to people who live in indigenous communities like the indigenous peoples in Australia, right? And I think we will be listening to some of you talk about indigenous peoples later on as well in the 3rd group. And I thought for us it was something to really reflect upon and think about, right? Whether the principles that we are familiar with, are they immutable, right? Policies, we need to be able to enact them. And then if it's evidence-informed, we are in good stead. But there are limits to that, and there are also paradoxes to policy. And when we take a look at principles, do principles necessarily have to be immutable, or could they change? So it's a space for us to be aware about. So again, the purpose of this keynote is basically just to catalyze our minds, to force us to reflect, and to think about the issues that confront us, right? And with that, we begin with the last set of speakers. Thank you.
Okay, good day, everyone. I am Mr. Enrico O. Manaid, the school principal of Congressman Erasmo R. Cruz Memorial Center School. Our school is located at in the district of Bocaue, province of Bulacan, where the famous Philippine Arena is located, the Pagoda Sawawa Festival, and also our town is known as the fireworks capital of the Philippines. Congressman Erasmo R. Cruz Memorial Central School measures about 21,804 square meters. It is considered as large school in the district of Bocaue. Congressman Erasmo R. Cruz Memorial Center School is headed by yours truly, with 49 teaching personnel and 1,684 learners. From these, 1,630 elementary learners and 54 ALS learners. Congressman Erasmo, being a large school in Bocaue, offers more social opportunities and increases the likelihood of pupils finding like-minded peers who challenge and support them. They including the shy ones, learn to take control of their social lives and carve their own path. It also avoids the fishbowl effect and gives a healthy escape while during their social development. The teaching force at Congressman Erasmo is dedicated and passionate. Reflected in the school inviting facades, which warmly welcomes learners, including the ALS room, a vibrant space for learning and growth. Congressman Erasmo is a school-based learning center that caters out-of-school youth and adults through alternative learning system. It has an average enrollment of 75 learners, ranges 13 to 64 years old. Many of our learners do need support in terms of academic improvement, especially in mathematics. This project is very timely because next year, the ALS will use the PISA-type questionnaire, which is more on situational and problem solving instead of portfolio assessment. I think this transformational project can help a lot. To able to gauge the knowledge and skills of our ALS learners, we conducted a teacher-made test in mathematics with a result that can be seen on the screen. With those results, I called attention of the teachers in ALS, and then we formed a team to address the needs of our learners. Through collaboration and focus group discussion, we set to a new project to be called Project Enrico, which means enhancing the numeracy skills of ALS learners through reliable ICT materials and collaborative learning. So the results of the teacher-made pretest in number and algebra and for ALS junior high school learners were the 36 all ALS junior high school learners with the age range of 16 years old to 64 years old with the result of the following. Okay, so we have 20 items. We got 8.75 mean, 3.13 standard deviation with maximum score of 20 and minimum score of 2. So, Project Enrico, or enhancing numeracy skills of ALS learners through reliable ICT learning materials and collaborative learning was launched last September 16, 2024, headed by yours truly and the ALS teacher, Sir Emir Diaz. So what is the features of this project? So Project Enrico consists of electronic workbooks developed by the ICT teachers of our school. The electronic workbooks are divided into 4 different parts. The R stand for regarding the lesson. The I, which stand for I can do these activities. C for checking the mastery. And O for observe again the lesson. The electronic workbook has a cue card codes for easy access of different supplementary multimedia like interactive games, video lessons, and images. This kind of ICT strategy makes the learning accessible anywhere at their convenience. So the integration of the ICT or in the information and communication technology in the learning process has revolutionized education, making it more interactive, accessible, and efficient. So ICT allows students to learn at their own pace. So ICT allows the use of videos, animations, simulations, and interactive presentations in lessons, which can cater to various learning styles and make difficult concepts easier to understand. As evidence, this is the result from pre-test to post-test. So there is significant difference between the pre-test and the post-test scores of the participants. Therefore, the project Enrico has proven effective in addressing learning gaps in mathematics among our ALS learners. Another evidence is transformational leadership in teaching combined with information and communication technology, or the ICT, can greatly enhance mathematics education by fostering an innovative, engaging, and student-centered learning environment. Transformational leadership focuses on inspiring and motivating both students and teachers to go beyond traditional methods, and the integration of ICT helps in realizing this vision in the following ways. Number one is creating an engaging learning environment, personalized learning, encouraging collaboration and critical thinking, innovative teaching strategies, inspiring innovation, creativity, and fostering a growth mindset. So for the recommendations, upon the implementation, so teachers should be given sufficient trainings on the development of ICT-based training materials, provision of ICT devices to be used by the ALS learners during the implementation of Project Enrico, and steadfast support to the different programs of the alternative learning system. And in the end, if your actions inspired others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are a transformational leader. Thank you and good afternoon to all of us.
Hello. Naimbag nga malam. Magandang hapon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am proud to present to you my talk entitled El Puente Academia. Why El Puente? It's a Spanish term which means to bridge. This is a mechanism on transforming through bridging the gap from high failure and dropout rates among learners in my school right now, emphasizing the 4H, the head, the heart, the health, and hands towards students' inclusion for success. I'm Roderick A. Tedoyo from Yucabalan National High School from SDO, Olongapo City. Guided by this context in my school right now, wherein there is a growing number of learners retained in the grade level and left school, thereby increases the repetition rate in Yucabalan National High School. And with this given data, last 2023-2024, I have 23, 68, and 127 who dropped from the roll. And from this school year, I have these 55 learners who were identified to be retained in NLPA last year. This is my target for this school year. Why this El Puente Academia right now? This is a multi-pronged approach envisioning to address retention and failure towards inclusivity and success. And through these innovative features, I need to listen to the voice of our customers, our learners from my school, from their point of view. Another one is the proper placement of the 4-H, focusing on first the heart, the health, the head, and the hand. And finally, as one of its innovative features, I have the Kumustahan Connect and I Connect, emphasizing as a check-in on our relationship with our learners. With the solution implementation plan, I am proud to tell you that everything has been conducted already, only that the 4-H approach is a year-round activity for monitoring and tracking their progress. And these are our stakeholders who helped me in crafting, implementing the project from my beloved school. And what are the evidences of transformation? Among the 55 learners, I have 53 learners who are still in the El Puente Academia, by which 25 or 47% receive a passing or completed grades in quarter 1. 12 or 23% has 1 or 2 incomplete grades in quarter 1, and 16 or 30% has 3 or more incomplete grades in quarter 1. Wherein among these learners, 41 of them has been under the heart station, 27 of them are for reading, 8 of them are for numeracy, 3 of them are for health, and hand about 4, and all these are anchored on the parable of the lost sheep. And this humble work is influenced by these studies, highlighting the work of Lorian and Linklater in 2010, who examined various strategies for creating inclusive school environment and their impact on reducing failure rates. And as a lesson from this top project, I learned that, based on SWOT analysis, that attendance of learners in school is influenced by their environment. Second, there is a need to diagnose their needs through listening to their voices for proper placement on the 4-H. And finally, monitoring of learners' progress towards student success in the program. And what am I recommending? I am recommending to first, engage parents regularly in monitoring students' attendance and performance. Secondly, we need to conduct focus group discussion among our El Puente volunteer teachers and Kumustahan Connect and the I Connect with learners as a personal approach with me. And finally, tracking of students' involvement and performance in the project is very vital. So let me show you my journey for my CES training. Let us watch this video.
Education is the bridge to a brighter future. And El Puente Academia, translated as the Bridge Academy, is committed to ensuring that no learner is left behind. The Security Bank Foundation, in partnership with the Ateneo Center for Educational Development, the Head Foundation of Singapore, and the University of Bristol, launched an intensive 3-year international certification program for school principals. The program focuses on solving local educational challenges, instructional leadership, and engaging stakeholders. One of the 30 school principals chosen for this transformative initiative is Dr. Roderick A. Tadeo, Principal 4 of the New Cabalan National High School, Olongapo City. Through this program, Dr. Tadeo was required to submit and implement a transformational action plan. The result, El Puente Academia, a project developed to uplift struggling learners and reshape the academic landscape of NCHS. In the school year 2023 to 2024, NCNHS faced significant challenges. A total of 225 students were classified as frustration readers in English. Beyond that, many students struggled across various subjects, including math, science, and Filipino. In total, 68 students were retained in their grade level, while 127 were identified as no longer participated in school activities. El Puente Academia was created with a clear purpose: to provide assistance to NCNHS learners who need immediate attention to help them stay in school and succeed. The project's mission is centered around addressing both academic and personal challenges through a holistic approach called the 4-H. head, heart, health, and hand. The head component focuses on learners struggling with literacy and numeracy. Heart addresses personal and family-related challenges. Health supports those facing physical well-being issues that hinder academic success, while hand helps students develop their skills in areas such as sports, arts, and practical crafts. On October 7, 2024, the El Puente Academia project was officially unveiled. The key stakeholders, including school governance council members, parent-teacher association officers, and local community leaders. Parents, teachers, and the larger community are deeply involved, with focus group discussions ensuring their voices are heard.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Yan po ang ating El Puente Academia SHH. Actually, it's like home. Every child is valued and everything.
Nakita niyo po, di ba, meron yung bandang araw, sikat ng araw. Nakita niyo po yung painting natin. Doon sa ilalim, yung ginawa po na tulay, doon po sa ilalim ng may mga tao na hawak kamay. Unang-una kami po yun. Kasi, dahil pangalawa, mga teachers po natin.
As El Puente Academia continues to grow, it carries forward a simple yet powerful message. Together, everyone achieves more. Through collaboration, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to learners, we believe in reaching excellence in academic performance because we care.
Ang El Puente po ay talagang makakatulong po kayo dyan. Kasi kung minsan, nabubulang talaga ako sa kanya. Yung sa kulang kasi ako sa pagmamahal sa kanya. Mas maganda rin na El Puente maging tulay para matapos niya yung pag-aaral niya. Kasi 2 years na po talaga siyang pabalik-balik. Ayun lang po.
El Puente Academia is not just a project. It is a beacon of hope, a bridge connecting today's challenges to tomorrow's triumphs, ensuring that every learner at NCNHS has the opportunity to succeed.
Let this humble project, El Puente Academia, be an instrument to bridge our struggling Filipino learners towards inclusivity and success. Let us create an environment where every learner is valued and nurtured for personal and social transformation. Good day and God bless everyone. My greetings to our SDS, Dr. Imelda Macaspac, who is watching right now, together with our ESDS, Dr. William Falurin, with my OIC right now, Ma'am Merly and Chetna, and to all the teachers watching us in Olongapo City. Good afternoon.
Ahap kahap, magandang hapon, good afternoon. This is Ferlinda Briones, Principal 2 of the Lahican Elementary School. Please join me, together with my key Stage 1 iPad teachers, as we embark on this journey and as we sail through our Transformational Action Plan. Presenting to you our Project Layag. The term layag means sailing or sail. We have incorporated this term for our Sama Bajo learners who are the recipients and beneficiaries of this project. Project Layag is an initiative aimed at enhancing the foundational literacy and numeracy skills of 46 Sama Badyaw learners in Key Stage 1. This project focuses on this stage since we want to ensure that all of them are readers and numerates when they reach the Key Stage 2. Dalahican Elementary School is located at Barangay Dalahican Road, Lucena City, Quezon Province. It is the second largest school in the division of Lucena City that offers complete elementary education and caters to inclusive education such as SNED or Special Needs Education, and IPED, which stands for Indigenous People's Education. Dalahican Elementary School has a student population of 3,653 learners and teacher population of 102. Out of 3,653 learners, 93 of them are Sama Badyaw learners. Since this school is located along the coastal area where Sama Badyaw resides, child mapping is conducted in their area and therefore encourage them to enroll their children in the Dalahican Elementary School. These learners in Key Stage 1 comprises of Grade 1, 17 learners, Grade 2, 18 learners, and 11 Grade 3 learners with a total of 46 Key Stage 1 Sama Badyaw learners. In order to determine their reading and numeracy level, pre-assessment tests were conducted using the CRLA, or Comprehensive Rapid Literacy Assessment, and RMA, which is the Rapid Mathematics Assessment. So based from these pre-assessment results, we have this concern to be addressed. There are 27 out of 46 Sama Badyaw learners in Key Stage 1 who were identified as low emergent readers, while there are 36 out of 46 learners who belong to emerging or not proficient level in numeracy. These results prompted the school to craft an intervention project that will address the Sama Badyaw learners' need to upgrade their literacy and numeracy level. Okay, so we have this chosen solution. In order to address this concern, Project Layag is implemented by providing them with a structured approach to remedial education that is contextualized and culture-based. Various learning activities are provided for them for specifically the use of tambol instrument, wherein according to some studies, drum beat is closely identified with improvements in literacy, numeracy, intellectual development, and general attainment. That's according to Halam 2009. And drum beat provides a safe vehicle for the release of emotion, providing a sense of belonging, connection to community, and a reduction in social isolation, according to Featherstone 2008. So in that video, the two of them are teaching one another using the contextualized material. And that one, the teacher had used the drum in counting and in numeracy, wherein they have the addition lesson.
Malinis na bakuran. Yan, very good. Medyo mabilis na tayo. Malinis na bakuran. Tama, tapos habang nahampas ka dyan. Malinis na bakuran. Okay, very good. Yan natin.
Okay. The rationale for choosing the solution, we have some considerations wherein we have the DepEd orders, such as the DepEd Order number 62, series 2011, adopting the National Indigenous Peoples Education Framework. Then the DepEd Order number 51, series 2014, guidelines on the conduct of activities and use of materials involving aspects of indigenous people's culture. And also, we have the DepEd Order number 32, series 2015, adapting the Indigenous Peoples Education Curriculum Framework. As for its innovative features, we have consulted the tribal leader or elder to enlighten us more of their cultural practices, which include the use of tambol. Okay. As you can see in our solution implementation plan, the highlighted tasks, which is in light green color, those tasks were already implemented. And those tasks with gray color are those tasks that are about to be implemented and others are already ongoing. This project is a work in progress. Okay. So we have the stakeholders with their corresponding roles. Okay. We also conduct the feeding program for this iPad learners or our Sama Badyaw learners, since most of them are motivated to come to school when they are given this feeding. Okay. So we have here the evidence of transformation wherein after the first quarter implementation, there is already the result that our children here made some progress already. As for the lessons learned, okay, so from the strength, weaknesses, and opportunities and strength, we have this lesson learned. Okay. So, my teacher and I, my iPad teachers and I rather, have learned these lessons that teaching Sama Badyaw learners to improve their literacy and numeracy levels involves unique challenges and valuable lessons. Teachers learn to craft indigenized learning materials and activities that are holistic and culturally sensitive to learners. Moreover, our compassion, concern, and empathy for these learners are reciprocated with much appreciation from the Sama Badyaw community. Indeed, this opportunity leads us to care more, embrace more, provide more, and sustain more the needs of our Badyaw learners, the need to feel loved, recognized, and appreciated. Thank you. Maraming salamat, Agsukol. And to end this presentation, here's the clips of the implementation of Project Layag. Okay, we have there the Bangka ng Karunungan wherein our learners stay there as their safe place reading the indigenized materials. Okay, so once again, thank you. Maraming salamat, Agsukol.
Okay. Maayong adlaw sa tanan. Good afternoon po. Okay? Here is my transformational action plan, my top, Project Nathaniel, a chatbot digital assistance on learning materials for grade 9 mathematics at Bagbag National High School, school year 2024-2025. I am Mary Jane T. Luna, Head Teacher 6 of Bagbag National High School, Mathematics Department from SDO Cavite Province, having an actual enrollment of 3,070 with 130 teaching and non-teaching personnel. To show our current situation, okay, so our current situation is Bagbag National High School is located at Rosario, Cavite, a first-class municipality from the Cities and Municipalities Competitive Index 2024 ranking from DTI. However, Bagbag National High School is located at Noveleta, Cavite, which is only 0.3 kilometers away from the town, and it is a catch basin area. Due to this situation, frequently having classes interruption, 1 week straight, days, and several half days. Hence, the school switched from in-person to blended platform delivery, maybe online, synchronous, asynchronous, or modular, printed, and digital. As department head in mathematics, knowing the difficulty of the subject, for learners and adult assistant at home, I should think some options to identify my problem and situation. First, First of this is what is the school situation from its context. Second, what is the proposed intervention? The third one is the findings of results of trial study significant as to top project. And number 4, how the Project Nathaniel be integrated to learning plan with quick access to learning materials in completing specific tasks of students. To address these options of learning modality delivery, I need to seek the data information regarding the availability of learning resources in our school. By knowing it, we have shortage of textbooks and modules. Another one is the student engagement at home with access to internet. And another one is teacher expert with technology skills. So, the solution is I have to seek scholarly citation and orders who have pushed digital education. So number 1 is the DepEd Order number 10, enclosure in the shaping paper in the Matatag curriculum. So saying that ensuring relevance through integration of critical skills, critical thinking, and digital literacy. Another one is the article from HESB, or the Higher Education, Southeast Asia and Beyond, June 2023, Digital Transformation and Rapid Change by Bert Tuga, Jenny Hodgson et al. Another one is the UNESCO consider digital innovation can make education more inclusive of learners' diverse needs. As the solution, who is Nathaniel? So Nathaniel is a biblical name. He is a messenger of God, a Hebrew boy name, meaning God has given. Nathan is to give, and El is used to refer to God. So, very blessed messenger. The role of Nathaniel as digital assistant that will guide students to have quick access of the learning materials following the trends in their generation. It could help also the teacher to bridge learning loss. So, how the project planned and implemented. So here, the implementation plan, the activities and implementation timeline. So the project begins July 15, 2024 up to September 2 to 6, 2024. It is divided into 3 phases. First 3 weeks, preparational phase for SWOT analysis. And the next 4 to 6 weeks is the gathering collection of target needed data, valid teacher-made materials, and pre-test, post-test, and the DLP of the teacher. The 5th week is August 26 to 30, 2024, implementation phase, wherein the first post-test during face-to-face classes, and the second post-test, the lesson is in modular classes. So the 6 weeks, that is for the 6th week. And the last week of quarter 1 is devoted to analytical phase, which is the results and findings. So what are the resources needed? The 3 M's. The ManyChat, Premium, Creating Nathaniel, estimation of 1,000 pesos funded by the school, the laptop, the modem. And the persons or human manpower for monitoring and evaluation of continuous improvement of the project is this SPT, School Planning Team, the project team leader, SPTA, the Parent-Teacher Association officers, and the youth organization of the school. Another one is the teacher project advocates, who will be the AI, LAC leader, implementer, maybe the master teacher, the learning resource focal person of the school, and our external stakeholders, the H Philippines Control Station Incorporation, HPCS Incorporation, giving us the free Wi-Fi connection in all academic building. So this is it, the evidence of transformation. The result of pre-test and post-test of 40 students of grade 9 St. Peregrine. So we have the comparison of pre-test and the comparison of post-test. So moreover, based on the computed t-test, this implies that using Nathaniel as learning assistant can also make a big help for the students' learning progress and academic performance completion. According to SADAP and Johnson 2017, integration of digital literacy were about developing students in the 21st century skills, increasing student engagement. So that's it. Reflected in their lesson plan how Nathaniel can be used in the classroom, in person, or modular. So lessons learned, the strengths. The student engagement between the teacher, AI, in person, and modular. Weakness. We conduct survey result of grade 9 St. Peregrine with access of internet at home. Just to present, only 8 out of 40 students didn't have access of internet in their home. Opportunities. So it is an opportunity for the teachers having a positive and proactive response on the project. And the students, of course. Threats. The threats is, it is expected that the student might be dependent to the Nathaniel, maybe some, but because of the innovative of the teachers to give engaging activities, it can correct. Okay, the process improvements. We have to conduct parents' engagement, Maybe to develop or build parent-student engagement at home or study buddy. Yes, the LAC session, the SPTA meeting for continuous improvement of the project, and the focus group discussion. And lastly, let's watch this video. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all. And thanks so much. Be blessed and be a blessing to everyone.
A pleasant day to each and everyone. I am Imelda H. Malolos from Santo Tomas North Central School, Division of Santo Tomas City. So I am going to share with you an innovation initiative that is transforming the landscape of parental and community engagement in our school. The project BSP, Building Strong Partnership. So please allow me to play a short video presentation of our school current situation.
Welcome to Santo Tomas North Central School, a beacon of learning in the heart of Poblacion 4, City of Santo Tomas, Batangas. Established in 1910, our school has been nurturing the minds of future leaders for over a century. From kindergarten to grade 6, we proudly serve 2,325 eager learners, guided by a passionate and dedicated team of 85 personnel. Rooted in tradition, yet forward-thinking in approach, we are committed to providing quality public education for every child, ensuring they reach their full potential.
Despite schools' commitment to providing high-quality education and fostering an inclusive environment, the school faces a significant challenge in engaging parents and the community in school activities. With only 20% of parents actively participating in initiatives in 2023, 282 out of 1,411, there exists a substantial engagement gap that hampers the school's ability to build strong partnerships. This low level of involvement not only limits the effectiveness of school programs, but also diminishes the support and motivation that students receive from their families. Consequently, many students may miss out on enriched educational experiences, which can impact their academic performance and overall well-being. Baseline statistics to explain the gravity of the problem: current parental participation rate, 20%, 282 out of 1,411 parents, actively engaged in school activities in 2023. Target participation rate, 50%, 1,163 out of 2,325 parents, is the goal for increased engagement by the end of the project BSP, Building Strong Partnership, implementation period, October 20th, 2024.
And here is the summary of our school current situation. Another video presentation for the solution implementation plan. Here's how we plan to make it happen. So on this table provides a clear overview on the metrics to assess the impact of the Project BSP by measuring both quantitative outcomes and qualitative experience. The project aims to illustrate the positive transformation occurring within the school community, benefiting students, parents, teachers, and local organizations alike. So in this slides, we have shows the metric tracks the number of parents actively participating in school activities, reflecting the project success in increasing engagement from 20 to 50%. So in the outcomes, the metric measures the increase in parental satisfaction with school initiatives aiming to raise satisfaction levels from 50 to 80% as a result of better communication and engagement. Strategies implemented through the Project BSP. So the impact shows metric assess the overall improvement in community engagement within the school with a target to increase participation, signifying a stronger connection between the school and the community. So this measurement tools will enable Projects BSP to assess the effectiveness of its initiatives, the level of parental engagements. So this, in this slide, streamlined SWOT analysis highlights the key strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats associated with Project BSP. By focusing on the essential points, the project can be better navigate its implementation and foster effective partnership. So when the parents, teachers, and community collaborate, the Project BSP demonstrate the possibilities of student success are limitless. Some of the recommendations have already been implemented. We have the instant feedback kiosk we placed in school lobby, and online feedback from where parents can quickly provide feedback or ask questions about the program initiative. So we also have the QR code flyers. We distributed flyers with QR code linking to communication platforms, making it easy for parents to access the information quickly. Building partnership with local community organizations has been of the most exciting aspect of the Project BSP. We are committed to prioritizing professional development in communication and relationship building to maintain the important role of the teachers in the parental engagement. This involves not just the structured training session, but also chances for peer mentoring, allowing teachers to exchange best practices and draw from one another experience. That would be all. Thank you, and God bless everyone.
Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sosette Sibalius Bilandres, Principal 4 of Victoria's National High School. It was founded in 1947. We offer senior high school, junior high school, an ADM, the night school, and it's on our second year, the special program for the arts and special program in sports. So let me share to you a video to know more about Victoria's National High School and our city, Victoria City, known for its Kadalagan Festival.
Victoria's National High School is a very large school located at the heart of Victoria City. As the biggest school in the division of Victoria City, it caters to more than 7,000 students with a teaching workforce of almost 300 teachers. With the support of the City Mayor Javier Miguel Benitez, all schools are equipped with teaching aids known as Teachnologies to enhance teaching and learning process. Led by the resilient school head, Dr. Suzette Belandris, Victoria's National High School takes pride in being the powerhouse of the division of Victoria's City.
So this is my Transformational Action Plan titled Para sa Isa, Peer-Assisted Reading Activities for Identified Struggling Readers Advancement. This also translates for the one. So when we can make a difference in this one struggling reader, then we could make also a difference in all others in the same circumstance. So for the situational analysis, in PISA 2024, we ranked below global average. That is on a global scale. And in the Philippine Informal Reading Inventory Assessment on the national level, out of 1,221 grade 7 students of Victoria's National High School, 896 or 73% scored below 18 points, categorizing them in the frustration level. And since our school is a big school, so all grade 7 students averaging 84 and below were subjected to a reading assessment, and 16% out of the 582 exhibited difficulties in reading fluency. So Project Para sa Isa aims to alleviate the reading proficiency of learners of Victoria's National High School. It hopes to address the gaps in 3 main stages: identify struggling readers, provide peer support to struggling readers, and immerse learners in campus journalism to develop responsible and responsive learners. According to Lara et al., in 2018, she defined these struggling learners as learners with various handicaps in reading skills, such as fundamental skills, including phonemic awareness, phonics, and fluency, and comprehension skills. So for the solution, this project Para sa Isa assessed the chosen participants starting with fundamental skills. They were asked to read aloud sample journalistic texts, and those learners with identified errors in phonemic awareness and phonics were identified as participants. So chosen solutions: small group instruction, peer-assisted learning, use of journalistic texts. So the rationale why I chose those solutions: so Para sa Isa utilized small group instruction strategy combined with peer-assisted learning. As levels of difficulties of readers manifested by struggling learners vary, small group instruction is the optimum strategy to use. It provides an opportunity for differentiated instruction and can benefit students with specific needs, according to Seidel in 2024. In peer-assisted learning, student journalists were given the role as coaches. Peer-assisted learning, especially in reading, can greatly improve a student's reading proficiency as students become more excited about studying. So this is according to Hasnani and Ismail in 2020. Project Para sa Isa utilized journalistic texts as reading materials. This is in response to the call of Regional Memorandum 360, or institutionalizing of the regional school-based integration of campus journalism across learning areas to integrate campus journalism categories and competencies in classes. Mondal in 2023 claims that materials such as newspaper are reading materials that create diversity and can be significant sources of information. So reading materials utilized are articles from Patubas, the official newsletter of our division, and the news and features. Feature articles provided more contextualized reading experience. names and places are familiar. So for innovative features, we have interactive student journalists as leader coaches. It's also integrative because journalistic texts are used, and it's collaborative, so diverse perspectives. So resources needed: human resource, conducive venue, sound equipment, recording equipment, speakers, IT equipment. So for the implementation plan, the school head gathered all stakeholders and gave specific tasks or roles to play. So we can see there from the timeline that we just had started on October 7 and ended on October 18. So evidence of transformation, we could see on the slide that we had 15, and the actual result was 15. For the outcome, those who improved in struggling learners with improvement in phonetic awareness and phonics, the result was only 13 because 2 of them were absent in a day. And for the impact, we still have no result yet. But our success indicator include considerable reduction of mispronounced words, willingness to read, and a positive testimony in the overall experience. So let's try to see this video as evidence of transformation.
Mother tongue as a medium of instruction from kindergarten to grade 3. The Senate recently approved on third and final reading a bill seeking to discontinue the mandatory use and teaching and learning process of contextualization, nature, significance, method, technology, integration, the orientation of teachers on the instructional design of the lesson.
Medyo lang kung magbasa kay do hindi ko kasampa problema eh. Hindi lang ko sa kanunod.
So,
Kabalan ako magbasa ka. Namin magbasa yun.
So for lessons learned, for the strength is in the availability of the resources. Students, for whatever reason they have, are absent. And students in a wider scale, this will include also all other learning areas. Student journalists also have the regular classes, and to include also the different activities implemented at school level. So for the process improvements, recommendations is to regularly engage parents in the status of their children's reading ability. Project may be implemented in higher years with more challenging reading materials. End to end, we can go back in time, putting these learners in place as to their appropriate grade level. However, we can still do something with what is on hand. Para sa isa, for the one. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lovelia E. Moises from Emiliano Lizares National High School, Schools Division of Bacolod City, Negros Occidental. So I am grateful to present to you my Transformational Action Plan entitled TATAP, Target Assistance Towards Academic Progress. TATAP means in Hiligaynon, to take care. This innovative program target problems in academics that needs help, assistance, and support. The TATAP program is the umbrella of all the project and activities in school focusing on intervention. So for now, we have the tutok sa math, or we were going to focus on the math and on grade 7 level. And now presenting to you the demographic features of the school. So the school is located 9.2 kilometers away from the heart of the city, Bacolod City. So Bacolod City is known as the City of Smile and the home of the well-known festival, the Mascara Festival, which is happening right now. Happy Mascara Festival, Bacolod. So the school has a population of 109 teaching force. So aside from the school head and other head teachers, so we have 109 teachers and a total of 2,879 learners for this school year. The present situation of the school, as you can see on the board, we have, during our last SMEA, the second quarter and the third quarter, it showed that there is an erratic result in our numeracy test and on division, assessment of learning, and the enhanced regional unified numeracy test. So in spite of the different intervention programs of math department, last year, the data shows that there is still an increase in the number of non-numerates. The noticeable increase in the number of students failing to achieve proficiency in math caught my attention. These perennial problems needs to address as early as grade 7. So mathematical proficiency is essential in every academic success. And the factors contributing to this decline may include ineffective teaching, maybe, lack of student engagement, insufficient support for struggling learners, and external factors such as socio-economic disparities. So this problem threatens the overall academic performance and the future readiness of students, necessitating as in-depth courses or route examination and development of targeted intervention to reverse the trend and ensure that students met expected cognitive readiness in grade 7. So our target is to increase the number of numerates in the ERANT, or what we call the Enhanced Regional Unified Numeracy, and on the DAL, the Division Assessment of Learning, in the second quarter, third, and fourth. So as you can see, there are 56% learners in grade 8 who are non-numerates, and in the grade 7, we have 82% learners who are non-numerates. So among the option I made, so I choose to focus on conducting lesson study. So this is new to us, knowing its innovative feature presented in different studies and research. We wanted to try its effectiveness in our context. So the rationale behind this one, so according to Yoshida, so spending more time studying mathematical context and curriculum, developing a strong pedagogical content knowledge with colleagues, and establishing a professional community of learning through lesson study will help it to be effective for improving classroom teaching and learning. According to Ming Chung and Yi Wong, so this is a study in 2014. So does lesson study work? So there is a positive supporting study that lesson study is a powerful tool to help teachers examine their practices and enhance students' learning. So the use of this enhance different teaching methods. So captures the interest of the learners. So the teachers are focusing on the behavior of learners towards the activity presented by the teachers, and how they collaborate helps one another in the class. So, sharing to you now is the target milestone activities conducted, small group discussion. This is where we plan. We create schedule that what activity to be presented in class, designing lesson and materials and assessment method with the help of our master teachers. Teacher who is assigned to provide learning resources also is our master teachers. We will be able to conduct well if they are helping us. This is done during after class hours or during lunchtime. On the next activity, we have presented the lesson study. So this is now the lesson proper. So it also involves observation of students' behavior towards the activity and the teaching methods used. This observation helps the teachers develop a more effective teaching methods to support students' outcome. So this will be done during class hours, meaning it will be embedded in Math 7 classes. Then, the next activity is already the assessment of learning, analysis and giving feedback, and of course, monitoring and evaluation of the implementation. And there is a revision lessons in the teaching strategy if needed, and it will be implemented in the whole quarter and the remaining quarter of the school year. So this is still work in progress. So the persons involved, these are my partners, the people involved in the program. Of course, our school head, Ma'am Cheris L. Flor, the head teacher of math, Ma'am Rita Sabarillo, and our master teacher, Ma'am Line Chrisman, and of course, our math teachers. They are the facilitator, and they will be the one to conduct classes. And now, may I present to you the evidence of my top. So, as you can see, we have the number of from zero to a relevant number in the engagement of teachers and learners. I don't know. So here. So from 0 to this one. So the teachers made learning resources. They have already, even though this is our target, we have already something in school. And then we have number of grade 7 learners engaged in lesson study. So we targeted, this is the overall population, but we have only 2 sections. So that is 54, total of 54, number of classes engaged in lesson study. We have targeted 12. We have 2 classes conducted. Then number of teacher engaged in lesson study, 10 and 3. And this is our target. This is our target for the remaining quarters. As you can see, 81% are non-numerates. So let's watch a short. Let us watch a very short clip, video clip about the evidence of my study. So we hope that we could reach those expected target. I am happy that the math teachers embraced the lesson study from worried to excited. Worried not to reach the timeline of required competency in Math 7, but excited to use the tool and the result of using lesson study. I would like to thank the school partners for embracing this change. Let us now watch, in this slide, aside from the SWOT analysis, so as you can see, I highlighted the green one. That is the lesson I learned as a leader of change. I learned to be strong and more persistent in the implementation of this program in school against all odds. I learned to strengthen connection and create strong partnership with other teachers in different departments. Indeed, collaboration and cooperation is necessary in every program Though I encountered different challenges implementing this program during the pilot testing, but there is always blessing in disguise, knowing that teachers in grade 7 are slowly embracing the pedagogy. Thank you so much for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. Raising the banner of the City Schools Division of San Fernando is Maria Liza Pascua Higoy, School Principal 2 of San Fernando North Central School. And I am here to introduce to you our Transformational Action Plan, which is titled SHAPE, or School and Home Learning Program for the Advancement of Proficient Reading and Education. But before we delve deeper into our program, let me just give you a glimpse of our school background. San Fernando North Central School is strategically located at the heart of the city of San Fernando, La Union, and is seated at a pivotal hub for trade, commerce, finance, and education. Our school benefits from a unique confluence of advantages and challenges that shape its educational landscape. Our school is composed of 31 strong and resilient teaching and 5 non-teaching personnel. It is the home to 785 diverse learners from kindergarten to grade 6, from which 421 are males and 364 are females. Among the 785 learners, 299 come from grades 1, 2, and 3. Now here lies the problem in our school. Basing from the result of the CRLA, or the Comprehensive Rapid Literacy Assessment Tool, which was conducted from July 29 to August 2, it gave us this result. 113, which is 37.79% of our learners from grade 1 to 3 face significant challenges in reading. 63, of which 63 or 21.07% belong to the low emerging level, which is the lowest, and then 25 or 8.36% high emerging, and another 25 or 8.36% developing readers. Okay, so SHAPE, as I have said a while ago, is school and home learning program for the advancement of proficient reading and education. So let me give you an overview of our program. SHAPE is a reading program focused on enhancing the reading abilities of struggling readers. And this SHAPE uses the language experience approach. How is language experience approach done? Language experience approach is an approach that promotes language learning, and this comprises of oral, writing, and reading through the use of personal experiences. I'm talking about the personal experiences of our children. And Leia has 4 steps. First, identify or create an experiences. Allow me to borrow the illustration from the National Educators Academy of the Philippines. Yes, ma'am. This is from the ABC Plus training, module 3.1. So first step is to identify and create an experience. The teacher will then lead the students to tell about their experiences, or maybe the teacher will lead the students to create an experience inside the classroom. And then the teacher will let the students talk about the experience. So as the learner is talking about the experience, the teacher then writes the experience on the board. Writing the experience of the students on the board will somehow boost the morale and the confidence of the students. All right. And then after writing about the experience, the teacher will then guide the learners to read the experience, as this is, of course, done through questioning. So the teacher should be very good in her art of questioning. All right. Language experience approach is not only done in the school, but it is also done at home. That is why we have conceptualized this in the SHAPE. SHAPE empowers the teachers through learning action cell or the collaborative expertise, where the teachers share their best practices in teaching, and then they will learn from each other. And then it involves the parents or guardians and the family members in the process. There is a saying that says, it takes a village to raise or educate a child. So we need the parents as one of the most important stakeholders that we have in our school. Okay, look at these pictures. The parents are teaching their children at home. Right, I'll make it faster. So here are the activities are undertaken from in our school for our program. So we already had the post-assessment, but it's only just after 1 month of the implementation. And here is the result. Okay. The result now, after a month of implementation of the program, 33 out of the previously 63 low emerging have already advanced to higher level. 29 of each are already high emerging, and 4 have become developing readers. 25 previously high emerging readers have advanced to developing readers as well. And of course, our target after the school year 2024-2025, or by the end of the school year 2024-2025, we will have our children, the targeted learners, to become 100% of them to become proficient readers. Okay. So here are the evidence of my transformational action plan. To capture the impact of the transformational action plan or the project SHAPE, we have gathered some feedback from the learners, from the parents saying that the learners saying that they enjoyed, and then the parents saying that they have seen that they need really to spend quality time with their children so that they can teach them to learn to read. And the teachers say that it's now easier for them to teach because the learners are already learning at their own context. Okay, so here are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now let me just emphasize the process improvements and recommendations as the TAP continues to be implemented. One is profiling of learners should be conducted in order to identify those whose parents or guardians are low literate and cannot teach their children for proper intervention to make sure that no child is left behind. Another is we have to strengthen further connections or partnerships with other stakeholders for sustainability of the project, because we also need some funds for this, especially so that we have inclusive learners in our classes. So we need sustainability for this. Further trainings and workshops for parents to be able to teach well their children at home. Okay, I have here for the last slide a video presentation. Actually one of the grade 3 teachers in our school. And this one is a grade 2 teacher. the teacher is teaching Iloco. I mean Filipino. Okay, thank you so much for listening to my presentation and for watching. With this, I would just like to leave you a quotation. Every child has a story worth reading. Together, let's shape their future one word at a time. Thank you and good day.
Okay, congratulations to our presenters who transformed their innovative plans into emerging actions. Again, we are requesting our CESL scholars. We are requesting the presence of our CSL scholars here on stage for the academic discussion of your output.
Hello?
Congratulations, colleagues. You're the last group. Right, so you can now breathe a sigh of relief. Not yet, okay? So we'll take a look at some of the questions that we want and kindly help us understand better, right, your projects. So I'll start with Sir Enrico, all the way to Ma'am Joy, right there, right? I really like Project Enrico. Apart from the photogenic pictures, I like the approach that you're undertaking. Kidding aside, I like the fact that you're targeting one of the marginalized groups of students in the Philippine education system, right? The alternative learning system constituents, the students who are in that group. As you said, your ALS students range from 16 to 64. That's correct, right? So that's actually quite a wide range. I think you've identified a problem, you've taken steps, and you've provided us some evidence of the transformation that you're undertaking. So I have just one question, sir, and you don't need to answer it now. You can think about it as we go along. ALS kids are different from mainstream kids. Various circumstances have prevented them from following the usual path. When you undertake the teaching to them, I wonder if there's any changes in the delivery, changes in the context. I wonder if you can enlighten us about how different your approach is with the ALS students and how helpful have they been, right? What lessons have you learned in that respect, right? So that's one for you, sir. El Puente Academia. So I already told you, Dr. Tadeo, that I like the fact that you've launched it. Everyone is involved. You actually have a wall right there on the school. No one can avoid it, right? And the presentation now, for me, because I've seen it a number of times now, I'm beginning to see the different manifestations of the 4 H's, right? And the target is very clearly the students, right? I like a lot the check-in, and I also like a lot the listening to the voice of the learner, right? In an English context, and Victoria might want to talk about this later on, we are seeing a rise of issues in relation to young adolescents having problems with technology, right? So I wanted to also talk about that because a lot of you are dealing with technology, but there's very little mention of cyber wellness, right? A lot of young people in the UK are becoming victims to online bullying. So I like the check-in, I like the listening to the voice of the learners. If you're taking care of the students, are you also listening to the teachers? That's my question. Because that's a lot of, we've already spoken about it, undertaking all these initiatives, all these innovations, puts an additional strain on everyone's back in the school. So I wonder, sir, if the El Puente is a bridge that is only for students, or are you also opening it up to teachers and also leaders? Dr. Victoria was telling us this morning about taking care of ourselves too, the school leaders. In Europe, particularly, that's one of the issues. High anxiety levels of school leaders. In England, we're having issues with recruiting school leaders. A lot of them are leaving the profession. Ma'am Ferlinda, Project Layag. So I was wondering if you can explain to us a bit about the Sami Bajau learners, right? I'm really interested to hear about this indigenous group of kids. What kind of education system suits them? You've spoken to the elders, you've spoken to families. I imagine it will be very difficult for you to adjust the way that you teach school because our schools are still post-Fordist, basically factory level type of delivery. I wonder how you're doing it given that they're a different type of, the assumption I have is that they come from a different culture, right? So how are you doing that, right? Project Nathaniel, the chatbots, again, technology. So I want to see that 30-second video, ma'am, right? So later we're going to ask them to play it a bit for us. You've prepared for it, and it's a pity that you don't get to see it. So for Ma'am Ferlinda, for Sir Dr. Tadeo, and for the Project Nathaniel, I like the fact that you've used relevant scholarly sources. The technology solution that you are suggesting is actually quite unique because you're suggesting a technology solution to a problem that is not actually related to technology, right? The problems are related to literacy, to numeracy, to learning gaps. And you've spoken about the rationale behind it, the forced closures that the school has experienced. So my question to you is really, how do you make sure that cyber wellness and that the kids don't abuse the use of mobile phones? So I was just comparing notes with some of the school leaders in Singapore. When kids come to their schools, they have lockers, each one of them, so the phones are dropped into the lockers. I think in the Philippines, the kids bring the phones with them in the room, but they put it in the bags. In England, that's not the case mostly. My 10-year-old goes to school, he doesn't have a phone yet. He won't have a phone until he's 55. But anyway, so that's the case. It's a very controversial issue in relation to the way phones are used, right? So I'd like to hear what you have to say there. Ma'am Malolos, Ma'am Imelda, buddy building partnerships, parent involvement. So listening to you again, 20% parent involvement, that is really disheartening if I'm the school leader, right? And I wonder, ma'am, what kind of background are the parents? What is the background of the parents? What is the background of the community? Some schools in different parts of the world, what they've done is they've actually offered, it's very difficult, but they've done adult learning programs that allowed parents to go to school together with their children, something similar to ALS. And that's one sure way of really getting their engagement. So I'm not saying that you do that, but I just want to hear what background what is the kind of background your parents come from, right? The parents of your school come from. What kind of socioeconomic demographics do they possess? Para sa isa, peer assistance using journalist students in this massive school that you have, ma'am, right? We have already queried you about this, and I think the presentation today is actually, now I'm getting to see it much more clearly. The challenge I want to ask you is, apart from creating opportunities for students to work together, one of the challenges and one of the things that we are encouraging schools to do is to promote knowledge creation, partnerships between teachers and students so that together they create knowledge. When I was listening to you, I said, that's actually a possibility because you have journalist-based types of students, creative, critical, I think guided properly with the learners, perhaps you can actually curate knowledge that is created by these students so that it's advantageous for them as well. Because it's advantageous for the slow learners, but what is it that will be motivating me to become a peer, become a mentor, apart from being philanthropic? What else can you do? So I'm just wondering if that's something that you've thought about, right? Ma'am Lovella, the focus on math, right? So the lesson study that you're undertaking. And when you presented the evidence of transformation, you already have sample lesson plans in math, right? Exemplars, what you called it. In some places, in Japan and in Singapore, lesson study is actually a full-blown professional development activity that they have. So apart from lesson exemplars that the teachers do, they actually write reflection pieces that will help other teachers navigate similar issues. So when they go to the school library, it's not only an exemplar of a lesson that they see, but they can actually, it's loaded. It talks about the context of the children, the context of the classroom, the type of learners they have, and then the approaches that they've undertaken, how many cycles of lesson plan they've undertaken, and then reflections on the actual lesson. That's the next stage. Again, I'm pushing you towards knowledge creation as well. This time created by teachers. And in some places in Spain, for example, they use it as credits for graduate degrees. The outputs that are undertaken in these lesson studies. They call it ETIs, Equipos Técnicos Intercolegiales. That's how they do it there. They call it that. But the products that the outputs that they have, they use it as, they've partnered with universities, so it's used as credits for graduate degrees. Right? So the point I'm asking is, are you looking at, apart from just creating an exemplar, do you want those exemplars to be something which is even more fulsome, something that teachers can reflect upon, right? Leia, language experience approach. So ma'am, the Leia it's not really new, right? It's been around since 1990, since the 1990s, coming from the whole language approach movement. And as you said, you're the champion of Leia, right? In your division. So one of the things that we talked about is how can you make sure that the evidence that you portray is not self-serving, and I'm not saying that, ma'am, but it's important that you are able to provide evidence from others to triangulate it, right? And I see bits and pieces of that, and I actually like the videos that you've shown. It shows it in action, but I think one of the ideal qualities that we should have is to be critical, right? Because Leia is not something that is wholly embraced by a lot of individuals. There are critiques about it, right? Like any other approach. So I wonder if you have taken time to look at these critiques against whole language approach, against language experience approaches, and have made your corresponding judgment about them, right? So just quick questions for everyone. Victoria, would you like to follow up on that? Or would you like them to respond first? Let's respond first. Sir Enrico.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So good afternoon again. So actually, sir, our teacher in alternative learning system is also a graduate of Bachelor of Elementary Education. So he undergone a rigid training and seminar to become a teacher in alternative learning system because the approach in ALS is different from the elementary education and then the secondary education. So the training and the seminar he attended, so it's different. It's also different because the training for the alternative learning system is for the out of the school youth, especially these children, these learners are which is drop out from the elementary and then the secondary, and then they pursue the education after a long years. So these people are different from the children inside the school. So they need a special care. So they need a special, or we can say, other thing than the usual, because they not prepared to come to school in a regular way, but after a long time, they pursue study. So the use of ICT for this project is also different because the preparation is also different because of the activities, no? The activities and the process is different from the usual system in education. So I think, sir, by this project, no, we can say, or we can deliver more to be responsible our pupils, our students, and then become they can prepare also to become a innovative student, no, sir, and inspiring others to study hard, no. Instead of coming to school, for example, there is a work for the learners. So from our strategies, so they can take the lesson from home by using their Q card, no, by using QR code, so they continue studying. So it's different from the usual setting in elementary education, sir. So that's all.
Hello, Sir Vic. First and foremost, thank you for appreciating our project. I think the small wins that I had in my institution is a reflection of our Filipino learners around the Philippines. I believe that our learners are unique, and we have to champion, and they have their own respective needs. Aligned with that, I believe that our teachers need the same thing. As a result of our MANCOM in Olongapo last time, that mental wellness, mental health among our teachers is also crucial or vital. And I, as a leader in Olongapo City, I believe that their wellness, their welfare is also tantamount to the needs of our learners, where I'm implementing Project Lingap for them, lending intervention to nurture growing awareness and personal development. So equally important are our teachers, because if they are not happy in performing their tasks, then our learners might not also be happy. So equally important are our teachers, because they are our in order for our learners to become champion, then we also have to take care of them.
So, thank you, Sir Vic.
Hello, good afternoon. So the question is, how do we deal with our Badyaw learners, knowing that they have different culture from ours? So first of all, we have this very simple answer to that. Love removes all barriers in all obstacles. So first, as the proponent of this project, I have chosen these Badyaw learners because I have the heart for them. And why did I have this concern for these Badyaw learners? Because through my observation, when they are begging and getting alms on the streets, I developed this compassion for them, this empathy for them. And that's the time I have started learning to know them very well. And then I've talked to our teachers who among them are willing to handle our Badyaw learners. And I make it sure that they also have the heart for in handling these Badyaw learners. So with that, we have followed some steps and considerations in order to make this project, this implementation, work well. So we have this tribal immersion, home visitation, dialogue with elders, wherein knowing these children very well will help us or will enable us to really address their needs in school. Because these children feel discriminated, they have low self-esteem, and they feel they are being separated from others. And that's why we have this inclusive education, wherein these Badyaw learners are being in the regular classes, and then from there, they are treated with the regular students. And then these regular students are being informed that they are the ones who need really the attention, the care, and then the support. Okay, and fortunately, these regular students understand that situation, and with that, through the help and guidance of teachers also, of developing among these regular students the situation being faced by these Badyaw learners. So in that way, the more that these Badyaw learners feel loved, they are being taken good care of, they are given all the supports that they need, you know, they develop within themselves this positive affirmation of themselves, and at the same time, these children become more motivated in coming to school and embrace education, and with the help and guidance also of their teachers, who are also this heart for their learners, these children become, they have this, I don't know how to explain this, but we say that it is only with the heart that we can see rightly. What is invisible is invisible. It is only with the heart that we can see rightly. What is essential is invisible to the eye. Something like that. So, whenever you feel the need to share the affection to these children, you find ways to make them feel protected and appreciated. And of course, we have this respect in their culture. Okay? And that is why, when they are given this kind of treatment, these elders, this Badyaw community, return back their appreciation to you. No? So, the learning becomes easy for them. Okay? And then their attitude toward education heightens, as if they will have a brighter future if they are going to study well. So if their parents are not that, some of their parents really do not go to school. I mean, they did not have any education at all. Okay, so that is the reason why when we conduct our school mapping, or a child mapping rather, and we have encouraged the parents to send their children to school. So we also give education to the parents that they really need to send their kids to school so that they can learn more, and that will be a step in obtaining a good future. So something like that. So that's it. So anything is being facilitated with teachers who really have this empathy and care for these children. Thank you. Okay na po.
Okay. Okay. This is the beginning of our Nathaniel.
Anytime, anywhere. Let's learn with Nathaniel.
Okay, that's a very short clip video. They are the one experience the piloting of our project. So that's all the impact. The joy and satisfaction they have experienced using the Nathaniel project.
Cyber wellness.
Opo. So, the question of Doc Vicente is about how do we control the abuse. It is expected that even without Nathaniel, students are really abusing the use of gadget inside the classroom. And it is, in my position, I just give them the technical assistance. How do we bridge the gap of learning loss through this project? This one. But the teacher implementer of the project will be the one to control. Number one is give engaging activities during face-to-face classes. Number two is, as regards to discipline, the teacher makes sure that his norm in the classroom is presented before starting the lesson. And number three, strictly follow the learning plan. As Nathaniel, during face-to-face classes, is only tracking the teacher who, among his students, Nathaniel is tracking the students who use Nathaniel at night or making their assignment at home using Nathaniel. And another, if it is during modular session, it is only stated in the assignment, the procedure on how to use Nathaniel implementation. Thus, if it is more at home, modular distance learning, the role of the parents or guardian is very vital. So there's a need to conduct parent orientation about this, about the project, and it is already included in my instructional plan this Q2 to conduct the orientation of the parents for this project. That's all, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir, for the comments and suggestions. So, as a newly installed school heads in Santo Tomas North Central School, I am still in the process of learning the background of the parents. But I think one of the factor is that most of our learners coming from different barangays in our municipality. And it is quite far from the school, so that is why that is one of the factors that they are not actively involved in some of our activities. Thank you.
So the barangays are like shires, for lack of a better term, different places.
Near the school.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you, Doc Vicente, for with my presentation, you were able to clearly grasp what I intended to do as my transformational action plan. You were saying, how will I be able to look into the possibility of transfer of knowledge from teacher to student? What? Towards creation or creativity. Knowledge creation. At that level, actually, what we could do is we could address that as enrichment in the, or reinforcement to students or learners who are in a more who are more inclined to, who are readers or who does not have reading difficulties. So when I go back to my station, I'm going to look into that. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. So about the lesson exemplar that the teachers made, we are aware that grade 7 is now in the Manatag curriculum. They are being provided with those lesson exemplar provided by the central office. But we are empowered to contextualize those lesson exemplar. It is a good idea that we have to acknowledge also the work of the teachers through quality assure their lesson exemplar, and the division office is open for that, and we can do that. And if those lessons are effective in the diverse learners that we have, that is also good, and we can use also those lessons on the next year. And I am hoping, I'm still studying more about this lesson study so that I can give more inputs on the teachers as well as within the school, because as what I have said, we never have this one since then, and this is the first time that they're going to have this kind of lesson study as tool to lower our number of non-numerates in school. Hope that the contextualized lesson that they have and the activity, because as we can see, there are a lot of non-grade ready. So we will go into the very low level, because even integers, addition, multiplication, subtraction, and division, they don't know how to add different signs. So we cannot go into the cognitive demand of the grade 7 if they are not ready. So we go back to the level. So the only person who could do that is their teachers and the facilitator itself, based on the observation. And we can add that, sir, the feedback that you have said. And of course, the reflection of the teachers. We will document everything. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, regarding the LEA, or the Language Experience Approach, as I have said, I have taken this from the National Educators Academy of the Philippines when I had my training for the ABC Plus, the regional training of trainers in Regional 1. And so this is actually the application of what I have learned from NAEAP. And I believe that this is very effective for Key Stage 1 learners, particularly the grade 1 and grade 2 and grade 3, because this approach will, the teachers, will be dealing with the personal experiences of the learners, where the learning becomes personalized. As compared to whole language approach where the teacher exposes the learners to texts that are not really how do I call this? The learners are not really familiar of this. So for Key Stage 1 learners, they have limited vocabularies. They have limited exposures to language. The language that they are using at home or the language that they are using in their classes, these are the ones that they are going to deal with in the teaching process. That is why I think it is more effective for them to use this one because it is at their level, it is at their context. While if they are going to make use of the whole language approach, where the teacher exposes the learners into meaningful texts or stories or books that are not really of their context, the learners will then be having difficulty in grasping the concepts and the ideas that are being introduced to them. So that is really one of the reasons why I chose a language experience approach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Once again, I've been blown away by everybody's amazing ideas for transformational change. It's just, they're so diverse. And the one thing that really struck me, as with everybody, but with this group this afternoon, I don't know whether it's just because I'm feeling a little bit jet-lagged, but your passion has made me feel quite emotional. You're working with such challenging groups, and you know, your ideas are unbelievable. I do just have a few questions, but not for everybody, I promise. So just, if you can keep your responses quite brief. One of the things I wanted to, Maria, I loved your reading. It's quite different to the way that we teach in the UK currently, because we still do phonics, basic phonics. But you made a point that questioning, teacher questioning, is key to your project. How do you ensure that teachers have good questioning techniques?
Actually, I go from one classroom to another and observe the teachers on how they teach the learners or their classes. And then, of course, if I see that the teacher is somewhat maybe misled, after the class, I would have with her a post-conference, and I will have a technical assistance to that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good. Suzette, for you, it's just a comment, so you probably don't need to respond unless you want to. I just felt after we talked just at the beginning of the keynote this afternoon, that yours seemed to be an example of like taking national policy and localizing the enactment of it. You're using Department of Education guidance with the using journalism journalist texts. And I was just most impressed with the fact that you were using something that we talked about, the top down, which can sometimes be hard in your context, and you'd been adapting that. So just all credit to you on that. You don't need to give any comment. Mary, I'm fascinated by Project Nathaniel. It's kind of blown my mind, but I'm a bit of a technophobe, so I might be asking a very basic question here, but is this something that you have designed, or is this something that you are using?
Just a design. For the meantime, it is only a trial, piloting.
So you have designed. So yes, you have designed the chatbot yourself.
This is for this seminar only.
I'm just blown away because the potential it has for the problem that you had, despite the and I think some of the concerns about the use of IT is an ongoing, particularly in the UK at the moment. There's it splits the nation where we're at with it, and the use of AI, particularly with students. In the UK now, AI is something you need to just embrace. But when I look back in that COVID period when schools in the UK were closed and we were all scrabbling for solutions on how to solve many of the digital online learning platform problems that we had, something like Nathaniel just seemed like really an inspirational solution. And I just am a bit blown away by the fact that you've managed to design something like this while doing your day job. All credit to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mom.
And just, if I haven't asked you a question, it's not because I'm not blown away. It's for timely wise. But it just comes to Roderick's heart, health, head, hand. Once again, you don't have to respond, but I was just like, I really liked the kind of way that that was something that could be embraced across the whole school, and that it could become quite an ethos in the way that you are, you would run that in everything. And once you explained it, I spent quite a lot of the presentation going, what is it, what is it, what is it? And then you did say what it was towards the end, and I was like, I could see how that, concentrating on those four things, throughout everything that you do as a school, is I think sometimes, I'm not saying it's simple at all, but having a simplicity in the message enables it to be embraced by the whole school community. But as I said, the fact that I haven't questioned everybody is only for time. All of them were absolutely amazing, and I'm just blown away by your commitments to what you're doing with your children. Does any of the other partners have any questions, comments? No? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations to our scholars, presenters. I just would like to give clarification or suggestion of some of the studies here, not all. With this BSP building strong partnership, this is increasing the parents' participation in school activities. Now, as I understand, the way of determining the increase of parents' participation is through the attendance. Ma'am, am I right? So if you will enhance the study in the future, in next year, because I understand this study is for this year, I would like to suggest that you will include also the quality of engagement of the parents, like what kind of support they're extending to the school. Are they helping in contextualizing in our curriculum? Are they assisting, something like that? Do they serve as resource speaker in some of the learning activities wherein they are needed? Okay, so that's one of the enrichment of this study in the future. And as a school head for 15 years before my present position, I can't help but also suggest some ways on some interventions on how to increase more the percentage of participation of our parents. Maybe you've mentioned about rewards and recognition. You maybe also include like door prizes or raffle prizes during the general PTA meeting, giving reward when a parents can answer during Q&A portion, which are all related to school activities and others. Thank you. And for Project Nathaniel, I understand that this is not only for face-to-face, ma'am. No, this is more usable and useful during when there is disruption of classes due to natural calamities. Now, you've mentioned in your, I think it's in the weaknesses, that there were 8 learners who didn't have gadgets. How did you address this, or are these learners left without any intervention during disruption of classes?
Okay, so I think I have to develop, or maybe it's an initiative of the students to develop a study buddy. Their friends, classmates, near to their home, to get access to Nathaniel. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, ma'am. No, so that's a good idea. I would like to add with the answer of El Fuente, listening with that voice of the teachers also. Not only looking into the welfare of the teachers also side, but also listening to them would somehow also validate the voices of our learners, no? So, especially those class advisors, that they know also our learners well. Thank you. Once again, congratulations, and reminders for everybody that whatever interventions we implement, we have to be consistent with how we conduct our post-assessment, that the way we conduct it and the tools that we used should be the same with what we administer and the method we used during the pre-assessment. Thank you, and once again, congratulations.
So thank you very much. Just following what Ma'am Victoria was saying, so Ma'am, Dr. Oracion and I, we have a project. We're using AI in schools. So this is already approved. We're just looking for a school to work with us. So if there's any school who wants to work with us, just approach us, right? So we've already funded, and our problem is we're looking for institutions to partner with us. But anyway, uy, interested kayo? All right, so yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll talk later. I think now we're going to have what do we have? Photo op, yes. Yeah. Hello.
Please remain seated, but just a few announcements before I give the order of the day. I think Ms. Briones said what is essential is invisible to the eye, which explains why our important stakeholders are not here on stage. Apart from our other initial stakeholders who join us for the photo, may we acknowledge the presence of the Chairman of Security Bank Foundation, Mr. Rafael F. Simpao Jr., who has joined us and whom we are also inviting to join us for the photo opportunity on stage. So Group 3, please.
Connected to it is attendance. We're going to create a dashboard so that we will measure the body mass index of kids who receive the food connected to that. So we're looking for schools that are very
Remain
much
seated
into
po,
that.
remain seated.
So as I was telling Ma'am Mel, we already have funding it, but all right, okay.
Sirs?
Picture, we can talk some more. Sir.
And then after we'll go for a bite. May we ask our critical friends to join us? This will be followed after Group 3. This will be followed by a group photo with everyone. So we capture truly what is essential. Okay. So. Group 3 first. Official photographer first. Everyone on stage, please. Apo.
Dito kami sa baba. Dito na.
Dito na kayo, sir. Sandali. Okay na sir. Opo, nakatakip naman po. We insist. Thank you very much. Just two announcements. We will first go for a 5-minute bio break and then we will have a roundtable discussion. So thank you very much. Mike. The time is now 3:58. We will resume with the roundtable discussions in 2 minutes. May I ask the others to please take photos at the foot of the stage? Again, may we request those to our other participants to take photos at the foot of the stage?
Say ito, sir.
Okay, sir. You can...
Bubuksan na natin siya. Yeah, yung slide, because it's just one slide. It's okay, Kim. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. It's all right. It's okay. Absolutely fine. It's too bright for them? All right. Okay. Right. So we have about 30 minutes to reflect. This roundtable discussion is really an opportunity for us to reflect. And when I say us, I'm referring to everyone in the hall at the moment. Right? So we are represented here by different stakeholders. We have our champions, if you remember. We talked about policy, process, the tipping points, the policy actors. So we have champions, each one of you. We have the sponsors, Head Foundation, ACE, University of Bristol, SBFI. And we are now going to talk about 3 key questions, right? As guide questions. It doesn't have to be those guide questions. So the first is about, if we will slightly open it, sir, so that just briefly so that everyone can see it, the rest. So it's basically reflection in action. What surprises did you encounter today, right? The other one is a reflection on action. Upon recalling today's conversations, what are some of your insights, right? And then reflective practice, which is really our goal. We want each one of us to be continually learning. I think that's what makes educators vibrant, that's what makes us alive, right? So now, to be reflective practitioners. So I'll start the ball rolling by asking our alumni, our critical friends, what they think, right? So you may want to use any of those guide questions, but I actually have a targeted question at them. So our critical friends, they were in your place a couple of years ago. I think you come from different batches, right? Right, so, you're all from the same batch, that's right, yeah. Pre-pandemic? Pre-pandemic, right? So that means 2018, 2019, right? All right, so 2019. 2019 was when you implemented your transformational action plan. You're now in a different place. We wonder, has the transformational vigor is it still in place? If it still is, can you share with us what has happened? Because our aspiration is that everyone else here, when they go back to their stations, they'll continue the flame of being challenging all the time, not becoming lethargic, and becoming reflective practitioners. Please, Ma'am Beverly, you can start. Sir Francis, yeah.
So during our time, so my transformational action plan that time is Usapang Kindergarten. And what I remember during the coaching of our mentors in CSL, especially Doc Vicente, is the inclusion or utilization of technology. And I started small in a district in Nueva Ecija, Talavera North District, wherein the Usapang Kindergarten is a kind of a learning circle among kindergarten teachers in that district. Only about 35 kindergarten teachers in Talavera North District. And I found it more useful when the pandemic comes. So from one district, I was able to share or to use that platform in the division, in the whole division of Nueva Ecija, wherein we're catering around 780 kindergarten teachers. And you know how hard for us in the Philippines, especially in our division, to connect or to give information, to inform the teacher regarding the new modality without the use of technology. So from one district, around 30 teachers, we were able to use that platform, the Usapang Kindergarten, a learning circle for the kindergarten teachers, to around 780 teachers. And until now, if this division has newly hired kindergarten teachers, we know that the funding for providing L&D or learning and development is not that much. We can give trainings via online because of that that we started that small, and now we realize the importance of that in our division.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I researched the title of my top since 2019. The title was Systems Override, Strengthening Platform Advocacies Through an Effective School Performance Management System. With due respect to our beloved Director Lopez from NEA, 2019, I think the Philippine Professional Standards for schools, school heads, supervisors, and for teachers were still in the making. So, CECL 2019, I guess, taught us to break our shells from our respective stations, make dramatic interventions, bridge gaps in teaching learning, in governance, many things in our respective places, form alliances since during those times, it was the province of Nueva Ecija, our friends from Marawi, from Tarlac, and us from Valenzuela, who forged, this strong alliance, guided by, of course, the sponsors during that time, head by the THF, by Sir Reyes. So, and of course, Ma'am Mel of the Ateneo. So, I am glad to report to our beloved colleagues right now that my systems override was still is in progress, still working in progress, still developing. It's like a book on its in its 6th edition. So though I am now on a different station, since I still remember Dr. Reyes imbued to me the triad of these 3 entities, the maximization of digital technologies, which I still observe in most presentation. 2 is a strengthened partnership among stakeholders. So we really need the help among our parents, NGOs, and the local government. And the 3rd was, which is very, very hard to make transformation, was a culture of practice. A culture is so hard to make some remedies and transformation. So as a leader, I invested painstakingly a lot, trying to be transformation at some moment, transactional, technology leader. So this was actually a lesson that I learned and I still practice most of the time. And thank you very much for CECL 2019. So it's my hope that, of course, especially my friends, my CECL 5.0 friends, because I felt a connection with my top to your top, and I hope that when you now proceed to your respective areas and stations, you will also be like us. Pinagkaiba lang naman po natin nauna lang naman kami ng paligo, pero we're still feeling the reforms, the transformations in our country. Thank you very much.
Amazing afternoon to everyone. I am Mrs. Rosemary Zay Burayag, an education program supervisor from SDO Nueva Ecija, in charge of science. I implemented my transformational action plan titled Project ECIAS, dahil doon po ako nanggaling, Nueva Ecija. And ECIAS stands for Enhanced Classroom Investigative Approach in Science. And this is research-based data, which is very sad because most of the science teacher during that time, when the central office gave an assessment tool, when it comes to their proficiency level, they are science major and teaching science for almost 5 years, but they failed to pass the exam. And this is a big question, how they will provide a thing which they do not have. That's why the development of science process skill tests were developed during that time. I considered the problem, and these are the least mastered competencies in grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, 10 science. And after that, I decided to conduct a lesson study in 4 select schools from CD1 to CD4 of our division. And these are the Nueva Ecija High School, Bongabo National High School, Peñaranda National High School and General Tino na High School. Malalaking schools po ng secondary sa aming division. Then out of it, we did the process of lesson study and we came up with lesson exemplars with different pedagogies, and we were able to develop learning activity sheets which are aligned to the most least learned competencies during that time. And what I am happy now, during the time of pandemic, we are not very ready during that time. That's why the compendium of learning activity sheets with the lesson exemplars we made during the process, these are the things that our teachers in our division were able to use it. Kaya medyo hindi po kami ng problema. As of this moment, I am very proud to say that the process is still ongoing and we're still on the process of making a compendium of lesson exemplar. Since Matatag is only for grade 7, we're still developing it for grades 8, 9, and 10. And another interesting thing, although we are now have lots of materials provided by the central office, still we are using the contextualized learning activity sheets which are fitted to the kind of learners we have in our division. That's why I am very thankful for this program. I can say now that this is my legend as an education program supervisor. Salamat po.
Hi, good afternoon to each and everyone. I can still remember that in 2019, I was in your situation wherein all of the things for me are abstract at that time, selecting what would be my transformational action plan. But then Dr. Vicente told me during the conference with him that to look into what have you experienced, what are your observations as a leader. And it rooted back then when I was still a teacher, a newbie in the public sector, wherein I came from a private institution, a Montessori school, wherein everything is provided for the teachers. We are in an air-conditioned room. The learners are somewhat 20 to 25. The maximum would be 30 in a classroom. And it's really a culture shock for me because I handled 68 learners at that time when I was new in the public, 2007 or 2006. And then, luckily, I was able to pass the examination of Temasek and be part of the PGCB where I train teachers. And then it opened doors when the national or DepEd have selected me also to train teachers in science, in chemistry in particular. So it rooted there that my observation is on the teachers. So I got the idea that what if I created a TAP, which is not new to DepEd. I mean, we have an induction program for teachers. In my school at that time, I have 2 teachers needed to resign because they are newbie. And I can relate on to them because I was a newbie at that time. But without the support of my co-teachers, maybe I have resigned as a new teacher in the public. So I created the TAP that focuses on supporting the teachers. I turned the induction program into something, a new one. I included not only telling them or orienting them about the Department of Education, about the school, but it turns out into a social support, emotional support to them because I know what are the loads of the teachers at that time. So in my presentation in Ateneo, if you can remember, I have brought my teachers with lots of boxes representing the different loads of the teachers. So what am I going to do? What are we going to do? And my prayer at that time is that for the national government to see these teachers have these very loads. And I am happy that, God answered my prayer because of the department order, reducing the number of loads of the teachers. So I am really happy that, God, this is it. You've answered my prayer. But then there is a crisis. In 2020, that's I think March 20, it was a total lockdown because of the pandemic. Now, it is a problem for me again because the teachers have many tasks, collecting data for the learning modalities. Do you have internets? And they are really preoccupied at that time. And then they need also to consider their families, that are they safe and etc. So I created, because my TAP, Constructive Circle of Comrades, I incorporated technology on that, a technology-based support Okay, it's somewhat a website that they can connect with, no, in terms of asynchronous. So it turned out that, okay, I need to level up my transformation action plan. And it turned out into be a 4 Cs. From 3 Cs, it turned out into a 4 Cs, constructive circle of comrades in a crisis. So at that time, it only does not focus on supporting the teachers on documents and etc., but also emotional support, as well as mental and health concerns. Okay, there are activities that they can do at home during the pandemic. And now, I am happy that, okay, of course, it opened doors for me. I was part of the NEAP, National Educators Academy of the Philippines, to train again teachers, Ma'am Jennifer Lopez. Okay, we've met in Cebu also for HOTS, okay, for Matatag and other science-related teaching for teachers. So it seems that like it's magnetizing me to be part of the teachers. Okay. Now that I am in a different position, I am a supervisor. So how am I going to continue this one? I would like to help the teachers, but now to help the principals. So I'm helping the principals now to provide technical assistance to the teachers. Presently, I am conducting a research on mentoring and coaching to provide technical assistance for the teachers through the principals. Of course, I was guided also by Dr. Vicente Reyes, no, okay, in this research. And always remember that this is contagious. The effect of CESL is very contagious. And I pray that all of you scholars will still be connected after this, because we, in 2019 and 2020, we are connected and we are sharing our ideas and problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir Dom. They don't know they will be connected. So we will tap on them in future, right? So thank you to our mentors, critical friends, for sharing with us what has happened. I'm going to call other members of the panel. Maybe I'll call the person who's farthest away from us, Dr. Victoria Bowen, and then everyone else can chip in. Yeah.
Okay, so the questions you posed were to do with in action, on action, and relaxivity. Was that the last one? Yes, right. Yeah. So thinking about inaction, having reflected on what you've all said today, one of the things that struck me is a really big thing in the UK at the moment is the strapline levelling up, and to mixed amounts of success that is happening. And what really struck me today was that everybody really wants to do the very best for all their children, but you were targeting, many of your projects were looking at those that needed the most catch up, those that were struggling with reading or struggling with maths or struggling in different ways, and that that in bringing those children's standards up, then they could access and have the most opportunities afterwards. So that was really something that I thought about. And on action, the way that you talked about the way you were engaging stakeholders, parents, other teachers within your school, and I commented on how wonderful your staff are, but how difficult it is to in that process of providing opportunity, to ensure that you're providing opportunity to those that need it the most, and sometimes they're the demographic in our community that is the hardest to reach. So that having leading from the front, leading from having a culture of practice and a community of practice where you're aiming in the same direction, like my colleague at the end of the table said, that kind of driving your initiatives is going to be really key as you develop these over the coming weeks and months. And in the thinking about reflexivity, leadership of change, which is what you're engaging in, can require a change in leadership style. And so at times you may find yourself having to, even despite your best efforts to be sharing and nurturing and distributive, sometimes you have to be just transactional and lead from the front. So it's balancing, in my experience, those times when you just need to say, I'm sorry, this needs doing, and it needs doing by then, but also supporting colleagues to develop the skills they will need, because your ambitions are huge, they're wide, and they're wonderful. but getting your staff teams and your stakeholders traveling in the same direction is not always easy. And so I wish you luck, but believe in what you have said you are wanting to do, and believe in the opportunities that can provide.
Thank you, Dr. Victoria. So perhaps we can hear from our friends from the Department of Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. I'm happy that I am sent here by our Chief, Sir Misael Borgonia, and our Regional Director, Dr. Salustiano T. Jimenez. This is my first time and opportunity to know the CASL, who is really supporting our school leaders here in the Philippines become a transformational leaders, school leaders. And given what you presented with your projects, I was really amazed that you're not just sitting in your respective offices, but you really go out of your way to really solve the pressing problems in your respective schools. And it brought me to the times when I was still a school head, wherein we also applied in the schools where I was assigned this continuous improvement project, wherein we identified our pressing problem in the school. We dig into the root causes of the problems and collaboratively plan for the interventions that will work. We piloted and replicated it to the larger group. So knowing the process also that you've applied, it's somehow similar to the process of continuous improvement. And I'm proud to say that as a school head, during the time, we were able to implement two continuous improvement projects. One was on reading, and second was on managing waste management. And I'm also proud to share that during the pandemic time, I and my co-researchers was able to complete an action research on improving learners' reading performance through remote reading remediation, wherein we used online reading remediation, offline video reading remediation, and also utilizing the offline radio with printed materials. You can also access that through Google because that is uploaded. And with that, I hope we continue to identify other pressing problems in our respective schools, governance levels, and implement appropriate interventions so that we will continuously improve the academic performance of our learners and as well as the performance of our school. Thank you, and once again, good afternoon.
Can I? Reflection in action, reflection on action. We need that. Why? Because we are in the crisis. The Philippine education system is in crisis. The reason why we need to deeply reflect on our cognition and on our practice. And thank you for helping DepEd. Thank you for helping us in leading change and managing change. It's not easy. You've observed, you've got good observations, Dr. Victoria. Filipinos are resilient. Filipinos are very positive, very joyful, right? We work if you're going to see all these presenters, right? A while ago, and probably even prior to your coming here, they have this intent to do some changes, positive changes in the country. However, what we lack is how are we going to do it properly, considering the hierarchical, considering the highly bureaucratic system of the Philippine education. So, if some of our school leaders would be, for example, proposing some changes, I know for the fact that most of them are experiencing challenges, right, on how to do it. Especially now, with the presence of the technology, if you do things that are not favorable to your teachers, you will be bashed, right, in your school FB or social media pages, right? So it's not easy to manage change at the same time managing people, okay? So, however, in our culture, in our context, still, I can say that we are still that submissive. Am I right? So whatever policies being provided to us, right, by the top management, we just simply follow. What's lacking, however, is as school leaders, you must be empowered, right? You must be empowered to think critically on how are you going to operationalize that in such a way that people effectiveness and school effectiveness are observed, right? You will not simply say, yes, I will do, yes, I will do it, I will do it. So this particular program by CISL is helping you to think critically and think out of the box and be empowered because you can do a lot. So that is what DepEd needs. We are not a DepEd that you will just simply implement policies without contextualizing it. You're there to make sense out of it, out of the chaos, and ensure that everything will have to be implemented well so that this crisis that we're currently experiencing right now will really be solved because no one will do that but you. That's why I believe, I'm discussing this with Ma'am O, I have high regard to you, school leaders. You can do a lot. You can make or break our Philippine education system. We need, our DepEd is in need, in dire need of at least good leaders. If there's great, that's Jesus Christ. We need that. We need that. So, the reason why CISL, Security Bank, Ateneo, University of Bristol, so in DepEd numbers, so that's why I'm checking the numbers. So you have helped how many? 54, right? School leaders. So please be informed that DepEd in numbers, we've got 60,167 schools. I thought only 47,000. So ilan na lang utang mo, Sir Vicente? Konti na lang, no? So, hindi na, we're not 16 regional offices, 17 na pala because we have NIR, Negros, no? So that's it. Only, so 60,167 schools and our target learners, 27 million. Yeah. So thank you. No, so by now, I'm thanking each one of you and reflection in action. At the moment, what we can do is please, I think I need to tell this to myself. Okay, kapit lang, no? Laban lang, okay? We can do this. We are that resilient, okay? What I can commit as long as I'm still here at the central office, NAYAP, is we will find ways to support on how are we going to support you. Okay? Because we know that we need to capitalize on you. That's it. Thank you.
Mic test, 1, 2. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll go next. Broadly speaking, 3 points. First, what we desire out of SESA. We have highlighted the need to be transformative, be innovative. My question to everyone is, what's innovative to you? Is there an official definition? Should there be one? Or should it be contextualized? What works best for you? Second question is, why are people so fearful of being innovative? Just think of some reasons. Don't have to answer. As a former school teacher, I can say, students, we need to make sure they perform academically well because it will affect their enrollment. I used to teach at grade 11, grade 12. So after that, it's the national exam. It's a very crucial milestone. So there's always this fear of failure and say, we are not being fair to our students, we didn't give them the best results. But after that, what do we want to inculcate in our students? The values, the resilience, that is also important. I just want to share some examples regarding innovation that I came across that highlights the mindset. First example, there's this government agency called Home Team for Science and Technology. So they are under this ministry called Ministry of Home Affairs. So they do a bit of like innovation, research, product. 2023, they started these awards. Projects that fail, come showcase. So they actually showcased that projects that didn't work out. But why so? So to them, the mentality was, it may not work for us, but let's showcase what we have learned, and if fellow government agencies can learn from it, good. Is this a new thing? No. So in actual fact, in private entities, it's quite common. Same thing on research. Coca-Cola has it. NASA has it. And their title was actually Fail Smart. Okay, not just failure, but failing smart. So while we say, oh, these are products, these are private companies, may not be education related. But what I want to highlight is the mindset. You know, the willingness to even try it out, to take a different step and learn from it. So if I recall my own personal experience in 2008, very long ago, so there was this subject being taught in junior high, grade 11, for Singapore schools called project work. Basically, students had to undertake research, work as a group, come up with a project. The assessment criteria were things like creativity or critical thinking and quality of materials. How do you assess it? Teachers were tasked to assess. It was not assessed nationally. It was assessed by the school teachers. So can you imagine for a new teacher who's being trained just to teach on my subject, now you're asking me, I can do critical thinking, but how do I assess it? It was like new learning and everything. So a lot of it was learning on the job. There was a lot of team spirit. Like we had meetings together, we attend trainings. And to us, the end goal is never everyone gets an A. It's all like rubrics, marking and everything. But if 100% gets an A, I think we also have to ask ourselves, are the students really A grade, or are we like grade inflation to some extent? I think that was the question that bothered me quite some time. So I want to highlight is really willingness to think differently, willingness to explore and take risks. That's the first point. Second point, based on what we have heard today, the 24 tabs, I will use project management, the 3 Ps to highlight. First P, product. A lot of you talk about using IT to create like maybe a platform, for example, an app, for example, some online program, or even just a program. So these are product, like what tasks do you deliver? Second one is process. What do you need to do to complete your task? Training, stakeholder engagement. The last P is actually people. Make a quick guess. Which P is the hardest? I think I hear and I see some of you mouthing the answer. People. That's what we say about culture change, reluctance. We just like say, yes, we'll do it, but we're not really delivering the best. Culture is the hardest to change. I fully agree with it. So that's why I'm heartened to hear everyone talk about engaging your stakeholders, work together, plan together, see success, but also at the same time, remember to showcase your learning journey. It may have not achieved the intended results. it may have considered a failure, but fail smart, learn hard, work on it better. Last point I have is a bit on my wish list also. I understand TAP under SESA is more of like meant to be short term. Once the project ends, that's it. I think that was the question we asked our alumni last year. Have you completed your TAPs? But to me, the investment has been done there. Engagement, resources. If you were to do it only one time, is it worth it? Are there ways we can consider scaling up, doing for another run, learn from each other, modify, adapt, work together, collaborate, scale up? So I think, especially like, for example, if I quote an example, helping readers, like helping students to be better at literacy and numeracy. You are currently working on your grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Next academic year, are you going to get the same issue, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, with learning issues? Can you do the same program better with less resources, more cost effective? So I think don't stop with just like this SESA TAP, but explore working together to really enhance it. I understand in your project completion report, you do have to write out the budget and all. I'm not sure if this is within scope, but do ask yourself if you were to do another time, continue with it. What additional resources, or it's already like, it's spent in year 1, you don't have to spend extra. You know, justify whether it should be continued from there. Doesn't mean that you have to do it, but put that idea there. That's my wish list. With that, I'd like to thank all the participants. You have worked hard. My critical friends here, you have worked very hard also. Fellow partners, yeah, and also, that representatives. With that, thank you very much.
So I think we can now call Dr. Melo Rashon to give us the most important question, the ways forward, right? So what do we do now?
On the ways forward, I'll have the chance to speak about that later before we close. But at this point, I'd like to share some thoughts that actually align with the insights provided by Director Lopez just a while ago. You know, earlier on the table, we had a moment of conversation when we focused on the highly bureaucratic educational system in the Philippines. And right now, I see nods everywhere. After experiencing this vicariously from our colleagues from the field, I have in fact come to label this as no memo, no move. That's been my experience with the situation. If there's no memo, then things cannot move. No? I mean, you cannot fly, you cannot go anywhere, you cannot do things. Okay? So if this is really part of the reality, for now at least, I was thinking, how do we take advantage of this highly bureaucratic system so that we're able to succeed in our initiatives, so that we're able to address the problems that are part of the learning crisis, no, that Director Lopez mentioned. And I would like to think, after listening to all the 24 presentations and our critical friends' presentations during their time, also Dr. Antos' sharing of what he did in the past, I would like to think that this program is able to provide us some insights, no, on how we can approach educational reform and transformation in a highly bureaucratic structure. Last night, if we may share with you, we had dinner at House of Lechon. No? We wanted to show Ma'am Michelle and also Ma'am Victoria about the things that we enjoy in the Philippines. For dessert, we had puto bumbong and bibingka. And so we were explaining what it was about, but it's good that by the entrance or exit of House of Lechon, they actually cook in an open space the puto bumbong and the bibingka. And we saw Sir Vicente explaining to them how these two are cooked, no? And I think there's something to learn about how the bibingka is cooked perfectly. Okay? I think we know very well that cooking the traditional rice cake, which we call bibingka, requires fire above and fire at the bottom. So you know where I'm headed, right? So in a highly bureaucratic system, there's fire above. But if that's all we have, then we'll have burnt bibingka. That's it. And it's not well cooked at the bottom. But you have provided the answers today. So you are there on the ground and you're providing the fire from the ground, from the bottom. And I think that's the way we can have the perfectly cooked bibingka. That's the way our initiatives will take off, no, and will be well implemented. So, Sir Vicente, that's what I have to share. And I'll turn over the microphone to Sir Lou.
Thank you, Dr. Ono. I think the insights that were already shared by our partners, for me, it all points out also to three things. Number one is sustainability of impact. From today's showcase conference, we've seen that there are really a lot of good ideas. And within the 4 months, we've really seen some remarkable success from the implementation that was already done by our school principals. But the question is, how can we influence you on the side of the partners, monitor and support you so that you will not stop after the 4 months? Because if you stop after the 4 months, then we've not really achieved like a lasting change or the long-term impact that we want in the education sector. Good thing for the partnership with Security Bank Foundation and Ateneo Center for Educational Development, we will follow through from the 4-month CECL through our Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building program, which is a 3-year. So this is also my opportunity to clarify that you will not finish yet. After today or after tomorrow with CECL, you will continue this journey for the next 3 years. And we want you to go beyond the 4 months and hopefully implement this program in a larger scale, beyond grade 2, grade 3, whatever you have identified in your TAPs, and try to reach out other underserved and challenging sectors within the environments that you are operating with. And leading into that, the second question is scalability. How do we bring this kind of transformational thinking that you are already starting to have to the other school principals that are not participating in this program? So Director Lopez mentioned that we have a liability of 60,000. But of course, the challenge also for partners like us, Security Bank, Ateneo, is even looking at the existing resources, and even if like we really maximize whatever resources that we have, it would still take a lot of time to bring this kind of experience to the rest of the school principals in our country. But how can we maximize you who have already undergone the program to make this influence or to change the mindset in your respective DepEd divisions? In short, in fact, diba? Like we came from COVID-19 pandemic, so how can we make a COVID-19 pandemic kind of thing in terms of the transformational mindset that you already had? We've seen that in batch 1, some of them have already started like talking to the other school principals in the division, bringing the same insights that they had, and actually even conducting like exchange programs with other schools to bring the same TAP experience to those other schools. But again, it will always be a continuous conversation with the partners, especially us, Ateneo de Manila University and Security Bank Foundation, because we're the local partner here. What is the kind of model that would perfectly support the highly bureaucratic setup of DepEd in order to scale up this intervention. And then lastly is replicability. I think our partners already talk about what is really the perfect model? Do we just ask you to do the innovation, to do whatever context-specific challenges that you've had? But also thinking about it, what will really happen is we really have a lot of diverse ideas on the ground. But shouldn't other areas learn also from the best practices that are being done in certain areas, the good ideas? Because some of the problems that were highlighted in the showcase conference are common problems also in other areas that are not covered by this training. Reading alone is a common issue among all of you. And as we have seen in the showcase conference, each one of you have different approaches on how you will address the reading problem. So the question is, do we just allow you to implement whatever idea you have in your specific schools? Or do we try to explore a model wherein we package something, an array of options that other schools can also learn from? But this also points me to a special request to the Department of Education. And as Director Lopez have highlighted, and thank you also for acknowledging our efforts through this program, that we are somehow making an important change in the mindset of our school principals. And I think in one of our conversations, you have highlighted that our school principals are really crucial in instituting changes in their respective schools. But we want to reach more. So hopefully, with our initial conversation, please help us endorse that MOA or MOU with the central office, because we want more school principals nationwide taking advantage of this program, really competing to apply, because we would rather have the problem of many school principals applying rather than isolating this program, this good opportunity to be availed by other principals who may be having this reflection today or in this time that I'm already fed up being a school principal. I no longer know what to do with my school. Because these are the same sentiments that were shared to us by the batch 1. They felt like they are alone in this major education crisis. But when they participated in CECL, and I think this is also one of the things that we're happy with this program, is you become a community of practice. When you go back, and this is what we've seen in batch 1, some of them continue conversations, continue chatting each other. Let's say, oh, Miss Rosalie Mabale, I've heard that you also have this similar problem. So how do you try to resolve it in your school? Can you give me tips? Because these kind of conversations do not normally happen, especially because you're just alone in your school. Most of the time, you just have the opportunity to talk with fellow principals during division activities. But beyond the division, it would take a lot of investment and time and resources to get perspectives from other principals around the country. And even now, from getting perspectives internationally. So beyond the transformational mindset that we are introducing to you, we're also laying that path so that you can become community of resources and mentors among each other. And hopefully, through the strong relationship that you will build for the next 3 years, you will also influence and become a resource for adult school principals. And I would like to end with the branding of the program, which is really resonates what we want to happen. We want to mentor future leaders who will help build this nation that is already plagued with a lot of crises. Most importantly, the education crisis. So thank you, everyone.
So just quick, so we've heard about the hierarchy, the hierarchical bureaucracy. So I've actually written about it, I've published about it, and I've described it as a dysfunctional bureaucracy. So it's a bit stronger, but that's how I have envisioned it, right? Some people might not like it, but that's how I would describe it. And then the question that has been asked is, what's the model that we have? And I'm about to say something which I feel like a nagging parent, because I've been telling you this from the very beginning of the program. So this activity that we have, the opportunity that you have, I think the value that it gives you is that it gives you this space, right? Again, you hear the word space, right? And in this space, for momentarily, what happens is you're disconnected from the bureaucracy, momentarily. But you're still part of the bureaucracy, of course, right? You've received all the approvals to join the program, and the program allows you to do something bold. And then you're surrounded by critical friends who are supporting you, who are telling you the same thing, right? So I think that's the model. Within this bureaucratic space, we need to find, there's a sociologist who calls this interstices. Homi Baba talks about it. Within the bureaucratic wall, we need to find the gaps where we can penetrate and create this space where you will have the liberty to push the boundaries. I think that's what you have to do. That's what we have to do. Keep on pushing the boundaries so that the bureaucracy will say, okay, that's fair. I think maybe maybe we should not issue too many memos. Maybe only 90 memos instead of 100 per week. Anyway, but that's really the model. This affording you a space where you can be free to think about things and to think out of the box. I think that's very valuable. And if we can fabricate that, even artificially, then that allows school leaders not to be isolated, but to actually be part of a community and consequently be empowered to do change and to be free to make mistakes, right? And that's what we were telling you. Be imaginative, be bold, be as creative as possible so that you can really push the boundaries, right? Without, and in that way we can really make a change, right? Thank you, friends, for this discussion. We can now go back to our seats. And okay, sorry, I'm
Disruptive.
Yeah, so you can stay where you are. Actually, thank you. I forgot to issue a memo, so you can stay there. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Do not worry, this is not a flight advisory. But yes, this has certainly been a very full and stimulating day. And of course, this would not have been possible without the insight and input of our partners. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. And as such, in grateful appreciation for their valuable time, talent, and dedication, may I invite Security Bank Foundation Trustee and Corporate Secretary, Ms. Melissa Aquino, to give SBFI's token of gratitude. Ms. Melissa will be assisted by Security Bank Executive Director, Mr. Louis Boy G. Derial, and this will be followed by a photo op. Dito na lang daw. Si Ma'am. Aray ko.
This will be for your hand carry luggage.
Nadami kasi syempre 220 videos. Yeah, so it's not efficient. Thank you very much. Our guests on stage can now exit by the left. Thank you. before Dr. Oracion gives us our final academic steps, please allow me to give you our logistical steps first for tomorrow's activity. Number 1, we will assemble by the lobby at 7:30 a.m. and we expect to leave the Maayo Hotel at 7:45. Our attire tomorrow will also be transformational as we will be in Filipiniana. And those who will be flying out on the 25th are requested to check out before 7:15. You may leave your luggage at the concierge, but do not worry because our program tomorrow is expected to end by 12 noon. After the program, a bus will take you back to Maayo, and you may change from Filipiniana at the common comfort rooms located at the hotel's 7th floor. You can also get your bags at the Maayo concierge just in time for your trip to the airport, which I believe are often in the late afternoon. Thank you very much and have a pleasant afternoon. Without further ado, may I also invite Dr. Carmela C. Oracion of the Ateneo Center for Educational Development for the next steps of our training program. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Carlo. How does one close a good day, especially when people are so eager to take off their shoes and proceed to gala time? I would like to close with a story about a story that involves an Israeli-American master violinist, and the story goes this way. One night, a full crowd gathered to hear the master violinist, Itzhak Perlman, play. There was a chair positioned in the middle of a large stage, perhaps larger than this one, and Perlman walked with difficulty because of a disability from polio when he was young. Therefore, it took some time for the violinist to make his way across the stage and sit down. By the time he got to the chair, the audience was primed after watching Perlman make his way across. Once there, he motioned to the conductor of the accompanying symphony to begin. As the master played through a few musical bars, one of his strings snapped, and it resulted in a noise that sounded like a gunshot. The musicians on stage jumped, they were startled, and stopped and waited for what Perlman will do. There was a tense silence. He could have simply stopped the performance, shuffled back across the stage, replaced the violin, and started over. Instead, he motioned to the conductor to continue where he left off. The audience had waited long enough. Perlman now only had 3 strings with which to play his solo part. He was able to find some of the missing notes on adjoining strings, but where that was not possible, he had to rearrange the music on the spot in his head so that it all still held together. He played with passion and artistry, spontaneously rearranging the symphony right through to the end. And when he finally rested his bow, the audience sat for a moment in stunned silence. And then they rose to their feet and cheered wildly, rewarding the master. They knew they had been witness to an extraordinary display of human skill and ingenuity. As the story goes, Perlman raised his bow to signal for quiet. You know, he said, sometimes it is the artist's task to find out how much beautiful music you can still make with what you have left. You know, our dear 24 scholars, you performed like Perlman on stage today. Thus, I began with this story to express how impressed and inspired we all were with the grit and the fighting spirit that all 24 of you and your transformation action plans demonstrated. Similar to the experience of Perlman, the profession we have all embraced has dealt you a violin with a broken string. An under-resourced school with many, many broken parts. You know firsthand what the title of the EDCOM 2 report, year one report, is trying to get across. And Director Lopez had references to that a while ago. Its title is Miseducation, the Failed System of Philippine Education. And you certainly do not deny such claim. In fact, you have acknowledged the many broken parts contained in the report. But you have also shown us how much beautiful music, how much meaningful work you are still able to make with whatever you have. Our engagement, as expressed by Sir De Real a while ago, will not end today. We'd like to believe that another exciting phase in your professional lives has in fact just started. Of course, your immediate concern is the project completion report that will make you eligible for the certificates. But that should not be difficult to complete. With what we saw today, that shouldn't be difficult to complete. Soon after these stressful but fulfilling days in Cebu, we shall have monthly webinars that will seek to strengthen some more of your inner selves, your inner core. Perlman must have possessed such inner strength to have been able to act right away, decide to continue playing the violin in front of a big crowd with only 3 strings. So our dear friends, from all of us here, this is also our deep wish for you, that you may be able to continue doing the meaningful work that you do, even as there are a lot of difficulties. After the webinar this school year, the webinars that I mentioned, we shall go see each other again in Iloilo, face-to-face, before the next school year begins. In the meantime, we thank you for believing enough in this project, for investing your time and effort in conceiving, putting in writing, and implementing your transformation action plans. We thank you for being open to the inputs from critical friends. We continue to assure you that you are in the company not of critics, period, but in the company of critical friends. Friends who are encouraging and supportive, but also able to provide you honest feedback. So our dear friends, our dear 24 scholars, carry on and keep pushing forward from tactical to strategic thinking and measures. We are confident, very confident, that in response to the EDCOM 2 report, the one entitled Miseducation, the Failed System of Philippine Education, our CESL, our 24 CESL scholars can also produce an equally powerful and hopeful report, which perhaps we can entitle 24 Stories of Sustainable Transformation in Philippine Education. Thank you very, very much, Sir Rafael Simpao and the SBFI team. Sir Simpao is the chairman of the Security Bank Foundation. You will hear from him tomorrow, but as we have witnessed ourselves, he is totally and most sincerely dedicated to this mission of uplifting public basic education in the country. Thank you very much, Director Jennifer Lopez and EPS Reynaldo Anto. Thank you to our alumni from previous CESL batches, Ma'am Michelle Yong from the Head Foundation, Dr. Vicente Reyes, and Dr. Victoria Brown from the University of Bristol, friends from the Ateneo de Cebu, maraming salamat. My colleagues from ACE2, thank you very much. What we have witnessed today would not have been possible without your contributions. Thank you, everyone, especially our completers, nearly completers, no? For giving us hope, for assuring us that what we are doing makes sense. Have a great evening, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Let me be the first to welcome you as we begin this 3-year training program for school principals, inclusive of an international certificate, also known as the Mentoring Future Leaders for Nation Building.
When your nation needs you, you answer the call. And for us in the Jesuit School Network, uplifting the state of education of our country is not just an advocacy, it's our mission. And so with that common mission, we welcome you all to the Sacred Heart School Ateneo de Cebu community.
You're not just an educator for life, but as a school principal, you wear many hats. Helping your teachers, helping your students, helping your community. It's like you're everywhere actually. So it's not an easy job, and kudos to everyone for committing to it. So fellow educators, all the best.
So part of our presentation when we were talking about this school building donation program of Security Bank Foundation is we provide free training program for teachers and school principals of beneficiary schools. And that is the reason why you are here.
So together with our partners, I really welcome you to this program. We hope that this will make a big difference in your professional lives and aspirations for yourselves as professionals, and also for the colleagues that you have in your stations, and most especially for the children.
So what kinds of pinch points do school leaders encounter? What are you thinking about? What problems do you encounter? And what solutions can we discover? And that kind of thinking